Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Taego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
welcome to the PUBG EMEA Championships for Spring, our last chance qualifiers. I hope you've had a good week and I hope you are ready for a cracker of a weekend because we are going to see some really fun PUBG go down to make sure we can get our final teams for the grand finals that are coming up in the next 2 weeks. My name is Sam, also known as Taego. I'm going to be keeping you company for the next 2 days, and joining me on the desk, we've had a little shuffle. Elfish guy all the way from Australia. Friend, what is the time there right now? Just so that the viewers realize the commitment you're making to PUBG.
It's 3:30 a.m. I woke up at, what time? Probably 12:30 a.m. for this. So, you know, I had a couple of hours sleep. I'm feeling all right. I don't know if you can see the puffy eye bags already, but we'll see how that develops over the course of the evening. And yeah, hopefully we'll keep ourselves pretty excited as the games go through.
I'm impressed with the dedication. Saga, you and I, we had a good day. We had a sleep in, I'm sure. You're feeling refreshed and ready, right?
Yeah, no such commitment from us. 4:30 p.m. Classic, regular, normal human hours for a little bit of esports out here in the evening. But don't worry, because Jordan, although it is a very early morning, will keep you very entertained and we'll definitely keep you awake with some of the action we're going to have on show today.
Let's take a look at what exactly you're watching. It's the last chance qualifiers because last week we had our group stages. 8 teams made sure that they qualified for the grand finals, and now there are 8 more spots up for grabs. 12 games over the course of the next 2 days will determine which 8 teams are going to be making it through to that final. And obviously the reason you want to get into the final is because there's lots up for grabs. To do that, you've got to get points on the board. And in order to do that, our placement point's pretty straightforward to explain. You've seen this format so many times before. You need to finish as high up as you can. You need to stay alive, and while you're staying alive, you need to get some kills because, of course, for every kill, you get a point. Why do you want to do that? Because there's lots of money up for grabs. All of our grand finalist teams are going to stand a chance at getting their hands on this very sexy prize pool. And Saga, on top of that, those PGC points, which are very important.
Definitely so. That's a big part of the reason. Like, sometimes we look at a team that's come in, particularly the global partners and the regional partners, and maybe we think, okay, this event, it means a lot. It's good practice. There's good prize money there available. But the all-important factor that says they have to come in and perform, that's those PGC points. They want to get that direct qualification as soon as possible. And without having to go through the PGS events and perform there to an exponentially higher level than maybe the expectation is, this is that always a good backup option. So for the teams that have already made their way through, it's looking very good. But for those that are still out here playing this weekend in the last chance qualifiers, it's all important. They can't fumble now.
They definitely can't find ball. And for some of the teams that have found themselves here this weekend, Jordan, obviously last week we saw the likes of BB Team, Mad Bulls, just sponging up all of the points. It must have been mega frustrating for them just not being able to get through to that grand final. So of course today, that's what they're going to be focusing on, is not having to worry about those teams that were just dominating.
Yeah, I mean, obviously over the course of the next couple of days. Yeah, this lobby in theory should be a little bit easier for some of those teams that were kind of just on the cusp, right? We always talk about those cusp teams as the ones that maybe missed out on making it into the top 8 by a couple of points here or there, and it becomes a very different ball game when you don't have, as you say, these teams really just soaking up 90 points in a day, for example, in the case of BetBoom on day 3. So, you know, they should find it a little bit easier. They're probably going to get their drop locations maybe with a little bit more regularity. Maybe they don't have to necessarily give up as much space to some of these better teams, these more experienced teams, these bigger names, and they'll have a bit of an easier route in theory through the next couple of days through this lobby. It doesn't always necessarily work out like that, right? PUBG and Battle Royales in general are going to be one of those games where randomness occurs. Different things happen, and sometimes it's just not your week. Hopefully, obviously, that's not the case, but at least on paper, for the teams that performed well last week but didn't quite make the cut, this week should be a little bit easier.
It's interesting. I've just realized there's a very good chance that maybe you at home have an annoying partner who had some sort of family function that they demanded you go to last week or something like that, got in the way of your PUBG viewing. So we've been talking about those dominating teams last week. Let's take a quick recap of the group stages to make sure that you're up to date.
We just saw them in the team comps as well. These guys, definitely one of the underdogs, I want to say. Look at this. Has to be careful of not being spot hit. Spot screams down. He has no idea. This should be an easy frag. He looks for the second one. This is such smart play. He gets the first and the second.
directly in between the two split, or they commit to a fight in a 4 versus 2.
No.
Ona comes the headshot. And Feiris out from the air. Ona goes down. He gets tags onto CCI next as well. Global Army at the very least will manage to touch the ground.
Now.
That's a big nade. That's a huge nade from Static.
Static!
They put up a smoke outside the shack. James zooming in with a big spray onto Lil W.
Oh my lord! Last player suddenly standing, left standing in this complete entire match for BB team to push. Oh, and First gets it as well.
Easy.
This is disastrous for FaZe then, who are getting pushed to the back as well. Jeeves is there for one, for the second one as well.
He had to make that reload quick, and Mastermind just drops in front of him. He's about to 1v4 and he trolls in chat. No, Sparta's going to drop off this side. Jeeves has killed them all.
That was all the fun that happened during the group stages, and of course we were able to see those 8 teams that made it through to the grand finals. Saga, for me, Lol W and Bumble Squad were kind of surprises. I wasn't expecting that. Any other surprises that you had from the group stages last week?
Not in terms really of positive surprises, to say the least. You could make maybe an argument for Pod Samolet getting up as high as 6th, maybe being a little bit outside of the realms of what a lot of people expected, but they've definitely been performing extremely well in the preseason. But in terms of negative surprises, there's definitely a few. The fact that FaZe Clan is all the way on the right-hand side of this graphic in 17th position through the group stages, that is definitely something that a lot of people were expecting to be quite the opposite way around, particularly after some dominant performances in Protality and other recent events. But again, they're one of the teams that can push the limits a little bit. It's kind of similar to what we saw from Twisted Minds during Protality. They're kind of pushing the boat out, they're testing their limits, but now this is the point where they have to turn it around and start playing that to the level that we know they're capable of.
How about you, Jordan? Any surprises from the group stages?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd obviously echo Saga in saying that there was a couple of teams which maybe you would have thought might have been up there in that top 8 that didn't quite make it. FaZe definitely one. I thought Foot looked pretty good as well, but, you know, didn't quite manage to kind of convert things. I thought individually, Vard and Beamy in particular seemed like they were really having a pretty good run. So I was a little bit surprised that they didn't quite manage to make it into the top 8. Otherwise, though, I felt as though for the most part, things kind of worked out in the way that most people would have expected. You know, there were some teams here and there that, you know, could have potentially made it into that top 8 just by a little smidge, like those extra couple of points. But again, it's the nature of the beast when you're playing this kind of a game and this kind of a format that sometimes it's not quite going to work out. The important thing is that you do make it into that final lobby, because if you can make it into that final lobby, then obviously anything can happen on your day. And it's just about making sure that you are there on that day to actually make something happen. So that'll be kind of the objective now for teams like FaZe, for Foot, who maybe didn't perform the way that they would have liked to have last week. But going into next week, if they make it there, it's a brand new day.
I love the fact that when we were chatting to the teams during the course of the group stages, the same comment kept coming up, which is how close all of these teams are in the EMEA region. And I think that speaks a lot to the level of PUBG we're seeing, and it's a really healthy way for the scene to grow. We've also had a change during the course of the week, Saga. Obviously, Sticky Gummies, no more. They've changed to Perry Esports. Why is... Damn, I love that name as well. Why is that important?
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. But it's definitely important for stability, particularly important important for a team from the MEA region. Now that this year we don't have a dedicated slot for an MEA team to get to those globals like we had in previous events, which, let's face it, didn't matter last year because Howl winning the PEC Spring of 2023 kind of solidified them the entire way through the year regardless, whereas this time it's a little bit more up in the air. So to have at least the stability of coming into this and knowing that regardless of what happens, you're gonna have the backing and be able to practice comfortably, because typically in regions like MEA, there is a lot of roster shuffles. There's a lot of instability within the core rosters, and maybe this just gives them a little bit more time to develop and play as a team that we know they're capable of. It's a roster that includes Global Army, who is currently in this tournament playing for August, so he is technically going to be considered a stand-in, so they're not getting rid of Celtic for today, and if they make it to next week, not for next week either. But at the very least, it does have half of Howl and half of Sarvum, the two MEA teams that last year performed the best. And so it's a very good sign for Para Esports, and they've picked up a very, very solid roster, and we're excited to see what they can do today.
We're excited to see what they can do today, as well as the other teams that are on your screen right now, because these are the teams fighting it out in the last chance qualifiers. We've obviously mentioned FaZe, we've mentioned Foot Esports, Jordan, but there is a lot of other teams in this lobby that have the potential to cause an upset. Who are you going to be keeping your eyes on?
Yeah, there's a few. I mean, there's definitely a few teams that I think are worth keeping an eye on. Win or Die, certainly a team that I think we should be keeping a little bit of a look on. Obviously, they performed quite well in Protality. They didn't do so well last week, but they've shown at least the ability to kind of be able to tussle at this level of competition and do it to quite some degree of success. Another one for me would probably be Entropic. They had a reasonable week last week, but they were kind of, again, one of those teams that was kind of just sitting on the precipice, and had they had, maybe an extra 10 points in one day or on both days, they might have actually been able to go over the line and make it into like 7th or 8th or something like that. And so they only narrowly missed out, but they've actually, I thought, been pretty consistent over the last little while within the region. So they're another one that I think should be kind of keeping an eye on. And so outside of FaZe Foot, as you say, we've already mentioned, probably for me, Win or Die, Entropic. And I think you could probably throw in BBL as well for me, fairly obviously experienced roster with a lot of names that, we love to see performing. And they've been a little bit slow, I guess, last week, but hopefully be able to bounce back today.
Yeah. Well, BBL is actually an interesting one because we've just talked about roster, or not so much roster changes, but organization changes in MEA. BBL have made a change coming into this week as well. They've dropped Thunderlost from their active roster and brought in Voldemort. So they have made a change coming into this, and they are one of the 3 teams who made it into the last chance qualifiers. They failed to make it to the grand finals, but one of 3 teams that in the group stage picked up a winner chicken dinner, but it did not turn out to be enough. It's themselves, Win or Die, who, Jordan, you've already touched on very, very correctly, I've got to say, and any trolls in chat are the 3 teams who were able to pick up a win in the group stage, but still not quite enough to make it through to the top 8. So definitely going to be keeping an eye on them to see if they can replicate that success.
I love that. So I was busy checking my notes while you were talking, because I was like, oh, we should talk about which of these teams won during the group stages, and you did it for me. It's like you read my mind.
I've read your notes.
So impressive, so impressive. The schedule obviously up there, you can see what's going to happen. 6 games today, and we are starting on Erangel. How do you think that this is going to play out, Saga?
I would say for Erangel, if I check my notes very quickly, there's a couple of teams that were heavily favored on Erangel in terms of points. The most egregious of them being Entropic. They picked up 37 of their overall 64 points in the group stages on Erangel, and a large part of that was due to a couple of favorable zones, but they also had favorable zones on Miramar. There was a lot of southwestern circles, and it was Ascend that profited heavily, and there's a reason why they qualified in the position that they did through the group stages. Entropic not quite capitalizing to the same extent, so hopefully they can get that ball rolling a little bit earlier on Erangel. But that is a point of concern for Win or Die, because despite the fact that they were in 10th place, they only missed out by a couple of points all in all. Of the 4 Miramar or the 4 Erangel games that they played, 20 points on the board, not the worst, but Miramar in particular, only 2 points from those 4. So hopefully they're going to be able to start on a map that favors them a little bit more, and then build up some momentum when it gets to that map that was just unsuccessful throughout the group stage.
The name keeps popping up, Entropic. I mean, Jordan, they obviously got this new lineup at the start of the year. What do you think of what you've seen of all new Entropic so far?
Yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of what I've seen. I think for me, Grandies is someone that has been able to pop off individually quite a lot. So that's been obviously quite valuable, obviously, for them coming into these kinds of tournaments. And again, like you say, it's still a relatively new roster. been formed in 2024, so still kind of finding their feet, putting things together. And, I think for me, it's just a case of we are only 3 months into the year, right? This is still kind of early days. The fact that you have already seen sort of these signs of life with that 4th place in Brutality. Yes, again, it slowed down a little bit last week, but the evidence is there to show that they should be at least one of those teams that we will be really keeping an eye on. And the longer you give them, the more comfortable they get as a roster, the better things are going to look. So it might not necessarily come together today, or potentially if they make it through to next week, it might not come together next week, but you give them a bit of a lead time, 6 months, 12 months going into PGC. Obviously, it's not quite 12 months, you know what I mean, right? But give them the whole year to sort of play things out. I think they're going to be in a good spot. I've got quite a bit of faith in this roster. I think they've got, the pieces of the puzzle that they need to kind of make it work.
We're feeling lovely and wholesome, so let's change that up because it's not working for me. What the hell is going on with FaZe, Jordan?
Wow, I mean, that's a big question mark, isn't it? And that's kind of one of those things where it's like, what really is the answer to this? Like, sometimes teams just have a bad week. That's kind of what I want to go with at this point in time. Like, I'm not going to necessarily always be that guy that's like, these guys are just bad. I don't think they're a bad team. I don't think they're bad players or anything like that. I think sometimes things just don't go the way that you want them to. And no matter what you try over the course of 6 or 12 games or whatever it may be, it just doesn't end up coming together. And I think that's where I want to sort of sit with this one for FaZe. Obviously, we have to see how things go today. But like I said earlier on, going into this lobby, it should be a little bit easier for them. It should be a little bit more comfortable. There's a lot of weaker teams, quote unquote, weaker teams, in theory, that they should be able to roll over a little bit easier and a lot of engagements and stuff like that. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt going into today. If they don't perform today, that's where you really do start to get a little bit concerned. But obviously they're a quality squad, so I don't want to go in too hard based on just a couple of days of underperformance. Let's just say.
Thank you. You've given me the perfect opportunity to use my corporate speak of we'll circle back to that after the first game. We have spoken a lot on the desk. We've told you what's coming. So I think now it is time to get into game. New names, same faces. Kale and Cabbage are ready to get going.
Unreal. Finally, the champs are back in PEC, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just put down my championship, of course, here from all of my PUBG escapades. Toby, it's time. We're into the games.
We are.
It's time to go.
We're definitely up. Couldn't be more happy to be here. Glad that we have some of the top teams down here in the last chance qualifier. Because what would it be like if it was only the lesser teams who were here? We want all of them. We want a bit of everything, a bit of all the type of spice to mix in for a phenomenal last chance qualifier.
No, definitely. I'm excited. I am very excited. These teams, of course, I think one thing that Saga brought up is very important and very poignant here is that there is a mix-up in MEA to start things off, right? It really felt kind of solidified at the start of 2023, especially with how we're playing. But now there is all the opportunity in the world. I don't know how I can personally survive, Toby, with the fact that we have Global Army and Baron Peak on different teams. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to cope.
It's definitely not something that James likes, but we'll see. We'll see if maybe you'll adjust over time. There was also a long period where Tornado Energy was your team. All of a sudden, that roster didn't exist anymore, and you were like, But now, we'll adapt. We'll adapt just like everyone else in PUBG likes to adapt too. I will talk over one thing though. I love what the desk brought up in terms of FaZe, and then they'll bounce back and everything. I will add this to it and say, the times where I've seen FaZe struggle the most is up against, let's call it question mark, not the team, but kind of circumstances in terms of them not knowing everything they're up against. They used to play better against teams they can predict, against teams they know what like to do. And in this particular case, I don't want to go as far as to say I'm worried for them, but I think this could actually, if they don't get things together, as Jordan mentioned as well on the desk, if they don't get things together right from the get-go here with just 12 games to play, this could be dangerous territory.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Because you think about how they were playing in Brutality. Of course, that was a very different scenario. They had Sparking kind of sitting in for them. And man, he was so much fun to watch on that team with the performances he was able to rack up for that team. Now they're kind of back to the old ways. Come the end of 2023, with this roster, they looked fantastic. They looked like they were kind of on the cusp of attaining back that FaZe name that they had in previous years. But anyway, let's get to it. It is the first game here of the last chance as we have our 16 teams dropping in, good to go. We're in Erangel to get things going, Toby. It's been 6 months since I've been on a PUBG Esports broadcast, mate.
Such a long time for me as well. And the worst thing here is, if you fluke over the course of this weekend, you're out for another 3. You're going to be out for another 3 months. You're going to be out until the Esports World Cup qualifiers, which we don't even know when it's going to be yet. So good luck, mates. You're going to probably need it because there's only so many spots up for grabs here, and you do not want to miss this plane to the grand finals.
No, you do not. And when we take a look at how things shape up for this lobby right now, something that I'm looking at is that potential conflict between kind of, that farm road from all the way from farm to Pachinki to get these drops going early in these Erangel games. Already we're seeing a little bit of close drops, but not too much conflict just yet to get things rolling. So I'm scared for that area, but it seems like things are going to be a bit calmer as everyone's kind of getting settled.
Yeah, should be pretty problem-free. The most pretty much center circle we could throw at the players. So a straightforward playing path. Yes, a little eastern scoot, but a very easy circle to work with for effectively everyone. Only one team down. A military should be easy enough for them to rotate, of course, depending on what FaZe opts to do. We have seen a lot of times in these circles that are very near FaZe that they go, we could go center. We could try and claim some real estate early on, but we could also just make life living hell for every team around us. And they like to do these things in the beginning of new stages. Whenever the whenever the lobbies are kind of shaken up a bit and new teams get added or removed here and there, they like to spend the first couple of games doing these camps, doing these different kind of traps on teams, because they only have to do it one time for the other team to now think about it every time they start a rotation on that map, right? So I wouldn't be too surprised to see maybe FaZe, even though right now they have easy access to the circle, say, no, we'll bridge camp. We'll sit in Milta, wait for a team to come by, because if they do, we know that from here on out, we don't have to worry about them ever again.
And there is opportunity for FaZe. I mean, obviously having that Milta position. Obviously, Milta was reworked a little bit ago now, but it's just a better location in its current reworked form. So FaZe have got to be happy with that. Not only, it also allows teams to kind of approach it a little bit easier as well, because those fields north of Milta were significantly reworked, which makes things a bit easier in that regard. But you're right. I mean, FaZe is a team that can kind of exploit that. But speaking of traps and things like that, we were previously just looking at Foot. They're coming in from kind of a further away side for this circle, obviously all the way up towards Kameshki. It's not exactly the most easiest of approaches for a game like this, because you're expecting suddenly school, apartments, all of these places to become quite kind of hotbeds almost of activity, because a lot of these teams will want to center up pretty early. I think we're going to see them be very, very swift about the movements. I mean, we're already seeing it here from that farm road that I was explaining earlier. Yeah,
and FaZe actually are opting to go send up this time around, maybe knowing what's at stake, knowing that oftentimes having a somewhat send-up position locked down early on can be the better play. Maybe that's the decision, or the reason for the decision being made here. But as I say that, you talked about the early rotation from Baldinini. Yeah. Well, it paid off for them because they got there literally 3 seconds before Gustav, just in time to take him out.
Yep. Great stuff. Great stuff to kind of take that and exploit the potential of everybody trying to move in as early as they possibly can into the center. So FaZe already with a wound. That means they'll fall back to some of those compounds along the road that's just north of Milta by the looks of things, and maybe try and wiggle their way in from shelter location. But it definitely puts a boot in early against what could have been a quicker, maybe central position. They just kind of run up against a team that's just a little bit closer from the get-go.
It's a combination of two things, right? One thing being FaZe going early, and arguably as early as you could expect a multi-team to go here, because whenever you go center in these sort of circles, you only go earlier than this if you know there's something to continue. Like, you can take half the loot that you need and then go center, because then you know you'll finish looting where you're going. FaZe weren't aiming to go towards apartments, school, anything that would be able to give them more loot. No, they would be sitting in that exact position in the one plank building there, and it's just, I mean, it's just not oftentimes that you see a team like Baldinini try and claim that position that early on. So FaZe caught off guard a bit. Again, as I said, coming into the game, they usually don't thrive the best when they're up against opponents who they don't have all the intel on, and this was a pretty good example of just that.
And one thing that is rough about having a circle like this from the very start of a tournament is that I would argue, in terms of PUBG Esports, in terms of competitive PUBG, whilst we already have mortars at 5 minutes 20... Hello? Well, okay, right, that's fine. But this might be some of the most studied, most well-trained, most kind of foot-trodden location in all of PUBG Esports, right? Central on Erangel. Everybody knows where they want to be, what lines of sight that they're going to have across from all of these locations. So it becomes what effectively, even for a lobby like this, which isn't exactly the very tip top of EMEA because we already have 8 teams in that final, it still becomes a hyper competitive lobby with a circle like this to start.
Definitely. If you just look at this overview position here, have all the players on your screens and the amount of experience that we know they have between them. 3 teams located, ATC, Oculus, and Entropic, at dead center. Teams that we've seen, again, in EMEA PUBG for a very, very long time. And everyone here trying to stand up. And you talked Foot earlier, how it would be hard for them to get into good position. Well, the thing is, with Foot, they like to play edge. They're never in a hurry. And then whenever they get the circle that kind of suits their needs, they'll try and send it forward. They know how much space they have right now. They know that everyone is trying to get something centered down here because there really ain't a whole lot to grab. So if you want to get something, you got to get there early. Foot don't mind being late to this party. The only issue for them would be if these circles continue to go in and around the school area, because then at some point they would have to just say, you know what, YOLO, let's go apartments, see what happens. And that's normally where they then fall apart. But expect Foot to sit on the edge of the circle pretty much regardless of where it goes, at least for the next 2-3 circles.
Yeah, they've been hot and cold in some of those positions sometimes as well. I mean, that's a very wishy-washy statement to make, but like if you think about sometimes in international play or even regional play, they've looked absolutely amazing of Foot, but then sometimes they've just kind of fallen off a cliff and not really been able to do much with it. What is important though is guys like Beamy, in terms of this lobby, in terms of who played in the groups but wasn't able to get into those top 8, Beamy is the guy that was able to do the most damage, and we see that a lot from him. Like, he is constantly able to put out the damage and really make impactful plays for this team. But, I mean, Foot in general, they have their standout moments, just not top 8 standout moments from the previous stage.
I feel like one of the things that I see Foot struggle the most with, and that's, of course, the most annoying thing to struggle with because it's out of your hands, is playing circles that don't favor you. That's the thing. It's the thing that goes against all edge teams. What do you do when the circle just never swings back to you? What do you do when you're forced to stay on the edge all the time and just get tough circle after tough circle after tough circle? And sometimes I feel like the circles just get too tough for them, or they don't come up with a plan to maneuver accordingly. Ooh. But having said that, slowly maneuvering their way forward, one target at a time, and this time around it's the young Danes that fall forward.
Yeah, 8-2, the one with the MK14 to be able to get that T-Bone being able to contribute as well, but already finding themselves a potential pick, and then the cavalry's coming in to be able to get that clean up there against the young Danes, which for the young Danes, I mean, they've had a really good couple of months, right? I mean, of course, it was off the back of Protality and having Pixel there along for it. Unfortunately, you can't quite drag him into this tournament because of PAS, but the fact that, you know, they still have some potential there. They really didn't show it in the previous stage. So losing one early here as well, that's not going to do much for their mental game. Nope. They need to fortify now.
Also, especially when you are out on the edge alongside Foot. I mean, they had plenty of room to maneuver, but Foot against Knock-In took real estate where they wanted to, and that's dangerous when you're an edge team that likes to play it slow, likes to spread out, get some more intel, kind of the Ascent type playstyle, just spreading out and see what happens according to where the circle's going to take you. And then you have a team like Foot, all the way back to the heroic days, where this type of roster would just hunt people on the edge because they know they're scattered. So stay fall together, don't spread out too wide, stay fall together and hunt the solos out in the open. And that just really makes it hard as an edge team to kind of benefit from what normally like what the reward of playing edge normally is when you have a team that plays aggressive on the edge like Foot likes to do.
Well, we will see now. As you can see, everybody is very, very centered up, and we will not have too much movement for now, which again, it does surprise me that FaZe is the one to first lose a player, considering kind of the makeup of the circle, the playing path. So it was a little, I would say, they underestimated the speed of the lobby to lose one as early as they did. They've got an okay spot, but it's not the greatest at the moment.
Also, I mean, for a team like Baldinini, where they ended up going, normally that team would stop one step shorter, right? They'd stop up on Potato, go, we shouldn't get greedy here. Let's just take this position and settle. Nope. Teams, they'll get everything, like grasp at everything they can. But now, Circle, well, send us up once more. We're still a bit of the northern side in. Could be fun to see a northern hard shift up towards where Foot is currently playing if all chaos wants to unfold. Until then, I think right now, apps are pretty good real estate.
Yeah, Win or Die needs to make sure that they take these shots quickly against FaZe. You can see them on the right-hand side there, unless like there was the potential that a rock-up could have happened against a solo player or a duo there from Win or Die. So good covering fire to make sure that FaZe did not rock up against them. August, though, is heading into school to try and make this a three-way party, but Static already takes him down from any trolls in chat.
This is an interesting call coming through from August, because as you said, I mean, they've been sat on that hillside for a long time. They haven't full info that there's two teams here. Thought, though, maybe that they were going to suppress one another once they pushed them through. Not the case now for FaZe Clan, trying to take the fight to pair and will find the first. Schofield falls early.
Such an accelerated game state. With a circle like this, everyone was already very center. We're getting big fights early, just past the 10-minute mark here, because everyone knows these prime real estate spots have to be taken soon. Otherwise, they are going to be gone very quickly. It is extremely competitive to try and find some property here at the moment.
And that's exactly it, right? Because, yes, we talk about prime real estate, but normally you have kind of your B tier, your C tier positions too, but those just don't really exist in this area of the map. And we can add to it that we have a third of the map north of Rostock or north of the river that no one is on. Everyone is gambling on this, and for good reason, going down towards the south of the Rostock River. We'll see now, though, if they get rewarded. Hawkey, headshot it, has to back off, and instantly spotted by Global Army as well.
It's quite an aggressive school kind of attack here at the moment, because usually a lot of these fights stalemate here, but Johnny gonna have to move on around, gets a little bit out of position. Great little switch seat move there to be able to find himself some cover. Very quick, rapid, because he knows that there's so many lines of sight potentially coming from apartments, despite, of course, now they have some of those as well, but they still know that Broken Bones are in there, ready to look at them.
And not only is it bad for the teams that have kind of come in here to realize that there's many teams here already, but for Entropic as well, I thought they were going to group up earlier. They were trying to maintain a 2-2 split with apartments and school together. Now Grindy's does get enough, but they've already lost Hawkey. So how in the world does Gianni manage to get back to Deadrix and Grindy? There should be no reason for them to leave apartments, but defending apartments on your own as two there is not going to be good either. So this game plan that could have really made for an amazing game for Entropic, now we're already looking at a situation where how the hell did they even make top 8?
Yeah, it could become even more of a focal point as the game goes on, right? Like, if we get the circles just constantly bearing down there, then it becomes even more difficult to actually defend. But Belnini actually were able to pick off Bibin in the distance, so he will fall. We're seeing even mortar shots still raining down on these locations, as well as Panzer in the hands of Gianni. What is he going to be able to get here? If he actually is managed to fire that through the window and get something, I'd be impressed. You've got to be very careful about how you fire the Panzer in these kind of closed areas.
You'd imagine that he has to get away from the issue is the vehicles, as you can see, all of them are blown up already. So running across on foot to apartments now, knowing how many teams are here, it's just not viable. Maybe see if you can get a point or two. Is he actually going to try and drive out of here? With both back tires popped, there's no way. There's no way he's going for that play.
He's so stuck. He's trying his very best. Trying to throw down a few more smokes here from the smoke launcher. I feel like he's going to try.
He's going to die. Oh,
Nade!
That works too.
Perfect.
That works too. But as you can see, I mean, that's the issue, right? Peek out and you're instantly taken down. All of the teams around you are in perfect position. Circle, though, up towards the north we go. This one is a full-on 50-50, and with the water-lamp ratio, I mean, the way it works these days, I have no way of knowing where this next one is taking us.
Yeah, this is brutal. A lot of those teams, in my mind, in the south should probably just kind of try and rotate as wide as possible, as fast as possible. That's what we're seeing some of them do here, but still this fight is going on in school at the moment. Any trolls in chat trying to clear it up. Orglus, who crashed into this, actually gets fully cleaned up by any trolls in chat. Great stuff by them to hold off. Only losing double, getting up Marsalek. It's not bad, but now you've got to be thinking about your next moves. Where do you go from here because of this wild circle shift?
I mean, Foot, usually a team that doesn't get circles in these sort of situations, but they were blessed with one here. They knew that they were the last team to cross down towards the south. You can see that they're instantly back in vehicles up towards the north. Issue is, again, I can confirm for you that this next one is going to go north. So far, it's only 3 of these teams that have committed towards the northern side because they know that there's free real estate there. It's all the teams that were far down south hoping that their one compound was going to get the better circle. Issue is they didn't. And now, for both Win or Die, for Howl out on the eastern side, and no tag team as well, they have to try and see if they can find some real estate up north.
I mean, Foot has to be laughing, right? Like,
definitely,
considering where they were coming in from, considering where they now find themselves, and all these teams trying to go forward. No tag team Gonna have to wiggle around against that here, but win or die. Unfortunately, Gedrox will end up falling on the north side of that. They're not recovering him, so they're gonna have to go on their own merry way. But they're stuck on the bridge now. There's gonna be teams that are gonna be kind of funneling people through there. Para has already found themselves over towards the compound just before gas station, so they've got a decent linchpin to be able to hold on. There's even teams rotating north of Yasnaya to try and get in here.
Everyone is wanting a piece of the north side real estate here, hoping, of course, that the circle does swing in this direction. But for Foot, seeing all these teams wrap around them, this is perfect. They came out of Rostock. They should. I mean, obviously, right now, they're not focusing Rostock, but you can see where Vard is parking his car. He's ready for the southern shift. He's ready to go back into the city if need be. They can still hear cars moving around in Rostock, should they be, which they aren't right now. So I think Vard has a pretty clear call. That is, if the circle swings south, you're instantly, almost actually before the circle even pops, get in the car, get ready to go, because we need to be able to get back across the river before hell breaks loose down there too.
Fairy Tales looking towards Howl, actually just driving around here and seeing what they can spot, but Brightside's going to be taking a lot of damage because of it. The chase is still on here, going so low. They need some supporting fire. Zubila was doing a lot in the previous round, and he's going to continue doing so here. Quepa goes down. Code Marco does find the trade, though, and a second one as April falls. Code Marco putting in work. I love the addition for Code Marco to Howl. I think he's a great addition. Hopefully, this is going to be able to do a lot of damage in the future, but Quepa's down at the moment, so they're going to need to somehow recover him.
I mean, he is a phenomenal player, and I mean, he's just a highlight reel on repeat. We'll see now if this circle does stay up in the north. If it goes south, it swings back down again.
No way.
You're kidding me. It swings back towards the south. All this for nothing. And look at the north now. All these teams out in the open. All of them knocked, having to somehow come back across the bridge.
How? I feel so bad for this lobby already. What? Okay, so, well, yeah, BBL and Young Danes, good for you guys, but this has been an absolute gamble and a half from these teams. I suppose the best gamble would have been be near the river. Try and make something happen from that. You're already seeing Foot moving across that river as fast as they possibly can into Rozhok. That's at least going to give them a bit of purchase on this circle as time goes on. But Fairy Tail also moving. Schiller trying to hold on off. BBL's compound is high priority. We're going to see big breaches into here to try and get it done. But Para is not having it. They're not going to be able to do it. Lazar and Touch of God go down.
Immense hole by them. They're split off into 2-2 positions. They need to get it working. The issue is Iroh, though. Now here, falling down. Voldemort's match comes around, but Baron Peak finds one more. Finally, though, able to get it done. They need to instantly get these reses up. You see Face Clan nearby. Right now, it's just them. But if other people get an idea that they're wounded players in this compound, they've given up the garden compound itself completely. If anyone catches the idea that there's space to go for here, they're going to get crashed again before they're ready to reset.
I was surprised a little bit that nobody tried to kind of capitalize on some of the knocks that happen here, but at the same time, if you're FaZe at the bridge, for example, trying to get from just the bridge to this compound alone, the lines of sight for other teams to try and take you down is still very open, so you can't really capitalize on those knocks. So, they will recover. That's great for them. Under the bridge is not a bad spot, though, to be honest with you, in a circle like this.
And keep in mind, this circle can go north again. I mean, we have already gone away from what was supposed to be the let's eliminate water shift in phase 4, right? So we can literally go anywhere here. Win or die, having to fight their way into the circle. They've been running shoulder to shoulder with No Tag Team for a while now, spotting one more. That's O'Connell further down, but not able to find the knock. Now, on the other side, it's going to be Layers taken down by Screams.
Yeah, it's getting a bit hectic on this side. You'll be able to find yourself a point in this woods, but once you do, only one team can really survive in here for a little bit of time, as No Tag Team still putting in some damage against Hello My Bad. Now it is all up to Extents to try and make this work. He might lay low for a little bit here, because the two on the outside for No Tag Team, they're not getting up. It's the people that are ahead of him are people that aren't really looking towards his spot right now, so he can live for a little bit longer.
Make yourself as small as you possibly can and hope that no one's eyeing you. Issue is as soon as they peek around. That's what we were talking about before. BBL has been given the time to reset. They have set Voldemort back into the garage building on the southern side of the compound. They have the space needed now to maintain control. Of course, just waiting for the next circle to pop. So for No Tag, you just got to prone it out and hope that Win or Die doesn't become more of a burden.
Yeah, the BBL lines of sight against all of that angle. Good luck. And we shift down in towards where BBL is. Still a little bit of the river exists on this, but Young Danes also. Despite losing one early on to Foot, after kind of both teams have meandered towards similar locations because of their initial entry points towards these circles anyway, they're still sitting okay. They're going to have to just make sure that they can hold off that west side if they can, or if they hold off crashes from their south side, these are going to be the big focus points they need to rely on.
Hal trying to maneuver the way down towards the south. Well, first hurdle dealt with. It's kind of a fun butterfly effect scenario we have here. We saw all the fights happening in school and apartments early on. They happen, and now there's no one fighting Rostock. Rostock normally would be prime fighting real estate, as we see no tag team try and make their way to safety, but of course, Correxy well aware of it. Issue is Fex and James. Oh, sorry, Fex and Gustav has fallen already. So, O'Connell, well, you're alone here, mate.
You can't blame his play, though, right?
Oh no, that's the only thing you can do.
Yeah, in terms of how open it was against BBL, that's not really a decent option. A nice nade comes in, though, but it's not going to go far enough. Wait, did it actually? It did a lot of damage. Excuse me.
And
but the shot's coming in from Mixon on the other side. Never mind.
Too many lines of sight in that direction. But no, again, just to quickly, I finish the point. There's only Foot in Rostock right now. Normally, Rostock would be all kinds of explosions and chaos going on. Screams with an angle now as well. That's a nice off angle all the way from the side. As he finds Correxy, he will be found in return, though. Good return from James, but that's going to allow for Howl to maneuver further down. They know there are people under the bridge, and a 3v1, this is going to be very hard for teams because they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, they also need to be really aggressive on this too, Howl. So I like what they're doing. I like the speed at which they're approaching this. Code Marco, once again, 4 kills on him. And that was picture perfect from them. They rocked up fast. They got this done fast.
And I feel like that's what Howl has been needed. This spearhead, the player to say, I dare do this. The odds might be against us, but I am going to go out and make a play here. In the meantime, again, BBL, they got their reset, and now they're hitting their shots, finding the double. Baldanini trying to cross on over, but too little, too late.
How many more moves can they make from here, though? That is the question. It will be difficult to try and make these extra traversals. You're hoping that a lot of the shots from, like, for example, BBL up towards Howl, that is going to be where they're preoccupied. Young Danes against Foot, that's where they're preoccupied. Newgate is still down, lurking in the wings. It's just a little bit difficult to start crossing this road and finding yourself a strong position. So they're going to try and take down maybe Baldanini's position here and see what they can make happen.
Oh. Gotta hold your ground. Gotta sit strong. You know you have Foot on your western side, hoping that the circle comes to you so you don't have to fight them. Because Foot, more than anyone, loves a good third-party opportunity. So if they have to make a move here, it's going to be incredibly hard to try and hold out against a team like Foot, who I guess, like with everyone, knows exactly what's at stake. But I feel like Foot, in their 2023 season, being so close to so many global events and just exactly missing out, they really want the better part of this. And here it's going to come. Foot is going to have to fight their way through Young Danes.
I'm so scared for Mixon. He has to be somehow bailing out from the position that he's in. Yeah, he's already on the move. Baldanini here as well is able to go down there, gone in 7th place here. Still 6 teams alive, trying to get things going. Entropic down at the bottom somehow still existing in this game. But Mixon's fallback, absolutely perfect. It had to happen. You cannot sit around there with the potential pressure Foot is going to put on you because that's their only entry point where they want to go that would be safe for them for the next circle.
Had they not known that he was there, then maybe there was a play to make where you could surprise them with a shotgun or something like that, but they knew. He had already fired, he had already done damage towards the bridge area. Might as well back off, play together, as I said before, and then hope that your utility can get the better part of kills before you have to make a play yourself. In the meantime now, we're seeing Detrix from miles out of the blue do damage, but it's not going to find enough. Newgate will stay alive. Smash actually off of this, not coming through, has opted to push out a little bit further, and I like this play. You don't want to allow for a team to get a foot in. We saw Iroh and Voldemort before really suppress hard, but having one up close now as well, maybe just lob a flash or a nade over to try and force them to play further towards Young Danes. If you can set yourself up for a third-party opportunity here for BBL and not get kind of caught inside the compound, that's perfect. Again, he does exactly it. Up, throw one nade, back off. Now they have to respect this angle. Now they have to assume that Smash is on that tree until they go and clear it themselves.
Yeah, it's a great flex out. As long as you can make sure you're not being shot from, I would say, the far west side of like where Young Danes is, where Foot is. As long as they don't have lines of sight on you, why not? Why not apply that pressure to the team that is probably most likely to be then hitting you down the line here? But I think Newgate still has a car or two maybe available to them.
Yeah, they do.
I can see them driving now. But they've had one knocked and unfortunately go down to the blue. But we have mortars on the way.
Why not? I mean, there's catch one rotating. If you get a knock, you know there's one coming into the rest. They go for the roof as well, but shooting 19 miles too far. Gotta adjust that a little bit. I don't know exactly what they're hoping to hit here, but there you go. We're closing in. And off of that, of course, Voldemort and I were instantly going inside the building. Perfect play. And now Smash out again. They have to kind of keep the mirage of them having a player close up at all times.
That was so far away that I think that they feel very pressured, right? Like that was so off the mark that was just a Hail Mary hoping that something was going to happen in a very, very quick spurt of energy, but not to be the case. Beamy here now opening up onto Young Danes. He has done huge work in the previous stage, but as I say, not able to qualify for that top 8. And now can he do even more? Anonymous goes down as well fully. So Young Danes is being pinched and pinched hard.
I think the flushes here for Foot is not really the most important thing. They're just going to clear out the location. You're gone down now as well. They spot the last inside. Perfect execution on the side of Foot in that push on through. Coming in, doing it fast, and not taking any casualties in the push on through. It was a 4v3. It wasn't given, but they dealt with it very, very schematically.
Love that Voldemort's trying to go for that spray underneath the car as well. Couldn't quite see exactly their opponents, but knows that there is a potential vulnerability there. Dave goes across into the smokes. Doesn't quite connect. Flatobi is going to have a lot of pressure against him. These teams are pinching them as well. Newgate is going to be shut soon.
And this is just Foot in prime real estate. I mean, being able to sweep edges, being able to play with full control, this is exactly what they want. And look at the amount of space they made for themselves. Issue for them now is Circle has gone away from them once more. And what was a building-to-building fight is now a building-to out in the open. So now what they can try and do from outside the Circle is somehow force Howl and BBL into each other. Issue is they're both inside the Circle. They can literally just sit around, do absolutely nothing, and wait for Foot to have to reveal their position.
Well, any EMEA fans in the chat, because we've got ourselves BBL, Foot and Howl now facing off against one another. We opened up the day saying that it is going to be an extremely open region.
Oh, yeah.
For an opportunity to try and strike out eventually PGC, probably, because we have such now a spread of these players moving from squad to squad. And we have ourselves Howl and BBL looking for just an opportunity. Foot lurking on the wings, but no team really wants to have to move into the middle. If I give anybody a little bit of favor, BBL has one building slightly closer towards the middle, so they can use that as their linchpin. Howl can try and use some of this coastline when Foot has to move. You can't. There is a line of sight for Foot to be able to see onto some of this, but so you've got to wait for them to be able to try and actually get it for Howl.
For Foot right now, they're just saying, please just have one of the other teams be outside the Circle. We don't want to be the only ones that have to make a move. Don't go like hard east on this one. Just you can go south, you can go north. Just do not go hard east, because then as long as they can sit where they are and just wait for Foot to make a play, they're probably done for, because they're going to be the ones who have to cause the fight. They're going to be guaranteed to get third parties, and unless if they put up a perfect pull-up, just instantly wipe a team and then ready themselves for the fight on the next, it's going to be practically impossible to make something happen. Another issue here, do not get knocked, because your time right now with the Circle closing in, you have to get the rest, you have to get healed up, you have to put down your smokes and make a move. You cannot risk losing players, but look at where they are. I mean, there's only so many places they can be, so even with smokes deployed, Howl can just sit back safely, shoot through the smokes, and find these knocks.
Yeah, this is rough for Foot at the moment. I would love if BBL had a late game mortar, because when it gets down to, like, if you get down to these late game circles and you have decent cover, a la the house that I was mentioning about them, like, you have free reign and free opportunity to be able to hit big shots on teams as they're moving forward. I mean, that remains to be seen if they have it or not. Doesn't look like it is the case at the moment here. But Howl's definitely done enough in this game. Like, they're still putting on pressure, and they took out FaZe. Code Marco keeps popping.
Yeah, I was just going to say, what are the options here? What can they do? And the only play really is to go down south, or go down towards the shoreline. I mean, they have to try and make a play here. Vart falls again. Didn't get a chance to heal up in time. Oh, no, T-Bone gets out of the car, but gets out of the car a bit too soon. Taken down by it now. Nate's not gone over. Let's see if they can find anything here at all.
I get why they've done it. Beamy charging up a nade as well, going for it, but the man will come around the corner here, clean up 80 as well as Cole Marco getting Beamy. They are done, but now BBL here is going to put on some pressure against this position. Move out, flex out towards some of these trees, try and pin them up against the river to shut them down effectively, because BBL should still have a good amount of control for the moment.
I feel like BBL got caught a bit by surprise here. You can see Voldemort forced to prone down. This fight ended much faster than I think BBL expected. They were pushing out. Smash was kind of repositioning the vehicle there for a little bit. They wanted to get into a perfect position to then make a play, but then they go, wait. They already got all of them, and they didn't get a single player knocked. Now we have to back off. So a smart readjustment from BBL to say, yeah, you know what? We were trying to take the center while you were fighting, but now you're done, and we don't want to be caught in the open. So let's back off. Let's let our smokes make the workforce. You can see all the smokes they threw before already fading out now. Now it's going to be an even fight. We do have a 4v3 advantage for BBL, but it's going to be even once more. 7 kills for Code Marco.
Little desk pop there from Code Marco, but yeah, I mean, overall 10 kills, right? Like, they have been putting in so much work. They've got these rocks to work with, and it's not been easy by any stretch of the imagination. Wrestling the bridge away from FaZe was super important for them, but now BBL, I can't help but feel they let the pedal off the gas a little bit. I do wonder how much utility they went into this fight with, because if you were a team that kind of had this compound for so long and saw that third party was happening, I would just kind of move up onto the high ground and just lob a load of nades over there. But that wasn't quite what materialized in this.
I think what you do, I was just going to say, what you do is smoke them off. You know, they only have that bridge to work with. That was exactly what they're doing now. Smoke them off to allow yourself to make a play forward. They have to use nades. They have to actively push through the smokes. Just set up a wall of smokes for them to have to push through. Really, really smart understanding of the situation here from BPL as Iroh is able to find Bruin.
Yeah, big move from Iroh, moving out to that crate that actually provides artificial cover compared to what is normally in this circle. So it's given him a really great angle to hold Howl while the rest could effectively sweep in and try and deal with them. Schiller, a double nade on it as well. Ruin already goes down. The Mad is gone, and that is BBL cleaning up here. Code Marco, you've done a lot this game, but I don't know if you can pull this off.
1v4 against former teammates. We'll see if magic can indeed happen. If there's a player from EMEA to do it, it would be him, but nah, prone it down. Concede this one. No reason to give 3 points over. Maybe find yourself a knock on the edge. Nope, not gonna happen. The blue is gonna do it for him. 9 kills for BBL. What a game.
Oh, it feels good to be back, man. That was awesome to see BBL being able to take that as well. Again, we had some question marks revolving around how this team might work. We were talking about before, Toby, you were pointing out that technically this team, it's been a bit of a rocky road for this team as a whole. So this is a great start for them.
A lot of potential and indeed a great start for them. And a team who, I mean, yes, sure, the circles ended up coming to them, but there was a brief period where it went up towards the north and they weren't quite sure what to do about it, but they held their fort down. They killed any opposition that came in and claimed the win in the end. So good game for BBL to kick off the day.
Rough circles, but we see the teams prevail in the end. All right, time to head on back over to the desk with Sam, Elfish, and Saga.
So the boys mentioned it there. I'll touch on it again. Last year at BBL, they got this like star-studded roster and they failed miserably. They changed that up again. At the beginning of this year, I was expecting big things from them in the group stages. Unfortunately, not enough. We found them here in the last chance qualifier, but they were one of the teams that actually won a game in the group stages, like Saga said. And now today, they've come out and they have looked so incredibly impressive, Saga. The way they used utility there to claim that victory at the end, nicely done by them.
Yeah, let's not pretend that they didn't have a little bit of assistance from the circle, but BBL historically has been a team that has taken those priority positions, those opportunities, and just yeeted them out the window as they full send into a compound for no real reason. So it's really good to see. And I'm pretty certain that this is the impact of Iroh coming into the team. We spoke a little bit about them in the group stage, where having that player who has that international experience, playing on an EU roster for a long time, he kind of understands the necessities of the game on a different level to what is typical of the MEA region teams, and it's pretty clear to see the influence. Where they have success, it's when Iroh is the one who is holding back, anchoring, while the rest of the team push forward and get aggressive, because that's what players like Smash and Schiller are good at. And particularly when it comes down to the grenades, they had very limited utility at the end of that game, but they landed it in the perfect spots.
Yeah, I mean, I thought BBL played really well. The thing is, obviously, the zone sort of shifted in their direction. It was a very messy game. I felt like, just generally speaking, for BBL, the game was almost a little bit easier for them than it was for the vast majority of other teams, because you saw other teams having to go north, south, north, south, north, south. And then eventually, you know, once it gets that chaotic, you kind of just run out of options. Maybe similar to, for example, FaZe. They just get stuck under that bridge. Teams are still rotating in behind them. But BBL was kind of always in a decent enough position where they could go, well, the zone might not finish on us, but we don't have to move yet. And then it would come back to them and they go, okay, well, now we definitely don't have to move. So zone shifts did do them a little bit of a favor, but generally speaking, you do have to sort of take what is given to you and run with it. And obviously they were able to convert that. So very solid stuff from them, and no real complaints to start the day off, especially for one of those teams that we did highlight and said, they should probably be one of those teams that will do well today. And yeah, that's exactly what we got to see.
For sure. And also in second place with Hal, we have to give a shout out to Code Marco Jordan, like double-digit kills for Hal, and him getting, I think it was like 7 kills at the end there, popping off. Obviously, they were last year's PEC Spring winners, so clearly also coming in, making a play for this on day number 1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I wasn't too sure what to really make of Howl. I know, like, obviously we've seen a couple of these names around a fair bit, and they're sort of solid contenders. They're a squad that's kind of went through a bit of a shake-up at the start of the year and had, I guess, some growing pains, but I think you could definitely sort of see that potential there. Last week it was, again, it was like a bit like, well, we sort of expected a little bit more from this roster, and they didn't really kind of get it together. But fantastic start today. As you say, Code Marco, if he's going to be individually having a good performance today and tomorrow, then that's going to put them in a really good position and, sort of put them onto bigger and better things. So you can only imagine or hope at least that things are going to continue in that fashion. But one team that I did actually want to sort of quickly touch on as well was Foot. I thought actually of all the teams that we got to watch, even though they didn't obviously top that game, they almost looked the best to me just on the eye test with the way that they had to kind of work their way through Rozhok. They were controlling the bridge and they were going north-south. Like they were one of those teams, like I'm saying, that were playing a difficult game where they were going back and forth and nothing seemed to be working for them, but they still kind of made it work into the top 3. They cleared out Rozhok. Obviously, the zone continued to shift away from them as they worked their way through Rozhok, and they still managed to get some pretty good points on the board. So again, I thought Foot looked really good. For me, it even looked like at least the team that I thought had the hardest, but best result, like based on the difficulty of their game, if that makes sense. So yeah, I'll give them a bit of credit there as well, I think.
I want to get back into those teams, but the plane and this plane path has to move really fast. One of the things that we are trying to do a little bit differently on the desks here for PEC Spring is to showcase as many teams as possible for you, to give you a little bit of understanding of how they're moving in the game. So I know that Saga has one of these teams, brand new pickup for the Org Para. Tell us about them.
Of course. Sorry, the turtleneck is in the wash, but I will be this week's Mark Power. So we're going to have a look at Para. We touched on them in the pre-show, recently picked up by an organization. This is not the final roster, so let's keep that in mind. Take their performance here with a grain of salt. But I like what we saw, because typically they're a team that can get over-aggressive. Maybe in the past they might have pushed for the compound that BBL was holding earlier on, but they tried to hold it and play a little bit more cautiously, just weren't quite in the perfect positions to prevent Schofield being picked off. The cover from the compound simply not quite there, but they're still very decisive when it comes down to their moves. This is always their classic style. They see a chance to get priority and they push for it. And when they made that rotation on the phase 3 shift, they were hoping that north of the zone would be the end zone and they would have that priority, but that was not the case. And so then they kind of reverted back to their old ways and just sent it back into the BBL compound like I maybe expected them to try and do in phase number 1. It came down to a 1 versus 3 where Baron Peak put up a good fight, but wasn't quite enough in the end ultimately. But it goes to show that while it is it's somewhat of a new roster that's been put together, there's still hints of old previous performances from rosters they've been on before. A little bit of that over-aggression where they came from the north side of the hill. They had every possibility to play under the bridge where FaZe played from, or even just wait on the hill and play from the position where Howl picked up a massive amount of points in a second place performance. They could have held that edge a little bit stronger, but that's kind of just not the MEA style. They like to play from the center, they like to be on the defensive foot, but they're also more than happy to just make an aggressive play to try and take those spots away if someone else is defending, and more often than not, it falls flat. So maybe a little bit of a slight shake-up if they did play a slightly different style and take the spot where Howl was, then maybe it could have been them holding on to that position. But just that little split-second decision and kind of reverting back to their old default ways has simply not paid off in game number 1 for Para.
Thank you so much for that breakdown, Saga. First game is done here in the last chance qualifiers. A little bit chaotic. Insane Mortifier, not hitting any of the spots. Teams aiming the way I would in game. Let's see if that continues when we get to our second Erangel.
Watch out. Vault from my
Two cars.
side.
Crashing us, crashing,
We're getting
crashing.
crashed, we're getting
maybe.
Crashing.
Yes, we are getting crashed. Knocks one. Flush. Flush. He's in the open.
Don't see it.
I got him. Relax.
They're
Go.
fighting.
I'm coming. 1 HP front of me, north. I'm going blow. On the next tip, running away.
Yeah, I'm stopping here. On the rocks in front of me.
I'm nading.
I'm nading it.
I'm nading left side, go.
C3S dying.
Knocked.
Knock, para.
I have no utility plus. Let's just chill. Don't talk.
One more knock somewhere in topic. One more intro. Oculus knock. Two active.
Follow me.
I'm standing inside.
Two guys.
I'm peeking.
Just peek it.
I can't see shit.
We can't.
Marta, watch out.
Can't.
Knocks one more.
One up.
We can't.
One up.
There's molly.
On me.
I'm
Low
up.
HP.
Go. One up.
I'm
He's low
standing.
HP. He's low HP.
One up.
Be careful. Wait, Sparta. Don't give him 1v1s.
Nice.
Good shit.
Okay. Rush.
I'm resing.
Good job.
Don't give 1v1s, boys. Chill.
Yeah, nothing can really happen, I think, to us. One guy on my bridge now.
Yeah, he
He's
cannot.
literally on my bridge. Yeah, can you not peek anything?
No.
He jumped down and peeked me. He went in the water on blue. Okay.
Yeah, I need to go Vex side, so he doesn't swim. He's swimming
Yeah.
already on blue. I cannot. He's before me. He's other side. He's gonna come to blue soon.
I'll let him get up. You can only get up here, right? Behind the car.
He's right side top already on blue.
Yeah, he's
Only
going
climbing
up.
up.
He's going up, by the way.
Just try to grieve them, Sparta. They have nothing to play. You can kill them.
No. From the side.
Anti.
I'm gonna jump on the roof, probably.
Yeah, I just came from bridge. I can try and hold through though. Yeah.
I'm gonna go outside.
I'll wait. Yeah. Right, try get knocks on them in here as well. Bridge is still in. It's kind of awkward.
Yeah, there's both sides.
I'm nading upstairs and pushing.
Go.
No,
Left side. Nice.
Now killed Newgate. I'm running out already.
Yeah, max 3.
Go on the roof and just
going high ground. I'm holding for you guys. He's on his car, they're nading. On blue car. Head tagged.
Left.
We need to play for the coast side. No, we need to
now.
play coast side. We need to play for coast side, boys.
Yeah, we fall back now. We fall back. I'm stuck.
Okay. It flew me out for some reason. Pushing. Oh, okay.
That's bold.
Low ground. Low left.
Can see.
Watch out. Vault from my
Two cars.
side.
Crashing us.
We're getting crashed.
Crashing.
Yes, we are getting crashed. Knocks one. Flush. He's in the open.
Don't see it.
I got him. Relax.
They're
Go.
fighting.
I'm coming. 1 HP front of me, north. I'm going blow. On the next tip, running away.
Yeah, I'm stopping here. On the rocks in front of me.
I'm nading.
I'm nading it.
I'm nading left side, go.
C3S dying.
Knocked.
Knock, para.
I have no utility plus. Let's just chill. Don't talk.
One
more knock somewhere in topic. One more intro. Oculus knock. Two active.
Follow me.
I'm standing inside.
Two guys.
I'm peeking.
Just peek it.
I can't see shit.
We can't.
Marta, watch out.
Can't.
Knocks one more.
One up.
We can't.
One up.
There's molly.
On me.
I'm
Low
up.
HP.
Go. One up.
I'm
He's low
standing.
HP. He's low HP.
One up.
Be careful. Wait, Sparta. Don't give him 1v1s.
Nice.
Good shit.
Okay. Rush.
I'm resing.
Good job.
Don't give 1v1s, boys. Chill.
Yeah, nothing can really happen, I think, to us. One guy on my bridge now.
Yeah, he
He's
cannot.
literally on my bridge. Yeah, can you not peek anything?
No.
He jumped down and peeked me. He went in the water on blue. Okay.
Yeah, I need to go Vex side, so he doesn't swim. He's swimming
Yeah.
already on blue. I cannot. He's before me. He's other side. He's gonna come to blue soon.
All right, a brilliantly chaotic way to start off the day, as we have had quite the circles. EMEA will be victorious, actually being able to circumnavigate some of the problems we had there. But now we move into game number 2 here. And unfortunately, Toby, NoTag's going to have to play with only 3, as Wodzak does not have electricity. But it's into game 2.
Wow, I just call that lack of commitment. Get the hamster back on the bike, and then fix up that incident. No, of course, that's not what you want to have happen, especially not in a last chance situation where you really want to maximize your opportunities here. But for the rest of them, he will jump out of the plane early on, get to Prim. I mean, we've seen 3-man rosters be able to get things done before, so can't quite call out NoTag just yet on this one either. Hopefully, though, we'll get 1sec back in the game come next match.
Yeah, at least one glimmer of hope for them is that they have a plane path that drops straight Primorsk. This is their backup drop. This is where they like to go, so they can be feet on the ground fast, looted fast, and then whatever the circle presents to them, maybe they can try and get there a little bit faster than they would normally do. So maybe a consolation prize here to start things off, but it will be difficult in a lobby like this.
Definitely will. We'll see if they get rewarded with the circle as it pops. Where are we going here? Well, no. It was quite the opposite of quite the opposite of rewarded, I guess you could call it. Maybe, I mean, with them being able to stay on the edge for longer, that'll give more time for his... No, that's not how it works. With that said, though, I'm kind of excited. Should this go all the way Stalper? I really like the new Stalper that we've been given. I especially like the western side of Stalper out in where they've added the roads. I know it's a little while back, but we haven't seen too many end games in that area. I've only seen it once, and that was one of my... It was just perfect because I feel like Stalper endings had gotten so... Boring is the wrong word, but gotten very repetitive. If one team was in a specific position, you kind of always knew they were going to win. Now with these changes on the western side of Stalper, I feel like it has a lot of potential for endgame. So hopefully we'll go up there.
Yeah, a lot more teams can kind of coexist on the top of it, especially, right? Like, I don't think we used to get too many games on the top of it. We normally got them kind of on the south side of the hill or the west side of the hill, were far more common. But yeah, we'll see if this comes to fruition. We have already just taken a look at some of these teams coming in. Foot, I just saw good old T-Bone in the chat saying a good game for the first game. I think that they dealt with the hand that they were dealt pretty well. I think that they had no other options than to try and push into Howl in that final moments as well. Didn't quite go the way they wanted it to, but again, what would you rather do? Do that or push into no man's land and just get absolutely blasted by both teams? I think they chose the lesser of two evils.
And I mean, I kind of feel like they answered my concern instantly in that match. I said the times we've seen Foot struggle is when not only do the circles play away from them, because that's, I mean, you got to take that for granted when you're playing Edge, but when you get the really rough ones, you have to be able to make something happen. And they did. They came in fast. They claimed Rossok as kind of their own position when the circle went south. Then when it goes back north, they're instantly up there, but constantly having an eye down towards the city, so that once it, for the third time, shifted across the water, they sent Vard back instantly, knowing there was no one there. Because we had it in the previous game with Gustav being taken down by Baldinini. We know what 5 seconds can do in a rotation phase of a game. But because they were able to set them up so that once the circle popped, they were already on the move and knew what to do, they got themselves a great third place off it.
Well, we have Fairy Tail on the way from Ferry Pier. They will be scouting further into the circle with the E pickup. Now, usually when you have an E pickup from a place like this, you would be really hoping somewhere like No Lean would be available to you, but they should be able to spot maybe vehicles on the outside of that and probably navigate elsewhere from that. I won't be surprised if they went on to actually that west side of Stalba that we were kind of talking about earlier, because that usually gives people a pretty decent purchase on a circle like this, but yeah, it looks like No Lean will be a no-go for them this game.
I feel like you brought up you mentioned the kind of the key word in this, though, vehicles. Because you can't just full jump Stalpa now, knowing that there's a team that has looted up there, and just go, you know what, if it doesn't stay there, we'll just run down. I mean, no. If this is going to be somehow a shooting range ending and you're on foot from Stalpa, you might as well just Alt F4. There should be no way you get to safety from there. So I would say go all the way northern coast. You know it's only foot there. You saw the plane path and how many teams jumped out early on. You know there's free real estate on the far, kind of the scenic route up between Kameshki and Saverni. Go all the way up there, get some vehicles, and then plan your rotation as if you had just looted Kameshki yourself.
Yeah, getting the vehicles would be a good, decent idea here. For Newgate, though, they have not had the best of situations already go down. Global Army is already down. No! Smoke trying to go and help him on that kind of approach here. CCNX putting in some work. against them. I remember watching CCNX kill you on some of your games on stream.
Yeah, and flushed me.
I just thought I'd throw that in there, just get the boot in as fast as possible.
I even tried to yell at him in game, no flush, but there was no communication.
No.
It was just nope. He was he was warming up for a big tournament. I don't mind being flushed by a pro player. It's completely fair. But to go back to Newgate for a second, I mean, last game obviously didn't have to do too much. They were one of the teams that committed to the southern side and played in from Rostock Hill. Again, maybe a bit surprised for them as well that there was no fighting in Rostock, that they could third party. But once it came to the end of it, trying to wrap it on the southern side there and take the fight to PPL. Nice try. It was the only route I think they could have gone for. But of course, with PBL hitting the shots that they were in the previous game, it was just an impossible task for them to try and make a play.
The hilarious thing whilst this fight goes on is we were both on the money with the fairy tale drop. Some have gone north to get vehicles, some are on that west side of Stalber. But Balnini is also dropping to the east of them. So they're also looking for those vehicles to try and make an opportunity available and present itself. But this fight will still go on. Orgless is just trying to hold off Newgate's position and try and recover some spots. Already 2 go down, but CCNX will fall as well. He was kind of dead to rights almost. These smokes were trying to help as much as possible, but it's not going to be anything opportunity-wise for him now.
And this is where I like to call it, now this fight is not worth it for either of these two teams. If you can get 4 points and only lose 1, arguments could be made. But at this point now, both teams have already confirmed loss 2. I mean, yes, you get 2 points and then you die, but you could have gotten up there much earlier. I think one of them, Orgless, when they had the chance, should have backed out, said, yep, we got 2 kills, we lost 1, let's just dip. Let's move further, because you know that more teams are coming from your direction. Having said that, let's see now if Hobby can find one. Not the case. Solo player, though, trying to make something happen. But again, I mean, for him, I guess you can say you might as well just go for it, because there really isn't a whole lot left to be won in this match.
If anything, I'm enjoying the opportunities and the attempts at these drive-bys here, but Lyron knows exactly where he is, and he has a 6 time against the 2 times on these SLRs and MK12s, so it's a bit difficult.
He really wants to get the rest, though, and now he's committing to it, you'd imagine. Yep, he is.
He can hit this.
Hobby knows that there's a player right around. I mean, he saw him crawl to safety. I was actually a bit surprised he didn't try to get the flush onto... crawling for info. A little dangerous. But they will be able to get him up. No smokes, though. And I think this is only being allowed to take this long because No Tag and Broken Bones down on the southern side have just driven into one another. It happened off screen, but they drove pretty much on top of each other. They shot a few shots at one another, and now they drive in each direction. Had they not run into commotion, this would have been one more team added to this party. And now Orgless come out kind of alive, but with 2. They would have been dealt with instantly had another team been up here as well.
Yeah, it looks like it would have ended up being Broken Bones, right? My anticipation for No Tag was going to be them going as far west as they could and trying to come in far west of this circle, because they're already 3, obviously, as we kind of previously alluded to. So avoid as many fights as possible for them. But Broken Bones is still just slowly moving on up through this. Orgless is not moving. They might still get ran into here.
I mean, they're trying to find smokes and cars, because they were kind of scattered. I think they were the ones set up here waiting for a team to come through, but it cost them a lot more than they thought it would. Now the question becomes, with 3 of the 4 Broken Bones players driving through, do you go for this? Do you try and take these shots and see what happens? I mean, they've seen it in the kill feed, so if you're Broken Bones and you know where these 2 teams loot, you can kind of just draw it with a pencil on the map and see where could they possibly have collided. And now they're driving through and they're actually out of the vehicles. Here they go. Maruna, first one to fall.
Yeah, and actually they're 3v2 right now. One of the players from Broken Bones is not here currently, and that is a little bit of a mishap in this fight, because now 2v2, they need their 3rd member here as quickly as possible. But Lyron, again, Broken Bones is being broken here. Free kill will finally trade in kind against Lyron, but this is way more than Orgless should have ever got.
Yep, again, a salvage situation for Orgless. I mean, you're miles outside the circle, and you hear a team come driving on past. Let's see if we can find one, sure. And for Broken Bones here, you've got to get this kill before the flush comes through. But Bibbin is the kind of the focus point here. And so unless if Honor can do something, they should be able to get 3 back up live. That nade, though, looks very close, but it's going to blow just short.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Squinzy, the reason he was delayed is he crashed. I saw him taking damage earlier on near one of the compounds, so that really did slow them down. Honor's going to have to make a bit of a run for it towards the cars and maybe try and get on out of here, but yeah, Broken Bones, man. They should have... I just don't think they should have lost a player. It's the simple... Oh my... What are we doing with these circles today?
I'm all for it. In before this game ends up where PPL And any trolls in the chat are, we'll somehow make this go northwest. These circles are ruthless. And in all fairness, Erangel, for most players, I think, is the best place to have bad circles. Miramar might arguably be better, but if you hit Taego and Vikendi, the rotation lines just aren't cut out as well as they are in Erangel. So even with tough circles here, you can go, well, at least it's Erangel. At least it's the Erangel where everyone knows how to play them.
I feel like Taego is the worst for bad circles because there's so many open areas. It's so much flat that it can be absolutely brutal to make those transitions. But anyway, let's see. Carnival's already going to try and put some sprays into Para Esports here as they're going to make residency in Yasnaya. And I'm just sad that oh, wow. Nice shot, Hyro. I'm just sad that they're not called Sticky Gummies anymore. I'm like, Saga, I agree. I wanted to be commentating that name, but not to be.
Never got to cast the Sticky Gummies. Maybe something. I know. Maybe something. Maybe another team will acquire, they'll purchase the rights to the name and they'll make it a...
hundreds of thousands of dollars for that name.
Just be candy names from now on. Yep, that's... give me your best suggestions in chat on what the best candy-themed team name would be. I'm all for it.
Easy, rhubarb and custard, but you probably don't get those in Denmark.
I don't, and it doesn't sound very good either. But
no, they really taste. No.
I've tasted some of the candy you've brought for events, James. It's not always amazing.
Well,
I do like Poland, the orange that you smash into the table, though. It's fun.
Oh, Terrace chocolate orange. That, yeah. Oh, call a team that. Yes.
Maybe you can get them sponsored too. It's we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they get a Nate skin at some point. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe.
Circle, though, as you can see, again here, just to remind you how tough this one was. Again, there is place to play, and for the more experienced teams will know that once you get a hard shift like this, play the opposite side. If it faced it exactly that, they were almost up by Kameshki by the time this circle popped, but instantly 180, it went back south, and as you can see here, rewarded for their early movements down towards the southern side, and they now have, I mean, even if the circle doesn't go to where they are, they have so much space to scout, to find out where the opposition is set up.
Yeah, I don't mind the entropic position as well, though, over on that west side of the fields from Yaz, because that will give you a pretty decent opportunity to be able to shoot at anything that may be going past you here. For all of this, you can see how much of this land is very open. How many times have we been in these fields, to be perfectly honest? Do I really have to extrapolate
I don't feel like
I
remember this area of the map. What is it called again? Yeah, it's we've been there multiple times. Actually, you know what? I wouldn't mind if now we've heard the rumors of destructible terrain, and you can dig holes in the ground that will potentially be added with the roadmap that was released a little while back. But I wouldn't mind more craters in these fields. If those craters on the southern side kind of got expanded into just half the field, I think that'd be pretty interesting. It would be very hard for vehicle rotations, but it could be pretty interesting with a kind of a lunar landscape on more parts of this Yasnaya field.
As someone who is a big Survivor game fan, like Enshrouded and all the destructible terrain and just being able to dig into walls and things like that, yes, please bring this to PUBG. I know obviously it is coming, right? But
it's going to dig its way to Miramar from Erangel. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I guess it would be digging your way to Rondo if we were to fully... Yeah, in any case.
The opposite side, yeah.
Well, let's see, Circle. Oh my god, do we go from what looked like a Stalpa ending into a Yas ending? That'd be a plot twist. I mean, you know what? Again, I'm all for it. It's not like these teams have a lot on the line right now. That's really a bright side with the Panzerfaust in hand going, I might go down if I fire this one, Yort, but I'm going to take you down with me.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing. There's a point where it kind of clips the side of the door, right, with a shot like this, and you go down as well. But, I mean, he's kind of stuck, so... Why on earth not have a Panzer ready to go here against Yort and the boys?
The thing is, the more time they spend up here, I mean, yes, they could be really well rewarded. Oh my god.
Oh!
Surprise! Peeks around the corner, fights him instantly, no damage done to him, and instant flush, as well as fights now ensue in the Yasnaya proper, the southern side here of the apartments. Again, teams want to be on the edge. They don't want to full commit city center before you know the game is ending in the city confirmed. So you want to be in a position from where you have a fire escape, from where you have a chance to get back out of the city without having to fight other teams. That's why these edge apartment buildings become really prime real estate now.
It is a huge commit. And for the teams north of Yasnaya. They need to deal with the other teams around them before they can move towards what are effectively those Yasnaya fields north of them. There are some places you can take in Yasnaya fields north of it, but you need those lines of sight shut down from the north side. So it's going to be slow going up towards the top. Honor crashes through. He is going for the consolidation points here, and you know what? He might get some.
Yeah, I'll call it definitely worth it if he can stay alive here in this building and just kind of lay low, and hopefully the games or the circles are going to continue to go towards him. It's always hard to get placements guaranteed in a city ending because you can be in phase 7 instead of 10 teams alive, but we'll see. We'll keep a track on it and see how far he's going to be able to bring Oculus with this not exactly optimal early game situation they were through.
Well, it's going to be slow in Yasnaya. You can see any trolls in the chat there. Obviously, there's not really much going on around them right now, but I can only imagine with Marsalek on the team that the comms are absolute chaos. Oh, they found Honor. Will they get him? Run away. Never mind. Marsalek.
Nice play.
Chaos comms. That kill goes down. Marsalek shouting. He's ranting. He's raving. He's throwing out some Polish profanity.
You know, I mean, I love the play. They push 2 through, and they keep Marsalek on the back end of it. It's very wise, kind of like fox hunting, you know. You light one end of the cave on fire, and then you force him to go out in the other, and you kill him when he comes out there. Very wise.
He's like a chained pit bull ready to go. Marsalek going, bah, 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 just unleash him, you know? And then he goes.
I did like the transition from any trolls in the chat comms straight to face comms. That was pretty fun. Thank you, production, for setting them up.
Yeah. And we have Grows the Spray down towards the team of Fairy Tail, who, I mean, both of these teams dropped in with E-Pickup, right? So they're going to be at loggerheads with one another up towards the top. But Foot could clean up for a third party here, get a little bit of a cheek. What is this POV? I was confused there for a second. But Zabila as well, again, he did so much in the previous stage. 18 kills, I think it was, across the board against some of the very top teams in EMEA. So got high hopes for Fairy Tail.
So much might have been done, but so much more needs to be done, especially with this circle. Nice shots, though. I just said it. You set him up, coming through, finds the first, can't quite find the second, but they need to be fast about this because you can see Foot slowly making their way in this direction. If there are 3 points up for grabs, Foot will be the first one to try and come claim them.
And Foot is making extra moves, right? But Beamy is already rotating and wrapping around to try and find a spot for the rest of these guys to be able to move to later on. They're thinking with extra moves happening, multiple moves happening at the same time. Take the fight, also set up for the next play. I love it.
One thing that is extremely unorthodox in this Yas circle right now is you see these fights come through. Nice cleanup there by Vart. Great double sprays. The north side apps on the eastern side of Yasnaya are completely free. Completely free, and there's no good reason why Beamy should even be looking in that direction right now, because if you've played your fair share of competitive Esports PUBG games, which Beamy has, you know that there's at least 2 or 3 teams sitting in there with shotguns waiting. So I wouldn't be surprised if Foot are actually only at the very, like, we have no other options, gonna commit to it. They might even just play the kind of the position out on the eastern side of it in the open, rather than going into the buildings, which are free. So it might look weird for new viewers, like, why don't they just claim the buildings? It's so impossible to scout, so impossible to be sure that there's no one in there.
Yeah, especially when you're playing a full Yas finish like this, a lot of teams that are in those apartments are looking south, looking west, looking southwest. All angles, which you can't really see too well from theirs, but Beamy is going to risk it for the biscuit.
Nice, going to stop here. I think that's the play. You stop here, and then you wait.
Scout.
If nades come, then obviously there's people there, because there's only so far you can lob a nade. But if they don't, there might be a point in which they go, wait, okay, so we've been here for a while now. No one's naded us. No one's shot at us. Do we try and clear it? And then go fall together and clear a building, you know, assuming that there's a guy with a shotgun set around every single corner. Every single room they go through will have someone lying around with a DBS.
If they can identify this, it's potentially, well, I was about to say potentially a top 5, but I mean... Well, the thing is that it's a city finish, right? So you can have a circle shift across the road, and then all of a sudden there's 10 teams in that side, and then you can't get across, right? So, but you're right. It could materialize into something huge if they're able to get there. Zabila is actually just bombing it into this area, and I think this might tip off Foot to the fact that no one's looking north. Otherwise, they would have shot at Zabila.
Yeah, and shot at them as well. The more time they spent with their heads kind of exposed to the north, apartments, the harder it should be. And now with the circle shifting south, we get into that time where they have to do something. They can't just stay out in the open. That gutter is not going to grant them the cover they need, especially not knowing now that FaZe is in the library building down on the southern side. So I'd say here try and crash west, but it's such a gutsy call because there could just be 3 players prone in the bathrooms and you would have no way of knowing. But here they come. The smoke trail is set up. They pull up. They make the play. They park a little bit too far outside, but the honking confirms that mistakes were made.
This is like a full army charging over the hill.
Well, this is how you gotta do it. This is how you gotta do it.
Yeah. You gotta be careful. You gotta be cautious.
You gotta assume that there's opponents everywhere. But again, I think it's 2 things: no broken windows, no cars parked. That those 2, like intels alone, was like, oh wait, there's space here to be had, and well, there goes the reward right in their hand.
Not bad, not bad. Still, there will be work to do here with a circle like this as they're focusing on the kind of police station locations, etc., and some of the buildings down towards the south. They know that there are so many teams still alive south of them. BBL, over far on the west, has got a lot of work to do to be able to start moving through some of these buildings because they're caught on the very edge. There's going to be so many guns trained on their direction very, very soon. That's why there's so much util going off. The smokes are getting prepared for them to try and make a transition.
Well, if you fight a team, at least it's the team that came in as 3. So there's that. That's the only reward we'll give you, though. It's still going to be a hard fight to try and push through. O'Connell, like his position in the next building, he's already inside the circle, but he has to apply so much pressure for his teammates. Explicit, though, able to find Smash instantly.
Any point you can get here for no tag is a win. And we've already got potentially 1 on the board. O'Connell's already confirmed 1. Iroh's gone down as well. Ooh. BBL looks disjointed, and no tag takes them out completely. Yes, BBL had to push into their direction, but no tag. A great hold from them, considering they're 3.
And you see, as soon as that kill comes through, O'Connell instantly 180, go further inside the circle. We need to make space. We're only 3. We have to push our way forward. Issue is, now he's been seen by the entirety of Carnivore, so we'll see if Suppressive Fire does come through. It will. But now that they know where they are, it's not going to be easy. They are inside the circle, though, so they could sit tight at least for a little while longer.
The Carnivores are going to be voracious for these kills as no tag team now needs to move from building to building, but Carnivore's got a big spread across the position that they hold. So maybe they can hold it off a little bit. Maybe no tag team, if they group up and try and divide and conquer this scenario, maybe that can work. But 1's already knocked, unfortunately. There's just too much fire coming their way to try and advance any further.
Well, if we're going outside of the city, it's going to be with this next shift. It could hard shift south, right into the open, thus cursing James. Oh, it's going to be a city ending guaranteed now. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. In just about 5 seconds in the meantime here, as I said before, Carnivores having to hold out here. If they can take out no tag, they know that the team furthest on the western side circle. Well,
no.
Hard east is where we go. You know what? If you're no tag here, if there's a car nearby, you might just try and drive all the way around the city at this point, because this push through spells death.
FaZe, your time is now. This is not a drill. Let's make something happen, all right?
True.
Let's throw those silly F symbols up in the chat or whatever. The point is that they've got a great purchase now to be able to try and do something in this circle. They can hold off. I mean, there might be a moment where they try and group up from 1 to 1 building eventually. If they can shut down eventually Broken Bones on that east side, then that means they're going to have so much room to play with, because everybody then has to come in from only the city. That's GG, man.
Yeah, and the thing is, Broken Bones, they don't even have to fight them just yet. There is a little bit of space on the southern side they can sit in, so might as well, I mean, get yourself your top 3 guaranteed by surviving this next circle. Maybe not top 3, but let's say top 5. For Broken Bones, who I think really wants the save points rather than having to commit everything to try and claim them. That would indeed be the wiser play.
They will play it slow and steady. Already shots are hitting from FaZe on some of those guys. Squinzy's down now and completely eliminated. So FaZe knows exactly what threats pose themselves on that south side as well as into the city. They'll let the city mop itself up. Carnivore's Zale gets explicit. He goes down. No tag team. Valiant effort for this game here, all things considered.
Definitely. It's and now for Carnivores, knowing that the team with the backs on the wall, they're going to have to make plays. Now we're into uncharted territory again in terms of where these other teams are positioned. And Foot, well, trying to make the run on forward. Masterlick lops the nade up over the roof. 8 seat will hear it, and T-Bone will adjust.
There's a big attempt from a big move from Entropic going down as well here as they're running into Broken Bones down towards the south. It's considering that they were way far on their west side of this kind of city situation, I don't blame them for going for something like this. They just find themselves on the dead south of this circle now.
They saw the kill come through on 1. They've probably tracked the kill feed knowing that they were down to just 2 and then being able to now grab this position. Now it's them with the Broken Bones position that could be top 5 guaranteed.
Could be. The fights are still going to go on in Yasnaya, though, as all these teams still trying to scramble from building to building here to make something work. Utility's so important here. If you can get a nade through one of these windows to try and shut them down, as Ruin, as well as Keta, already shutting down some Carnivores and any trolls in the chat. But Gustav's still putting in some shots from the distance with the MK12 against them as well. So again, it's like shooting fish in a barrel for FaZe right now. You just have to sit here and keep peppering these poor teams trying to position themselves.
The more damage you can do now, the easier that last fight of the match will eventually be. In the meantime, for any trolls in the chat, they know there's still foot players to be found. And Masterleg running from window to window, trying to find all of them. Doesn't want to go through the window. Oh, I'm not sure exactly where when it did go off in the other room. Let's see now as Sparta through the smoke finds one, but instantly traded.
Marcelet does take down AC in the end, finish him off, but Gedrox as well. Lots of damage coming in either way. Gustav's just hitting everything from the position that they have available to them. Carnivores goes down in 8th. Unfortunate for them. Again, just absolute chaos. The circle has gone to FaZe again. All of these teams in Yasnaya are in the pit, and they cannot escape.
Nope. Jammer packs right now being game-winning backpacks as well, with the amount of blue zone nades being lopped on through. You saw the amount of time that Sparta could tank that one, and fortunately for him in the end, he will go down. And Young Dames now, the next team on the chopping block, trying to stand off here. Just 2 left alive, and with the play to make as well. FaZe literally the only team inside the circle, and they have full control of it.
Yeah, that is the best way to describe it. Like, if you look anywhere from the buildings that they have, they can see pretty much everything, right? Like, it is insane how much control they have in this game. It might be the most control I have seen in a circle like this, in a game like this, in a long, long time. That is ridiculous. And now, again, win or die, though, still actually putting some numbers up, trying their best here to stay alive. They got something to prove after winning Protality, but not being able to find too much in the previous stage.
What do you do here? You know you have to vault, you know you have to jump on over, and it's not going to happen. Double sat there ready and waiting. We'll be able to take him down as we make our way into top 5 now. Howl trying to deal with win or die just in front of them. We just mentioned them before. Let's say an important fight for potential top 3 position here as well.
Howl gone. Trying to hold on is Mixon once again here for Young Danes. It's a good salvage mission from them, but now they're throwing out the smokes, realizing they have to try and cross. Entropic's gone down as well. This might be the easiest win of FaZe's lives.
It's one of those where, what is it, like one of those fighting games where you have to fight your way through, and then if you win a fight, you go to the next, but you don't get more health back. It's one of those now where FaZe are just fighting opponents with like 1 HP and 2 players alive, and no utility and no vests or helmets. It's
yes.
You talked shooting a barrel before. It's I don't even know. If it gets easier than that, I would use that term.
No, you're right. FaZe is Goro at the top of the tower in Mortal Kombat. They've got 4 arms that are about to bear hug and crush everybody else in this lobby.
Exactly that. And well, we'll see if it's going to happen or if the points will be denied. There are still 2 up. For win or die, we'll see if Gedrox and Leosh can do something. And in the meantime, I mean, for Dedrix, even if he doesn't get kills here, he got what he needed. They wrapped all the way around. They said no to fighting. They said effectively said no thank you to kills. And now they get themselves a top 2 because of it.
I was playing Stronghold recently, the HD remake, and this is kind of like that. You hold down a castle, throw some tar on your opponents as they, set it on fire. James is even flexed out to the right. I love this move. Just really, really shut them down on any approach. Win or Die did a great job of moving up to that wall, but there's nothing you can do.
I wasn't sure if James went for the flush there and killed the guy behind, or if it was with the full info that he wasn't in that position, but nice shot come through. Find the double, 10 kills for FaZe again. I mean, haven't had to fight for it too hard. We'll see if Dedrix can somehow pull off a 1v4 in a smoke with nothing else to play. Nah, might as well deny here. Again, points are hard to come by, and you do not want to give them to players that you're expecting to get quite a few of them.
From a bit of a shock move from FaZe, unfortunately, in the previous game to now being able to get not so shocking a win in this one. This is very important to be able to wrap up the victories that come to you effectively here for FaZe. That's not diminishing anything or taking away from this victory. It's that this was just an easy hold down for them. Very, very strong.
But I want to add to it, because as much as we can talk about how it was an easy win for FaZe, we also really complimented them on how they were really smart on their early game rotations. They were the team to wrap back down south instantly when the circle swung down there. So yes, the last couple of circles go in their favor, but they set themselves up for success. They set themselves up for that end game position.
It was a great hold. You're holding off all of these angles and making sure nobody comes anywhere near you throughout this. But anyway, let's head over back to the studio here with Sam as they break down the second game.
FaZe takes the win, but let's be honest, Saga, if they hadn't have won that, we would have had a very harsh conversation happening right now.
We would have had to ask some questions for sure, but it's a big play from FaZe. I mean, they learned very quickly from their game number 1 mistake. This time, they moved much slower out of Milta. They were one of the last teams to even start their rotation in towards Yaz, and that paid off massively on that Phase 2 shift that a lot of teams were expecting to go further towards Stalba, came back down towards the south, and East Yaz is free. It's just a free end game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is, like, the difficulty, obviously, for the teams once they get into Yaz is that it's very difficult to get out of Yaz as well, right? If the zone is favoring you and you're already in Yasnaya, then you're happy. But as soon as you now have to also get out of Yasnaya, which ended up being the case for the vast majority, and everyone else is already in there as well, you're kind of in this melting pot that causes a lot of chaos. So very difficult for those teams that had kind of made the earlier sort of more initial rotates and thought that they were in a good spot when that zone started to move away from them. It's like a double-edged sword. You know, you feel safe when you're in there. It feels like there's lots of cover, lots of positions that you can play. But on the same token, if things don't go your way, it's very difficult to make it out. So unfortunate for everyone except for FaZe. But yeah, I mean, that storyline really was from like halfway through the game, this is FaZe's to lose. And it's basically just a case of how many points can they rack up from that position.
Obviously, both Erangels were pretty chaotic, Jordan. The circles weren't kind to some of these teams. They've got to be feeling that pressure, especially some of the lesser-known teams who are now sitting on the lower end of the leaderboard.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, BBL, it's funny enough, actually, that, you know, you talk about being on the lower end of the leaderboard. They're not going to be on the lower end of the leaderboard because they had a fantastic game 1, but they weren't able to back that up in game 2. So a little bit of an unfortunate one for them. But yeah, Broken Bones, a couple of sort of rougher games for them. Baldanini as well, feeling pretty bad for those guys. They were like one of the first teams to rotate, and they went up and above and over Stalba Hill and tried to sort of play from the northern side. And only once they got there did the zone just completely move away from them and go south. And they got completely baited, basically, and completely cooked. So yeah, look, I mean, look, it's only 2 games in, so we've still got 4 to go for today. We've still got plenty coming up tomorrow as well. There's more than enough time for all of these teams to kind of keep that scoreboard ticking over. But at this point, if you have had 2 bad games and you're seeing teams like FaZe being able to get 20 points in 1 game, you're starting to fall pretty significantly behind. And here you can see the overall standings, which is going to pretty much encapsulate that, right? FaZe up the top, BBL dropping off with that game, having only been able to get that 1 point. And yeah, Broken Bones back-to-back pretty much, Pera as well. To be fair, Pera playing with a stand-in type situation is not ideal, obviously, but these teams are, if it continues in this fashion, going to be in a rough spot at the end of today.
For sure, and obviously it is still very close now. It's 1 game that can get you right up into the top 4, top 5. But Saga, it's the teams we were expecting that are sitting up there. It's the experienced teams. It's the players we've seen time and time again. It's the teams that we were very harsh on during the group stages because we expected more from them. They've obviously come in and they know exactly what their job is now and they're trying to do it.
Yeah. And they're proving why we expected more of them. Even when the competition is a little bit tougher, we really would expect a team like FaZe or Foot Esports to come out ahead of the likes of Lil W or Bumble Squad. And that's not to take anything away from those teams. They played really well through the qualifiers and really showed up in the group stages as well. It's just the caliber of player is definitely on display, and that's very much why we expect them to be consistently hitting the top of the leaderboards.
A team that had a win during the group stages unfortunately wasn't enough to get them through to the group stages, but just finished off now, 5 placement points, 4 kills, and that last Erangel was Carnivals. Tell us a little bit about their game, Saga.
It's an interesting one. Carnivores, typically through the group stages, haven't really had that much in terms of zone favor. They've not had a BBL or a phase-style feed like we've seen in the first couple of games, but they're very early to make their moves regardless, and generally they take very little blue zone damage. They're one of the lowest teams in terms of blue zone damage taken, and this shows why. There was potential they might have got tangled up with Howl, but making this play forwards and holding this position, and it was a really smart move from Alpha Tier and Azazel to push forwards onto these North Yaz rocks, and again it's Schofield that gets picked off early for Para, which unfortunate for them, and this looks really good. They have full control of the northwestern side of Yaz, and maybe if this goes up towards the north side of the zone, they're looking a very strong game from this point on. A lot of points on the board, but it's just that hard eastern shift. They're now on the very far side of Yaz. They don't have the vehicles. They've got no choice but to push all the way through the city on foot, and at that point forwards, it's kind of just a case of, we know we're going to have to fight. We're probably not going to win this game. It's just about how many kills we can get. And they did quite well. Even when Foot Esports rotated in and kind of threw them into disarray while they were trying to take the fight on towards no tag, they kept their composure, got all the revives they needed, and pushed forward as far as they could. But simply getting out of the church compound with Howl gatekeeping from the south and Win or Die gatekeeping from the east, just a bridge too far. But it's good to see that the composure was there for Carnivores, and again, playing to their own game style, making early moves, taking relatively central positions, just a slightly different phase 4 shift, and it could have been a massive game for them.
Now, Jordan, we move over to Taego. Do you think that some of these teams will calm down in sort of their pace? Do you think that they'll settle, or do we continue with the chaos?
I mean, Taego's one of the weird ones, right? Because it's one of those maps that just doesn't get played as much, and it's still, I guess, relatively fresh in the grand scheme of things. So it's a little bit of a harder one to call. I was having a look back at some of the matches that we got to see last week, and you know, you can sometimes sort of expect to see some weird sort of alt drops, some sort of like just weird drops based on the way that the playing path works out. So I think, generally speaking, I'd probably be looking for a little bit more chaos on this one. I don't think we're necessarily going to see any contests per se. It feels like a lot of that has kind of been worked out over the course of, you know, the history of these teams, and there's like a lot of respect being given to the teams that are more experienced or in theory have a bigger profile and that kind of thing. But yeah, I would say depending on where the playing path goes, that's the biggest question mark for me. That's where we're going to get to see whether or not we're going to get a bit of a chaotic game or if things are going to be a little bit more standard.
It's Taego time, right after this.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Taego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Isn't free, guys. Watch out. Green looks good.
Yeah,
take
we go together, Sparta, wait.
We don't
take
really
it.
Take him.
Leave. It's 4 or 3 there.
Let's take the hangar.
Yeah.
Warehouse looks good. Warehouse looks good.
If it was drivable, it should have came. I thought it's risky.
I'm taking it.
I'm gonna swim
over. You need to join him. Yeah. Gas station is goated.
Watch out, Sparta.
No, I could have made this green line.
Yeah. Swimming over.
I'm looking for you, double.
Be together. Wait for trade double.
Wait for double. Wait for him.
Any info, double?
No. Go with him.
Okay, I'm coming now.
He's in the bottom somewhere.
Yeah, he should be other side. If you have stun it double. Yeah, stun here.
Go together. Let's go, boys. Not much time.
Outside left. Good shit.
Take the util and go back to your spots.
They are coming open field. They are going on the TT. They might crash you.
They crash me.
Lift.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Yeah. On green. He got headshot on green. Behind this rock now. Circle update, boys. Nice.
One team dead.
Yeah, they are on the ups. One on blue. Up. Right side.
Level 3 west on me, screams.
Good.
Cross. I don't hear anyone on west.
All right, it's time to Taego here for our third game of the day. Myself, KL, as well as Toby, coming at you for these games. We have had two very different Erangels here to get things a-rolling, and now we move on to the flat plateaus of the flat plateaus of Taego. I can't say it without smiling. It's just a very flat area. I mean, there's some hills, Toby, but for the most part, it's quite flat.
I will say, and we kind of went over it a little bit in the middle of the previous match, that if we get circles that are anywhere near as kind of rubber bandy from edge to edge to edge through this Taego match, as much chaos as you feel like you saw on these last two Erangel games, you better get ready, because Taego and hard shifts usually tend to make for really, really rough games. And it's not necessarily because the terrain is harder to maneuver. It's just because it's not been as traversed and explored as Erangel has. I mean, every single little tree and rock is completely in the muscle memory of these players of where to go, what to play for in any given scenario. Taego, while we have had it in play for a while, is still not the same just yet.
And there we have it. Let's get it going. Game 3. We have got ourselves FaZe up towards the top alongside the likes of Howl, etc. Foot not doing too bad. They're over in Yongchong. It's a great launching point in a game of Taego to try and get yourself good to go, as long as nobody's being super cheeky and camping some bridges here and there. As long as we don't get airport field finishes, I won't have the PTSD of my most recent games, because, man, those fields, those fields. Oh.
And James Curse coming to you live from PEC Spring in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, close enough.
We're good. We're safe.
We'll take it. We'll take it. But bridges, I mean, you mentioned them, quite a few that you'll have to traverse come this circle. Expecting to see the likes of BBL, maybe even FaZe as well, up to go hard west on this one. And for Win or Die and Newgate, you know what? In a circle like this, E-pickups might be your best friend.
Might be. They didn't really serve the previous teams all too well, unfortunately. In Bonini as well as Fairy Tail, but for those two teams, they don't have to be really concerned about that. Bonini, their split on this drop it's something. I like it, kind of. As long as you don't get picked off instantly. But, you know, it's covering a lot of ground. Now they have options available to them on this first circle, I guess.
And I think the only reason they spread out this wide is because the circle went to the northern side. I mean, they know that Broken Bones aren't going to flex out instantly when they have Godok to loot up. And I guess their only concern should be Foot. But again, Foot, not really a team that likes to vie for really hard center positions early on, especially not when they're already in a pretty decent position. So just expect to see Vard and Beamy transition over towards where T-Bone and HC are currently positioned. Maybe take the position north of them so they can kind of play the UAV role and protect them from multiple angles. So I kind of like him. I kind of like Baldini as well in their split here, understanding what other teams are doing. And even though they're nearby, not consider them a threat because they know that their mission is elsewhere.
Yeah, and just to give the full comprehensive breakdown of their split and their drop here for a moment, this couldn't have been a worse playing path for them, right? Like, usually it's either prison or shipyard as something as their backup. Fights going on here, though. Fairy Tail Zabila stepping up again for the team. I like him, man.
Yep, gotta be able to... that's a cute shot as well from half HP, too. That's pretty darn big from Azazel. Gotta say, this is where you gotta hit those shots. Of course, it's terrible when you don't, then it's even worse when the observers catch you missing. But he had enough shots on Sibylla before he was even able to fire his first that he should have had that knock. Even if it's an iron sight mini, I know it's not exactly the favorite up-close weaponry, but he needed to get that knock. And because not only did it cost him his life, now they lost 2 because of it.
Lovely cleanup. Lovely cleanup. Really shores up some defenses down towards the bottom. Maybe they can even start taking some weird bridge controllers if they wanted to. I don't think they will, though. They'll just look for compounds towards the middle and still keep putting on some pressure against the team they can hear rotating on alongside them now that they know that they're weakened, right? So yeah, it's a very chill start here for Fairy Tail.
It sure is. It sure is. As we see now, Baldanini trying to stay in there, 2-2 split with any trolls in the chat coming very, very close to them. It could get very dangerous very soon, but as we see as well, they are starting to reposition issues. Now they're getting back out of the vehicles again. I thought they wanted to group up, but they're being caught in a split. And Mercel, well, I was just going to say, you're not going to shoot at them, guys, but indeed they are. If he gets out of here alive, I'd be very surprised.
Here comes the Chaos comms from Marcel. It felt like the whole comms section just before was any trolls in chat. It really was, wasn't it? It was like, production's like, oh yeah, we should listen to them the whole game and see what they're up to. But they are rotating on past here, just leaving Balnini to their own devices. But Broken Bones is there. Squinzy, gonna have to be careful a little. They're very split, that's the problem. But they're being pushed away by the shots.
I love that Squincy is shooting out, going, oh no, 4 guys are coming, I have to back off. Because if you don't, you're in a 1v4 that is not in any way in your favor. So make it sound like you're more dangerous than you perhaps are as a solo player. Go aggressive, because that's going to make the players in the vehicles approaching go, wait, if he's shooting, that's going to be because he has teammates nearby. Or else, why would you ever take a 1v4? So the mental games work here in favor for Broken Bones, scaring off ATC to a different position.
Yeah, if you can hold the entirety of Go Doc, you know, good for you. With just one person kind of flexing their muscles a little bit on the edge. It really, really nice. Carnivores with, again, a consolation prize here, trying to find themselves somewhere steady. Marselec, though, does get caught unaware. Chaos comms ensue as the reinforcements are on the way here. For any trolls in chat, how will they be able to react to this? He's looking for an angle to try and maybe get that flush. He's got a Panzer! Do not come around that corner! Oh, but he switches weapons, finishes off Marselec. If he'd have shot that Panzer, he could have actually ruined them.
I was going to say, he had a solid 10 shots in the car coming in. Had he just Panzerfausted it instead, he would have been very well off. Here they come, though! Through they go, and down goes one. But he does get traded in the end of it. It's actually going to be Fairy Tail from afar that's able to find his teammate. So, down they go to the full. This Carnival will be out in 16th.
Quick as well. Really rough for them. Very, very quick that occurs.
Yeah.
You can't begrudge them for it. You can't go up against Zubila, who's absolutely on fire lately, and then any trolls in chat decide to rock up from chat.
Nope, it's definitely not what they wanted to have happen in this one here, but got to bounce back, got to turn things around come the next couple of matches. And, we'll see now if the 2 players left alive, Fairy Tail can get something done. It's not exactly the best position they're in, but they are trying to make that 3 players. Sorry, as Kron is still alive on the southern side, but I'm not sure he has a vehicle. He ran up to this position from the hillside on the southern side, and yes, you know they're in there, but if any trolls in chat catches that you're solo lingering in the mountains, they might just come up and try and take you out. They do like to do these sort of things and risk a bit for an extra point, for some extra space for themselves.
I mean, if anything, these are some of the most dynamic locations on Taego. These hills, these mountains, and how they actually play out. They can have a lot of teams coexist with one another. Baldanini is trying their very best to hold off Pera. Again, the ex-Sticky Gummies guys who have so much quality on their roster. I mean, this is a list of veterans, basically, on this team. Not too surprised that they get picked up for an organization for their region. Baldanini's got to be very careful about this, but looks like they will be able to finish off Baron Peak. No peeking going down today, sir.
Nope, none at all. And Fairy Tail, well, they catch one in the open. See if they can get rewarded for it now. Static is the first one to fall. The rest of the team does corral, get themselves back in this position. They know that they have ATC in just 2 players left alive territory. If they can pull up as 3, there might be a play to be made here. Double, Sparta. Can you fend off here against Kron and his teammates?
Might be difficult. They've got some decent angles on this, and I feel like any trolls in chat are sandwiched against it. They're really hoping that Broken Bones comes over this hill and looks down this way, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think they may play cautiously, and Fairy Tale is looking for the angles. Double. That's a sneaky angle. Oh, almost. Great reaction time.
Really would have wanted to find that knock though, because the issue is here right now they have a complete lockdown on Sparta. He sat on this wall. I think they saw him early, and there's just no way for you to get out from this position without the insta being fed across. But Sabila somehow allowed to stay alive through that one. They should know exactly where they have him. He was swapping guns as he came around the corner. That is a bit of a misplay that fortunately was not punished.
Zabilla's a monster, man, and he's making it happen here again. Finishes off Sparta. Now Double is fleeing with his tail between his legs. There will be no double for Double. He's got to run away.
Yeah.
So Fairy Tale with another lockdown. How many points have they got now? I'm really surprised that they're only on 8 points after these 3 games. I mean, they've been able to have some okay fights, but not really been able to convert on the previous 2 games. So another 5 points on the board for them now.
And that's the issue, right? Because they get the points, but those points come through so early on in the game that if you lose 2 in that fight, it's not really, necessarily going to be worth it. Goes back to the discussion we had with Oculus and No Tag Team on Everest in the first Erangel game, where if you take 2 casualties early on, it really, really limits your opportunities to claim more points as the game goes on, as teams get more settled in their positions. If you have to try and pull up on a compound in a 2v4, even some of the best teams can barely even pull that off. So it's just so dangerous to take fights early if you're going to take casualties doing so.
I wonder if FaZe goes go Doc, man. I feel like
they shouldn't.
Well, I hate these circle shifts.
Analytical knowledge, hundreds and hundreds of hours of watching PUBG. You know, they might just go Hosar just for vehicles. Go all the way northwest, because why would anyone be up towards Woolsong? Like, go all the way far out, take a car, and get into the circle. Because look at what they have to work with. This circle center is 100% claimed. They're aware of it too. They're seeing all these cars like small ants running around in the ground down below. Get somewhere where you can claim vehicles and then wrap on the western side. They saw this shift, there's plenty of space to take.
Agreed. Sorry for there for a second. But as always, like, it's the classical E pickup timing, right? You pop it so that you get that circle shift on the second, so that you can then be able to react to that when time is right. Because if you don't, then obviously things get a little bit later into proceedings. They are going to be dropping towards that far northwest side, as you're mentioning, again, to find vehicles. We've said it quite a bit in previous broadcasts, but it does bear repeating. The weakness of emergency pickup is it leaves you without vehicles. So you need to find an opportunity to get them, as Toby was alluding to in the previous game, as we're alluding to in this game as well. And they're doing they were going up all the way up to Walsang, actually. So, yeah.
I like this play from BBL. They knew they had someone nearby, but they didn't have the intel on exactly where he was. They are 4 up. Don't just send one guy casually over and try and clear a position. Play it smart, play it together. I roll ups the flash on over to the one and only position he can be in, and then peek it with 2. Again, BBL is a team that we've seen. I feel like I've seen in past iterations take too many unnecessary risks and oftentimes get punished for doing so. So seeing stuff like this, where to some it might seem like a little overzealous, like bringing Panzerfaust to a nice fight. But if that's what grants you the win without taking casualties, I say go for it. I say definitely worth, especially with how great a center position BBL has right now.
Is that how the saying goes? Bring a Panzerfaust to a knife fight?
Well, that's what they just did, so I respect it.
You know what? If I'm in that scenario, I'm okay with that.
Just don't be up against the wall. You might get in trouble.
No, yeah, that would be problematic, I think. As you can see on the west side here, FaZe has found all their vehicles, and they are good to go. They are rocking. Howl down on that left side here. They will be looking to cross the road soon, or the river, even I should say. Para finally found no tag. And Wanzak, he's got his power back, but maybe not too much power in this game.
Important knocks to be found as well, because you can't see it quite yet on your minimap, but Win or Die is coming in right to the east of where Para currently is. So get these flushes quickly, hear these cars behind you, and get set up. Now the flush will be stolen, so the info has been fed across. But for Win or Die, they have a rotation to make good. Do they go back east around Godok here, knowing that this fight could potentially take time they don't have with the circle closing in already? Or do they go for the fight? No, they wrap underneath. Smart decision making here by Win or Die to try and kind of avoid this confrontation altogether.
I agree. You got to find channels into these circles and find them fast. Unfortunately, I do think it's quite late in sorry, I banged my mic. Quite late in proceedings to be able to get the very best spots, unless of course they kind of pitch up alongside the west side of the hill that does exist in the middle. But even then, you're kind of open to some of those shots lines of sight from BBL. So they're being slow. They're going to take Godok as their checkpoint. They know they're not stopping here, so they're going to stick around their vehicles, make sure that they can protect those from other teams that lay in Godok.
We're looking further towards the western side, where FaZe have made their way on in off of that E pickup early on. Circle pops, and we are going down towards the east once more. FaZe will be doing a full circle around if they manage to make it back towards the east side of this circle. Palace is in play, and no one is there. Again, rather unorthodox, but Entropic has been playing a very split position around this area for the longest time, so no one's really been in an area from where they could properly scout it. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Entropic just full-on collapse on Palace now, knowing that it's free, knowing that it's inside the circle, and knowing in what dangers lie in the open should they want to stay on there.
And you might be wondering why FaZe, for example, wasn't actually near this bridge to like lock any rotations down here. It's actually much harder to lock down this bridge, right? It is that double layer bridge compared to some of the others on the map. So you can have a much easier rotation path here. Young Danes knew exactly when and how they needed to move across. They've done very great with it, and very great. That was bad. But
good take land though, my friend.
Yeah, me English good. But we've got ourselves a few more shots coming in from them, and FaZe have been caught unawares here.
Yeah, it's, I mean, Jeem's kind of the spearhead of this, trying to scout forward. Double tap comes through very quickly from Yolt. There's just, I mean, even the best players limited what you can do when you get punished instantly on maybe peeking a bit too far forward, a bit too early, with the team not being in a position just yet to be able to do anything off of it. And FaZe now just folding like flies to all angles, really. I like the proactiveness here from Broken Bones as well. They hear the fight, they see the team wrap around them, they instantly go into the open off their compound position and claim themselves 2 kills off it too. Smart play, and again, FaZe just punished for maybe being a bit too split in a position where opposition was just that much closer to them.
Too split and too slow on gaining the information they needed, right? When a circle pops like that, I feel like you need to kind of maybe even be up towards the end of that bridge, looking east, looking down at some of those compounds along the coast of that river. But again, you can't know fully from where they previously were what threats lie across that hill. So you've got to be a little bit more dangerous in your moves to go up there and start scouting out from there. So I get why they were there before anyway, and being a bit slow. But Broken Bones getting caught in what is unfortunately going to end up being no man's land for them, because teams are leapfrogging ahead of them here. And if they're not quick, they will be caught with their pants down effectively.
I mean, everyone is trying to wrap around the turret that is effectively BPL and their compound, and so far, Perup and Howl have been able to make that happen, but not without damage done to Woods, and that's for sure. We still have Broken Bones, and of course still Gustav from FaZe left on that western side, having to maneuver through. But because BBL has been so active, look at the amount of space they've made for themselves. As you said, Taego is a very open map, and if you get a compound, you can be well rewarded for it, but it only comes with you being proactive. It only comes with you scaring off opponents, making them think twice about contesting you. And BBL, well, did it on Erangel earlier, and now they're doing it here in Taego again.
There's just, I mean, even if parts of Taego aren't open, it's just very shallow inclines a lot of the places, right? So you find these very small slopes, downhill, uphill, that don't actually give you a huge amount to work with, but in this circle, actually, there kind of is. You've got teams like August sat in the middle of this. Up on this northeast side as well, the battle is going to ensue pretty soon as Entropic and Foot find themselves in conflict with one another, but it's a lot of long range. We still have the vehicles available to them. Kind of caught in the smoke, though, is Beamy. He really needs to get out of there to the rest of his team. A
lot of long range, but a really important fight, come to think of it, because you have Fairy Tail on the western side. It looks like they're close, but they have a compound. So I don't imagine them wanting to aggressively push up on this. I would expect this one to be just between these teams, but how do you pull up on it? It's such an open kind of cross to the other team. If you get a knock, like how do you punish the team? Do you just go into your cast and hope that the other guys aren't in a position to shoot back at you? I think this is going to be a stalemate for a little while longer, at least until the next circle pops.
Yeah, and whoever wins it, unless there's a huge rotation from elsewhere, kind of takes residence south of where Fairy Tail is a little bit on those hills, which means that you've got a great opportunity. You're right about this fight. This could be a very big fight to see, Mortar's coming in, to see who actually makes a lot of headway in this game.
Yep. Okay, same thing going on here between Win or Die and Baldanini. not inside the circle just yet, neither of them, but a big ridge line for them to kind of go up and try and claim control over, off of winning this fight first.
I love that Pera tried to loot all those boxes in the middle. They've been peppered by BBL, and they haven't lost the entirety of their squad, but they have lost some. They were a little bit greedy about their move. I mean, of course, they did a big send into the middle, right? They may have had a shack or something like that, so it was kind of a bit of a salvage mission anyway, but, you know, they're trying to get wherever they can.
Yep, first knock does come through. I'm not sure if Entropic is aware that that Foot is down to just 2 now. We'll see if the punish comes through. The push does come up. You can see kind of the spearhead of 3 pushing on forward, leaving Janny behind with the SKS in hand. Best DMR.
Okay.
We'll see if they're able to do more with this. I would imagine, I mean, again, Entropic knows the importance of having the ridge line. In the meantime, back over towards the western side of the circle we go.
Squinzy still moving on through here. A bit of desperation in all of these movements. They realize now that their back is up against it. So we're still seeing big shots coming on through here. Squinzy trying to shut down Keta, and that will be the Young Danes taking a lot of casualties. They're down in 12th, but again, there's still teams ahead of them. Newgate is holding on against this. As long as they can just hold a line, it's going to be Broken Bones trying to probably just send towards the middle a little bit further.
Crucial timing here for Entropic on this peek on over. Fairy Tail did something right in trying to make their way over the hillside and punish Entropic off of the fight they just had with Foot, but the issue is they had no casualties off of that fight. No knocks went against them. They're able to reset quickly, and as soon as Chrome peeks on over, it's pretty obvious for Entropic that if there's a team down there, they will come over and peek, and they just weren't able to do anything in time. So Bila will try and carry his teammate to safety. Quite literally able to get him back down behind the ridge line, and Entropic think better of it, backs off. Smart decision on their part too.
Whilst these fights go on here, Gedrox goes in for a big spray against Mulgore even, sorry, I should say, and he will fall. So still, Baldanini really under a lot of pressure right now in the blue zone. Will have to move on out of there. Gedrox looking for an alternate angle to try and find an opening against Baldanini. More nades coming along. Shots coming in from his right-hand side, though. Got to duck for cover.
That's the worst that can happen. You're about to try and aggressively maybe play on forward, and then you get one tag on the side, but because you don't have a vest, you're down to under half HP as you're about to peek 2 opponents. Great Molly, though. Finds 3 targets. Hits all of them. Gets another knock, gets to confirm on 1, and now it's just 1 left alive from the side of Baldanini. If they make an aggressive play here, the thing is for Gedrox, he just got tagged. He's at 55 with no vest. It's a scary run to make over that hill.
Whilst this is all going on, take note that there is the potential that this could be a big game from Entropic. They actually cleaned up that fight in the northeast, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, loop back on it, because another try and cheeky for an angle, but it's not going to be enough. I appreciate the idea of going into the blue zone for the angle, but it was too easy for Baldanini to shut down.
Yeah, that's just too much damage done in too little time, and 1 bullet was all that's going to be needed in order to fight that one there. Nate flew forward, but bounces off the branch of the tree, so not going to find the mark. As now, again, I mean, win or die, they're in a really tricky position. They can't aggressively peek forward as they wanted to because they get shot in the back by multiple teams. So all they can do is prone here and wait for Baldanini to peek towards him.
Hello, my bad. A scholar and a gentleman, a M249 enjoyer. I'm all about that. Other prolific M249 enjoyers, such as It's Chris in the books, are able to get a lot done with this gun. But for win or die, this is going to have to be a lot done for Hello, my bad.
Yeah, it's you have a small ridge line. That's effectively everything you have to work with. Gustav will fall to blue zone. He does manage to rag up 1 placement point with it, though. So out he goes as Baldanini falls down as well.
All right, let's loop back on the Entropic situation that I was mentioning before, because they have, as long as they're able to shut down Fairy Tail, almost, well, they have massive control and eventually line of sights on this circle. There are shots going towards Fairy Tail, but if Entropic can somehow also dislodge them from the position that they're in, I think this might be a big game for them, man. They've got a really good spot here.
I mean, if they're greedy enough, they can see the entire circle. It's just about committing your full kind of silhouette to peeking over a ridge line into something where you don't have all the intel. But of course, now they know for a fact that they have Fairy Tail just below them in the compound. They're hearing them shooting. They saw them looking in that direction before. And the issue now, not issue, but the decision they have to make now is, do we take the fight to them to then clear the entire north, or do we just wrap back further towards that southeastern side?
Kind of, right? Because you say, like, they can see the whole circle. The problem that exists, and I know you know this, is the fact that there's a lot of foliage cover, like a lot of trees in your way. So whilst you're trying to get those lines of sight, it's just sometimes like, oh, he's gone behind some leaves. Okay, how am I going to, be able to... A lot of these players, though, do just take those shots through. They can be able to, in their mind's eye, know how a player is moving and still shoot through some of that foliage if they see some of the pixels. But this is not the best circle for them. They'll have to move down onto the low ground, but there are some crates even dropping that could provide some extra cover.
And a very convenient knock onto one of the Newgate players. If they can make a play on this, they see them in a 2-2 split. I mean, obviously don't crash all the way on this other side of the circle towards them. But if you get the knock on one more, maybe just re-knock, forcing them to go west into Orkless here, you're setting yourself up for a lot of success. Sabila will find one more. 600 damage so far in this one. Again, and this is off of really a situation where he should have died as the first player in the game.
Fantastic stuff from Zubila. He will continue to put on a show. At the same time, though, Grenis, he was the only guy in the previous round that did not qualify for top 8 that beat Zubila in terms of kills. Because Zubila, I think, got 18. Grenis was on 19. So he put on a show as well. Let's see if they come to loggerheads with one another. Newgate, I don't mind the wrap that they've done. Down around to the bottom right-hand side of this map.
Very smart. They haven't set themselves in a position inside the circle yet, but they're trying to suppress Entropic. They're effectively doing to Entropic what I thought they were going to do to them in return. Now, though, comes Fairy Tail out in the open. This spells the sass. The 2 players down already. Just one more left alive. It's Sabila. And, well, if there's one on the team that can get it done, it would be him, but this might be too tall an order.
I get the move. Kudos to them for trying it out here, but it is a Hail Mary against some of the lines of guns that are aimed your way. BBL and Orgless locking this down. BBL is even swung around here for an extra angle on this rock. This is a beautiful move by BBL to make sure that they can try and shut down anybody coming off that hillside here in the northeast. Beautiful.
Again, play daring PUBG. It's what I see now with Howl, with the addition of Code Marco, and it's what I see now with this lineup as well, at least throughout the games here today. Set yourself up for success. Try and make your moves before the next circle pops, and this is exactly what they're doing again. Just take full control of the circle and force other teams into each other.
Bit more initiative than we saw in the game one here. Janny going for a spray, but nothing's connecting. He needs to be able to hit those. The blue will be able to tick him down. He goes away. It's on Grenis as well as Hawkey here to make something happy. Senka Pow Pow already down as well, as Lyron was able to get that knock and Hawkey finishes it off. Are we going for a res here? How quick is the blue coming in?
I mean, they might be able to stay put, but it's going to be very, very dangerous. Grenis finds one, should fall to the blue, though. No, able to jump out of it just in time. And somehow they're able to stay alive. I say with 3 now, it might actually just be 1. I might have jinxed them a bit there. Grenis wants to get back on his feet. Could potentially crawl to him. He is in the blue now, though, so it hurts quite a bit. And now, finally, Orkless moving out of the compound, trying to make the way on up, trying to punish BBL for wanting to take full control, as Iroh is left alone on that ridge line there now, trying to make a run towards.
Yeah, they're trying to at least shut out Entropic here in somehow, some way. They know that so much fighting was going on up there, just trying to find the complete cleanup, but the res did go down. Iroh might be marching to his doom here. There was line of sights coming in. They were looking that way to try and identify exactly how many is still alive, how many's up, how many could be a potential threat. And now Orgless, though, with this compound, BBL is going to be fighting in from hillsides, dips, divots, whilst Orgless is going to set up a firing range.
I love the attention swap here from BBL as well. You saw them try and push their players up towards the north because they wanted to finish the fight with Entropic. They wanted to deal with them so that they could wrap around and kind of encapsulate this compound on the southern side and punish Orgless for not having moved out of the compound earlier, for trying to use that, or just getting too comfortable in the compound. And well, good thing for them is that they actually managed to force them back down inside. Now, Iroh, still on an island, still with Entropic to deal with. He needs the help from his teammates to try and suppress these guys once they come down the hill.
I actually think you're right. I think that the onus was on them kind of messing with Orgless and just keeping Entropic in check here for the moment, because Entropic, they knew they had to make some big moves, some dangerous moves to try and make this work. Hawkey going all the way forward here. CCNX will shut him down here from Orgless, though. It's only up to Grenis to be able to do something. He is in the circle, but he finds himself in between these two teams, so I don't think there's much more for Grenis here.
Nah, this is really awkward. Sheila and Smash would have to really mess up badly in order for him to be allowed to get a double kill there. There's peek him. They spot him over the top now in a 2v1. I mean, that's just 1 nade over, and he's done, and Smash has 8 of them.
The more you described the BBL move, the more I think it's brilliant. Not only, obviously, we saw the 2 move up to try and take more control of the circle, but just shutting Orgless in that compound, taking all of these angles. Entropic was second fiddle to what is the bigger picture, the orchestrated move here. A nade goes in, bye-bye. Sheila says, go away. And now it's on Orgless to try and make something happen from the compound.
again, and I feel like this is what, at least to me, sets apart teams that are good from teams that end up becoming some of the greatest, is the teams that dare to be the ones to dictate the flow of a game. The teams that say, no, we don't do what you want us to do, you adapt to our playstyle. You do what we allow you to do. And that's effectively what BBL has succeeded in doing. It's very crucial that Iroh stayed alive in his position that day. I mean, I don't think BBL has any good reason to push into the compound. Just sit there, even if they all kind of just concede the game from this position, just wait it out. Let the kills come to you. That's another one more. That's going to be another double-digit potential win here for BBL. Great start for BBL to this day.
The reason I think they were going to make the opening and go for it is because if they were circle enclosed, then the two at the north would have got locked out and they wouldn't have any cover. So this is a perfect move for them to try and get in there. With the 2 knocks that they got off the back of it, if they didn't get those, it would be nothing. But that is so well executed from BBL. Toby, you said it exactly right. The fact that we have ourselves, them being able to wrap, find the shutdown, and then those knocks to be able to make that push, that was picture perfect.
And I love it. I mean, this is what I get for questioning them in the beginning of the show today. I am all for BBL Shrimp. Again, there's so much skill on this roster. Maybe just put in iterations that we haven't seen them succeed in before. They haven't had the best time in this tournament up till this point yet either. But finally, things are clicking. 2 out of 3 games now have gone the exact way that BBL wanted them to, and they claimed it all themselves. It wasn't given. They brought it home.
Yeah, excellent stuff from them, especially in the late game. But anyway, let's head over to the studio now to hear their breakdown from another BBL win.
Double chicken dinner for BBL. That is 2 wins that they have got, and we are only halfway through day number 1 of the last chance qualifiers. Toby explained it so beautifully there, where he spoke about daring PUBG, Jordan, and saying how BBL, they've been... they're daring, but I also think that there is a level of confidence we're seeing to this team. They are very confident in the game they want to play, and that is exactly what they're doing. Shown very well in that final fight that we got to see against August.
Yeah, very different looking team from week to week, isn't it? And, you know, you may put that down to potentially the lobby being a little bit weaker, or they just come in with a better degree of confidence, or they've worked things out over the last week and they've come in with some sort of renewed vigor. Either way, yeah, looking fantastic. And 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I guess the only knock in their book is that second game, they really only got the 1 point. So they got kind of nothing done in game 2. But tell you what, if you're winning every other game, then you're not really going to be too disappointed by that at all. 13 kill win as well is going to be a fantastic result. 23 points in 1 game. And no doubt they're going to be at the top of the overall standings. I just really enjoyed watching how they played that final zone out as well. You know, just controlled the entire zone. It really felt like they were cool, calm, collected, and like I said, in control of the situation from start to finish. And as you can see, well, they finished very strong indeed.
What did you think of this game, Saga?
I think, honestly, Northwest Island on Taego, it's so much bigger than other islands. So if we think of an island circle on Erangel, you've kind of got 2 options, maybe 3 options. You'd like east, west, in the middle. Northwest Island on Taego, it can go anywhere. And simply the fact that BBL, again, it's not like old BBL. Old BBL would see a zone like that and they would just drive through the middle of every team ahead of them and probably die on the way to a zone that may or may not have given them a favor. But this time they played it slow. They took a wide wrap around the western bridge extremely late, and then again a little bit of fortune on that phase 2 shift coming back towards the southwest, held onto their compound. But it's again all about the opportunities and taking them to the best of their ability. And BBL is never a team that when there's an opening they're going to let it slip. They're always going to be looking to be proactive. They're always going to be looking to get aggressive, and just putting a chokehold on the lobby in those final zones was just beautiful to watch.
Right, we are halfway through the last chance qualifiers day number 1. 3 games have been played. BBL has claimed 2 victories, and we're breaking down different teams throughout the course of today. Saga, who do you have for us now?
Well, this time around, we're looking at Boldenini, a team who, in the group stages, definitely favored the placement points over the kills, although that hasn't quite come to fruition so far today. They've had a couple of 7th places, a couple of placement points on the board, and this one was a good opportunity for them to add to that tally as well, with the phase 1 circle and that strange drop spot, if you think back to the start of the game, where they were kind of doing a 4 corners around Go Dock. And I'm sorry, Pera, it always just seems to be the case whenever we highlight a team, they just pick one of Pera off. off at the start. Sorry, my bad. But this was kind of the big problem for them. On this shift, yes, they came back. They had that compound over to the east of Go Dark that was being held by Mr. Shimada at the start. They regrouped onto that, but they moved maybe slightly a little bit too early up the hill, and Foot Esports wrapping in behind, picking off Axe on the way in. It's something that Foot Esports have fallen victim to so many times themselves, is just a team that comes in later than expected, picking off a player, and it gets that much harder to play the game from that point on. But they still did well. They noticed the win or die fight up against No Tag. They made a push. They avoided the third parties from Pera and Auglis for the most part, but it all came down to this beautiful Molotov from Gedrox through the smoke, blind all three players of Baldanini on fire, and even then Mercil is able to pick up the pieces, get the revive, get the knock onto Gedrox, but unfortunate zone shift away from them leaves them with really no options. But from a little bit of a disadvantaged position, it is good to see that they're still confident enough to take the fights, have the confidence to make those pushes, even in a 3 versus 4, and play that proactive style that Toby was talking about is always so profitable.
For sure. Now, Jordan, obviously we are halfway through day one. I'm curious if you feel the same way I do, in the sense that I kind of feel like the teams we expected to be at the top of the leaderboard are sitting there. Hasn't really been too many surprises so far.
Yeah, I might like to see maybe a little bit more from Foot Esports. That would be one that I'd probably touch on, and maybe Win or Die as well. Haven't really seen too much from them, but yeah, generally speaking, I think the top teams are performing pretty well.
It's going the way that you may expect, but you know it's PUBG, so that could change in a minute. It could change on Vikendi, which is coming up next. To use these breaks to go to the toilet, but some people want to stick around to watch the PUBG game show, which is exactly what is going to happen. Right now, 3 new players are going to be competing to get points on the board and show us how little professional players actually know about PUBG. Today, Daedrix is with us, AC and Jeems as well. Jeems, how are you feeling about the competition so far?
Feeling pretty good. Just woke up. I'm really ready for this. I'm prepared.
It's good that you woke up. I'm glad we don't have you sleeping. 80, I mean, how strong do you think Jeems is in general knowledge?
I think he's pretty good at general knowledge, because I've heard some rumors about this quiz, and I think Jeems can do pretty well in this one.
Let's hope you're not right, because you obviously want to do well. Daedrix, do you think that you're going to be able to take these 2 down?
I don't know. We will see.
You need to be more confident, gents. Come on, let's get into it. Round number 1, this is how it works. I'm going to ask you a question. If you get it correct, you get a point. If you don't get it correct, you get nothing. It's as simple as that. Are you ready to play? Let's jump into it. Our first question right now. Which country has the highest representation amongst the players in PEC Fall 2023? So, which country do the most players come from?
That was easy.
Boom.
Boom.
Well, gents, I can let you know that every single one of you got it incorrect. The correct answer is not Russia, it's actually Turkey. So, good starts. Good starts. Good starts.
It's automatic.
What? All right, let's try the next question. I'm going to make this one easy for you. You'll get a point if you get his first name correct, because I think his surname's going to be a little bit difficult. So here it is. What is Wacky Jackie's real name?
Oh.
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
I was going to say be confident, but I can understand that this might get difficult.
I think it might be Gustav Blom. But... Not quite sure.
Oh, I can't remember.
I mean, just throw it in.
I should know this.
James, did you just like guess the most random name that pops into your head and just put it down?
Yeah, I just think the most Scandinavian name.
Is it that bad of an answer?
It's not that bad of an answer, but I just felt like it was a very generic name. It's not Sebastian. It's not Gustav. It's definitely not Peter, James. It is, in fact, Henrik.
Ah, Henrik.
Well, we're going well. I mean, that was pretty obvious. Right, let's try again. I feel like this one, it should be easy enough. The first PGC finals were held in Oakland in 2019. Which team won?
Damn. Had to do it like that?
Congratulations, boys. You all got it correct. Everyone gets a point. Genji was, in fact, the winner. So tied right now on 1 point. Let's go into the last two questions of round number one. What does Miramar mean?
I have no idea. Had to improvise.
So everyone says desert, and I'm pretty sure we're being trolled by production here, but the correct answer actually is either watch sea or look ocean.
It's okay.
So apparently we had a quick technical pause there, and production let me know Miramar actually means look at the sea in Spanish.
Español.
None of us are Spanish though, so it's fine. We all got 0 points. Final question. What is the color of the big hat on the tequila bottle in Patona on the Miramar map?
I think I've been there one time.
And hopefully your memory is good enough to remember that one time.
Wild guess for me.
Yeah, that's a wild guess. I don't remember.
Your wild guess, James, is correct. Dedrick's you as well. It is red, so each of you score another point. 80 blue is not the correct answer. So moving into round number 2, we have a tie. 2 points each for James and Dedrick's.
Some of those questions were hard, but I actually feel like, Toby, I feel like you had the most inspired answer, even though it was incorrect. That Miramar might have meant Mirage. I think that was a pretty decent guess.
I got like 4 of the letters correct, and I feel like of all people that has some PUBG lore knowledge at this point, I should be the one to know things about Miramar. But it turns out that I also did not know what Miramar meant. I thought it was like a mirage sort of thing, but...
Look at the sea. Yeah, well,
there you go.
Well, there's plenty of sea to look at when we get over to Vikendi. It is the island, so you'll be able to look in all directions and see some sea as we now get ourselves snowy times going on. I suppose at the very top you wouldn't see sea if I look at this now, but you know what?
In next? What?
Where's he? He's somewhere. Let's shut up, you. It's time for game number 4 as we have got ourselves Vikendi on the way. Mate, I am so happy to be back again.
Same.
6 months is way too long. I missed out on PGC due to some stuff. So I'm happy to be back with you, man.
I am also glad that you are here, my friend.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I had to...
We're being nice to each other.
I was going to say, it was really hard to finish that sentence. I feel like there were so many times you could throw something in there. You just kind of... But nope, I had to go through with it. It's a good time. And I hope, of course, all of you guys in chat are enjoying the show as well as we see this rather simple playing path. Everything is just kind of good and dandy here. But of course, we know that the more calm and nice everything seems, the more brutal these circles do tend to end up being. So we'll see in just about 20 seconds time how ruthless this game is going to turn out to be.
The more calm things are, the more chaotic any trolls in chat comms are. That's what we've got to distinguish here. That's very important. I'm just going to keep harking on this, and Marslek will eventually watch it back and be annoyed at me, and that'll be great. I'm happy about that. But anyway, we have got ourselves, yes, a decent playing path for everybody to get themselves stabilized and good to go. Some of these teams obviously weren't able to stretch to their exactly ideal points, like Villa, for example, or Tika over on the east side. But the circle is going to be quite forgiving for this playing path to get things rolling. Yeah. And we've even got a lot of that area that isn't very snowy, which actually a lot of those fields around where Entropic are, again, it's very flat area, very easy to be able to effectively snipe out people if they're on like big rotations through that area. So you got to be careful around it.
I was just gonna say, I mean, we have our different areas in Miramar in particular where if you see a circle pop just anywhere in the nearby vicinity, you know, like, yeah, game is probably gonna go down to that compound. I feel like where Jenny is currently set as well, or somewhere in between him and Dedrix, Entropic don't go too far. Because there's a good chance that the game is going to hop down your direction as we hop on over to Mr. Polar Bear, which I feel like deserves a name other than Polar Bear. I feel like we should have, like, if that's going to be the one and only living animal in the game, we don't get sharks in the water, despite the fact that I've wanted it for the longest time. Just give the players harpoons and let them shoot sharks in the water. If we're going to have polar bears, at least they should have, like, a proper mascot name.
Should we give James the nod and use the name Peter, since he thinks a Danish man called Wacky Jack is called Peter?
You know, I mean, is that because we have so many polar bears in Denmark? I think we have 3. No. And they're in this 3.
Okay, right, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, what, they're roaming around Copenhagen? No.
Yeah, that's, if you've never been here, I mean, that's after COVID, things got wild, man, I'm telling you.
I was there a long time ago, and it was expensive for Copenhagen Games in 2012.
James is
That's
old,
a long time
everyone.
ago. I'm old.
Yep, James is very old. Well, with that said, with the laughs being off the way, let's take a look at FaZe Clan. Pretty decent stats. Obviously, a lot of their points coming off of that Erangel win. But this time around, it's not going to be as clear-cut how they should proceed with it. We've seen now both a phase that went for an E-pickup. We've seen a phase that went for wide rotates towards the middle. We've seen a phase that went for a very early push towards the middle, which is kind of rare. 3 games in, and we've kind of seen all the 3 different, at least early game approaches to a circle executed by one team in 3 different matches. So curious to see which of the phase iterations we'll see this time around. I would assume that we're going to see them make their way down towards the lumberyard, just where Baldanini is currently set. I know they like to play off of those ridge lines there, as the observers trying to find every single religious image on our lovely Vikendi map. But I would imagine that that's where FaZe are going to set up shop, at least come the end of first circle.
Yeah, I feel like the observers are sending us a code. We had a monk, and then a monk again, and then we had the Virgin Mary, and then I think we just had Jesus. So,
okay. So what do you make of that?
Figure it out, chat. I don't know.
This is, by the way, chat, this is all part of the next episode of the game show. How many pictures of religious figures are there on Vikendi? Put your answers in chat. The one who wins gets a very personalized free DM from James after today's broadcast.
This is like when they ask you at a raffle, here's a jar of sweets. How many sweets are in this jar? And it's like 700 and some. You just got no shot.
I only care for those if you actually win like a car, if you get it correct. In any case, let's hop back to this as the Blizzards start their journey across the map. Cool breeze. Indeed, cool breeze. Do we like them? Maybe not so much, but here they are. They are going to make life a living hell if you're a team trying to rotate through the edges of these circles.
That graffiti was very specific. Is that the ship that is in the ice in the lake at the north of the? It was like a ship in between ice, right? And it looked very. You're shaking your head.
No nut. We're getting the no nut.
It looked like that.
Here comes Professor Kale trying to indulge us with some of his PUBG lore, and he's wrong.
No, I don't mean where the graffiti is. I mean what the graffiti is of. If you go up to the north and yeah, exactly. Go away.
James trying to reel it in off of a big old miss. In the meantime, all the teams, except for a select 4, have managed to make their way into the circle. I guess we can say 5 with Newgate as well, trying to make their way in. And all of whom will be most likely making their way in from the eastern side. There is your ship, James. Take your win. Bring it home. In the meantime, Leosh will hop home. And there's actually 2 of them, so you weren't specific enough. Make that 3.
Yeah, there's so many ships. So many stranded ships.
An area of the map we won't be focusing on too much more. I mean, that, of course, depends on what James opts to talk about come the next circle shift. But, yeah, we'll see. Broken Bones.
I'll pick something obscure. One sec. No, I've got nothing.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. I like Broken Bones' kind of slow rotation on this. They are aware that there's space to be had on the western side of this circle. They're going to take their fair time with this rotation. And sometimes I feel like slowing down even further, even waiting for the blue to come, is the best thing you can do when you're already miles out anyway. Just slow down. If there's going to be any commotion in the early game, let those other teams take part in it. Don't feel rushed to make your way to the circle just because the blue is on your back. It's phase 1, doesn't hurt. Just find the next first aid. And play slow. Take your time.
Definitely play slow on Vikendi. I mean, one of the I was about to say problems, but one of the issues that did exist in previous Vikendi was that there were a lot of compounds in the middle of really open fields and not really many ways to approach said compounds. There is still some of that, especially down in this particular circle in some of these fields. I've gone back to analytical James now, I'm sorry. Instead of goofy James. I know, it's boring, isn't it?
Bring back fun James.
But there are still some of those locations, right? And when you find those locations, a lot of the times on Vikendi, the game does slow in those early stages. You have to play it slow. You know that teams are across another compound away from you, but there's not a whole lot you can do. You can get a knock, but you can't follow up on those knocks. Yeah. So things are a steady pace.
If there's nothing for you to claim and you have a chance to do nothing, just do nothing. I mean, but doing nothing, I mean, just don't like go risk anything. And for Broken Bones, I think their timing on pretty much hitting Dino Land as soon as the next circle pops is going to be perfect because they're going to be on the move faster than everyone else is. And should they be lucky that the circle does come to them, they're going to be in a great position to capitalize.
Chilling. We've got Auglis here who have found themselves on the cusp points-wise at the moment. They obviously found themselves in second place in that previous game, trying to shut down BBL. But BBL, I feel like those were kind of the moments where BBL as a roster just has that slight extra veterancy on their opponents and was able to know exactly how they were going to approach a fight effectively 2 or 3 minutes ahead of time. So definitely very impressive by them, especially to have 2 wins on the board so far out of 3 games.
Oh, yeah. It's huge, especially for a team who, I mean, we saw kind of struggle through the earlier stages of this game. I think the players individually, while they all have had their prime moments, neither of them, you would argue, is in their prime right now in terms of results that have been put on the table. Fair. So see them go together now and then maybe make that happen as a 4. I think that's phenomenal. And for BBL as well, the org itself not having had the results that they would have wanted out of EMEA for a while, this could be a huge turnaround, especially with everyone being of Turkish descent and it being a Turkish org. I think it's huge to have another team to kind of try and contest some of the other big names in the region.
You're right. I mean, to not mince words, BBL needs to have a good 2024 as an org. Because there was too many years now prior where, unfortunately, they did not live up to what the roster could have done when they were all Turkish or not, right? So we will see. This is already a decent start. I had I'm going to say reservations about them coming into today because, again, they have faltered as previous different rosters, of course, throughout the years. But this is them almost securing pathway through across 2 days, 43 points. As long as they're kind of getting some averages here and there in the next couple, you're almost towards that top 8.
Looking very good indeed. Circle, looking pretty good as well for most teams. It's an interesting one, though. You have a valley that is pretty much the road that cuts from Foot over towards Young Danes. Very low point of this circle, which is going to be hard to transition across, which is going to cause, now this fight happens a bit further away, but which is going to cause a lot of rotation, kind of shenanigans of teams bumping into one another, and this is the first of it. Schofield falls, and that's just yet again. Para struggling to get anything going in the early game.
Yeah, they're making very Hail Mary sends through some of these areas. And I don't really blame them in a lot of instances, but there's just got to be some caution about this. Like, okay, the circle popped and you're sending straight away and not really kind of, being able to scout out some of these certain areas, etc. I mean, maybe some extra checkpoints along the way to be a bit more cautious. Yes, it does slow you down and potentially getting yourself a middle spot. But by the time this circle's popped anyway, good luck getting a middle spot, right? You're going to be playing edge anyway.
Yeah, but what edge can you play? I mean, you can't play in from the west once that compound is taken. So you have to hit, essentially everywhere there is snow, there is playable open terrain. At least in this circle. I know it's different elsewhere on the map, but where we are right now, you can play in the hills towards the south. You can play in the hills up towards Lumberyard. That's where you can approach. And if you look at the circle right now, it's only Howl that are opting to fight for the northern side here. Every other team is trying to opt to go south. I mean, the ones that are still rotating, that is. You have Newgate coming in. You have Win or Die having just made landfall on the western side of the circle. And now Broken Bones, while they had a chance to stay up north, have actually opted to wrap all the way around towards the south.
Paris still heading towards the middle here, and they are getting away from some of the shots coming in from Fairy Tale, but they're going perilously close towards Auglas. Boldanini's found themselves a crate, and actually, any trolls in chat is pulling up to maybe take some shots at this. One of the members of Boldanini does find himself in a little bit of a scary situation, as Auglas now does realize that there was movement up towards them from Pera, so they're going to have to move away.
I mean, if you're wanting to sit up here as any team, as soon as you're out in the open, you have to make sure that no one's within nade range. Of course, that's been kind of, that whole concept has been ruined with mortars, because now you can always be in nade range. But but for the most part, you need your elbow room. If you want to play open areas, you can't get surprised out of nowhere. A solo just kind of sneaking up on you. Have to play it smart. Pera will be able to get to safety in the very dead center of the circle, somehow not taking any casualties on their approach. I guess, you know, they lose Schofield, but they get one of the most center positions in the game. And I feel like that's hashtag worth. Aww.
Yeah, that's like that Dino Land stuff.
Can we get some dancing dinos in the chat, please? I do like it when I see that. Yeah, it's fun. It's one of the few emotes that I really like in Twitch these days.
It is
the dancing dino.
Okay, it's pretty good.
It is pretty good.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10.
James out here to pluck his own emotes. I see what it is.
No. I find it... I'm not even going to go there, actually. But anyway. We've got ourselves... I'm very surprised that Pera has been able to make it to where they have. They threaded the needle very nicely, I suppose, between Fairy Tale, realized that Auglas was there, did not go up there, and decided, you know what? Let's just go for truly go for broke. And they found themselves a spot. So
we can put it this way. The fact that they get the compound isn't that surprising, but the route they took to get there had a lot of skulls on it and a lot of do not do this. And yet they succeeded. Here we go, though, out into the open. Circle might not look that bad, but considering how many teams aren't there, that's because, well, as long as the north is in, as long as you have that hillside control, you cannot do anything with what is now green on this circle. Everything around in Tropic is a no man's land.
I like my initial reply and response was going to be when you said, "Oh, it doesn't look that bad." I was going to go, "Oh, it's bad,
very bad."
There is very little to actually play in some of the center, right? So, I mean, Entropic's going to have an absolute field day with the position that they found themselves set up in. There are still some little hillsides that do exist beyond the snow area where you can see where Fairy Tale is, where Carnivores is. Now actually trying to transition away from, they're going for broke themselves, trying to send through all the way to the middle. I think it might be too early for them to try and take the spot that they're taking. I could be wrong, but I mean, we'll see if it comes back to bite them.
The only way that Entropic feasts off of this, though, is if that in case a team does put up on them, they shut it down instantly. Either they force them to drive elsewhere, or they take them down pretty much before they make their way into the compound. Because if a fight prolongs in any of the compounds that we have in the circle now, you can be damn sure that a third team is going to pull up on that, knowing how little there is to play, because that's the chance. That's an opening for other teams to try and claim something, right? So if a team does pull up on any compound here, hope to see that fight end quickly, or multiple other teams will come full speed forward.
We're just on board with Auglas at the moment, and they need to make a decision. They're slowly allowing other teams to leapfrog ahead of them here, and they're just trying to get as much information as possible, scout into the middle and see what's open. But as time ticks by, less and less is open. So they've got to really get a move on here. They might try and opt to move north. That could run them into Foot Esports, and then from there, maybe try and take out some of the, I guess, in inverted commas, urban area, which is just a row of houses. It's not big. It might be difficult.
BBL again, I mean, just pedal to the metal, taking one fight straight into the next fight. The one on first fight is knocked on second player as well. They're just continuing to clean up every single opposing team in their way. I love this approach. I mean, they seem like they have a chip on their shoulder. I mean, they know exactly where they have their opponents. They know what needs to be done to get the proper off angles. Now, though, you have another team coming in, and that might be too much for them. As Sabilla, who else finds Schiller?
Yeah, considering these circle shifts, take fights next to you and early, because ultimately trying to get into this later stages of the circle, I think for these edge teams down on the south, it's going to be difficult. So try and find as many kill points as possible. Fairy Tail, though, is spread. Kron is very ahead and north of BBL right now. You might be able to clean up Newgate here, BBL, but Fairy Tail might have decent angles on you as long as they're fully focusing on their approach.
And depending on where this next circle goes, this could indeed be a very, very big fight. It swings north, so okay, this is going to be a fight for lost real estate, effectively. And I think that's why Fairy Tail is now dipping. They see the circle and say, great, there's nothing more to come for. Yes, we can get kills, but that's us losing out on a potential position in the next circle. This circle is atrocious. The entire field around Entropic is practically unplayable. Yes, you have no tag on one side. They have everything there is to play there. This is going to be a cluster, a chaos galore commencing in the next 2 minutes.
Teams like Win or Die, teams like No Tag have kind of pitched up against the road, kind of the little dips that do exist up against that. So they are playing with relatively limited cover, I would say, but at least it's towards the center of this circle. Meanwhile, August now finally does push into foot up towards the north, realizing this might be their only entry point after they let teams actually leapfrog ahead of them. And we will have nades raining towards their position. I feel like August just left this a little too late. They might be able to get some kills here, but this just felt, unfortunately, like their only choice towards the end.
Yeah, good thing for Foot is that they're able to shut it down early as well, because they have actually been down here with FaZe for quite a while. Haven't been able to get enough knocks to come through in order for them to make a proper play. Both teams have lost one player, but that hasn't really encouraged either team to full on aggress towards the other. Of course, they know exactly which team they're up against. They respect, I would imagine, the skill set of the opposing team and know that any mistakes made here could be you going down.
And FaZe just trying to hold off, cordoned off these teams approaching. Meanwhile, Pera is actually still finding the position beyond them. That blue zone nade not doing too much for the moment here. And the nade's trying to go on forwards, but not connecting with a lot either. In the distance, Howl, we can hear the sound of them taking out double. Whereas James, this is just a slow roll for now, but they know that Foot has to move. They can hear the car in the distance. Great shots by James on T-Bone. That's a brilliant pick-off from him.
So difficult to do anything when the team trying to hold you out is hitting shots like that. Headshot, body shot, instantly T-Bone falls. That's the captain from Foot down and out. Now VAR trying to make a run for it. Not going to happen. Double headshot comes through from Gustav as well. As now, that's going to be Foot down to just 80. Yes, he got away, but where, oh where, my friend, do you go from here?
I mean, this shows the severity of a circle like this, right? The fact that these teams, there are still, what, 14, 13 alive, etc., and things like that. But they're having to make these harsh decisions pre-20-minute mark to try and get into this circle. That's how little there is to play on this circle.
Yeah.
Foot has gone down in the distance here. August is trying to salvage anything they can here with Honor and Lyran in the distance against Fairy Tail. But Fairy Tail's all separated. They've tried to send into the middle as well.
Yeah, it's again, I mean, this is just every man for himself type circle. When there's so little to play, you just have to take the fights to the teams next to you. And that's exactly what we're seeing happen here. No one's wanting to commit to the field knowing that's got death written all over it, as you can see here as well. So that's why teams are opting to take some more aggressive fights with the teams next to them, hoping they can salvage at least some points before having to commit to the center of the field.
I don't know if we have replay technology available, but we missed that towards where Pera was. But April and Zubilo were able to take them out handedly on the pull-up, and that is fantastic for them. Again, some of the only cover in this circle exists along those roads, and then you're kind of vulnerable to the line of sight down the road, who's all by teams that are also trying to take those same kind of spots down there. So it is very, very dangerous. As Baldanini they still have everyone alive barely. I criticized Carnivore's earlier rotation in, but it seemed to work out so far, but they're so close to nade range. It is really scary now for them.
One good nade, and that's an entire team dead. Look at how much space is on the northern circle. Why is that? Because it's so open. It is so incredibly barren up there that no one's been just daring to try and claim it for themselves. You want to keep your car set for as long as you can. There goes the car. Speaking of James left to himself, and that's not going to happen. Mercer will take him out.
Bye-bye. And it's still another big BBL game. They're still alive. They're not going to have the easiest time, but they've got themselves 7 kills during this game here. I think that goes in front. Yeah. Sure. Not far enough to be able to take out Gustav, as he sends one in return. Also not far enough.
This is crucial for this. I mean, for the space control on the eastern side of this circle. They're very blessed right now that no one is trying to pull up and third party this, because everyone on that side of the circle have kind of gotten in already. The commotion has already taken place, and FaZe were the victors of it. Teams does go down in the end. Fex, though, where do you go from here? You see shots come through now already. How do you maneuver? How do you get over to Gustav into this position? That's how you
Marcel's angle's very important, because he's shutting down FaZe from being able to shoot at Mogor as well as AX. So that's very, very important that he keeps holding that. If he goes down, then the rest of them are going to be super, super vulnerable. Well, my bad has to lie down as well. Xixtant's looking into the distance. They have some hay bales to work with alongside this truck, but they're not in the circle. They're going to have to eventually get over this road. I hope they've got some smokes.
A team that I think would have an extreme pop-off game here is actually Howl. 4 alive still, 7 kills already. And look at the amount of space they've been able to claim, coming in last on the western side of the circle now. FaZe will fall out in 10th Taego. Again, practically impossible rotation for them to have to make with 3 teams already kind of sat in good defendable positions inside the circle. But for Howl up on that northwestern side, now they're wrapping further towards the circle center too. This could be a huge game for them if they can very quickly locate where the opponents are and knows how to prioritize these fights, because make a small mistake here and that could be you down instantly.
And as we were talking about earlier, Marcel does hold off FaZe alongside his teammates, so that was very important. Now, nades will rain down on the position of win or die. They do not have the easiest of cover points here against Howl, because Howl can take that high ground advantage. The other teams in the distance are preoccupied with other targets, so they're not even really looking towards Howl right now, which gives Howl a lot of room to work with, as you mentioned before.
Especially off of that circle, just swung north again as well. BBL, they're just unstoppable. 8 kills. I know they're down to 2, but again, in a game where you have to salvage here near the end of it, they had to fight their way in from the south, and somehow they're still alive. They're taking the fight to Entropic, who once again are taking casualties.
I mean, BBL is doing so much. They're looking to qualify off day 1 in a 2-day event here, as we have a big shift north against them. That will be difficult. They'll just be looking for kills now, will BBL, down in this compound at the moment. Nades go in. Voldemon as well as Iroh looking for it. Voldemon in for the sub position and getting himself 4 kills during this. Sends another molly in. Almost playing carefree here is Voldemon. He's looking great.
Completely. They probably already have the numbers they were hoping to get today, so even if Voldemon falls here, the shot comes over. Iroh is able to fight the second. There's just 1 left alive inside of this warehouse or barn, whatever you want to call it. And Iroh, well, it's not done just yet. He's, oh my god, he doesn't get hit by that.
Stay very still.
There is the rest possible on Voldemon too.
Yeah, the circle obviously coming in pretty soon. He's going to have to be a bit careful about that. Throws in the molly as well. And now he's going to abandon for the res. Tries to go for a smoke. Tries to go around the corner, flashed. Blind. Is he going to push around against it? But even then, he's locked in the blue. That is perfect from Hawkeye to clean that out. And for Entropic, you had a good opportunity in this game with this compound. But now, you have a vehicle. Can you make this work? It's a big, big move to try and make.
Yeah, but who do you pull up on too? Because keep in mind, they've been so focused on the teams around them, they haven't really had a chance to scout what's been going on in the north. And because of the terrain, the little ridge line that goes here, they haven't been able to see anything. So we'll see now if they opt to pull up on Fairy Tail here, which, I mean, is really the only play they can make, but how? Even if, do they succeed in doing this?
Hello? Is this Ibby from 2018? What's going on here? We've got ourselves the big smoke move from them. And actually,
I mean,
they're going to get naded out. There's no way. Yeah, brilliant stuff by April here just to be able to respond to this. You are not being able to pull the Ibby moves. I mean, kind of caught dead to rights here. What can you do as Entropic? You can try and go for a car send through, but you're going to get sprayed down. Fairy Tail will lock you out.
Ruin breaching 1,000 damage this game with 5 kills as well. Looking for like targets down below. So Axa finds yet another one. Kind of also able to stay alive for quite a bit of this one. A small shot comes through Baldini. I mean, they have eyes on everything from here.
It's not too bad. Not too bad at all. As April shuts down the rest of Entropic, they're down in 6th place. Howl still on that high ground. Now looking to wrap around on that west side as well and shut down what's going on. Supillar's gone. That's another big scalp to take here. Howl 10 kills again here, despite themselves not having the best games in the previous 2. That first one was fantastic from the bridge after taking down FaZe, and now Quetpa takes down Hello My Bad. So Howl is on the warpath.
Timing on that one just off by a second. I think he thought that the molly was going to isolate the staircase, but not to be, and Mogor will burn himself down in the end of it. Mershal and Axa, we'll see if they can get something done here. They are in a 2v2, which is obviously doable, but it's such a hard push forward to have to make.
Definitely difficult. All of these scraps, these remnants of teams now somehow going to have to find a solution to the Howl problem. Code Marco has a Groza in hand, as if they needed any more firepower available to them here, as Ruin is lording over the position down towards the south here whilst they are being held out. So will Baldinini be able to do anything? The answer is no. Yeah. It will be Carnivores shutting them down.
Exactly. I think I saw 3 sets of level 3 gear on Howl. I mean, they all look pretty good too. So definitely a game for them to come out here and bring home. It's just solos galore on the side of both Carnivores, Fairytale, and Win or Die. And here they come pushing on forward. Matt will be able to fight the first one. Extends rewarded with a double kill here, but now in a 1v4, this one should be game over.
Yep. How quickly could you get to second place is the question for all of those solos at that point, and Extens is able to do enough. For a Win or Die, again, a lot of expectations on them for this tournament, and they're able to get a second place, but Howl absolutely screaming over this hill. So many kills and so much room to work with here, Toby.
Phenomenal game. Absolutely phenomenal game in an area of the map that is actually extremely hard to play through. But they did effectively what I kind of wanted Broken Bones to do initially. We mentioned them earlier when everyone was trying to come in on the southern side. Howl stayed up on the north. They played it slow. They took the fight to the distance, knowing that those fields were going to be burning all over the place. They just, took shots at teams that couldn't shoot back at them. Great game for Howl and be able to bring it home too.
Yep, the Wolves win in the Tundra, and now let's head over to the studio once again to break down game number 4.
I mean, obviously by now you know Howl just won that. I also want to draw your attention to the fact that the team that is currently sitting on the top of the leaderboard, BBL, went out in 8th but still finished with 8 kills. So they are sponging up points where they can. But it was a big game from Howl. Saga, they're looking very good.
100%. And so far it's been a really solid day for MEA. Maybe just the fact that the teams that kind of punish their playstyle the most tend to be the ones that play late on the edge, where it's pretty easy just to third party and push in. And when a team just makes a chaotic send in the way that Para did in that game, I mean, that was the most Para thing I've seen all day. And I mean, think back to game 1, they did some pretty big Para maneuvers, but this time just that crazy wild wrap send straight through the middle. But this time around, it's just kind of not getting punished. And Howl, this time, I actually have to say, their push onto Young Danes was so incredible for Howl, so unfortunate for Young Danes. The wrap all the way through the blue zone timed it perfectly as soon as the Young Danes left their compound and just gave them full control of the hill. And they were just able to take full control of the opportunity that was presented to them.
Currently on your screen is our overall leaderboard. Don't forget, the top 8 teams will make their way through to the grand finals. The bottom 8 teams at the end of tomorrow go home. Jordan, is this playing out the way you're expecting? What do you think?
Yeah, I think so far, yeah, you really do have to look at that and say, well, the big names are pretty much up towards the top. At least they're more or less in the top 8, so can't really complain too much about that. I thought a great pickup from you as well with BBL, obviously having still kind of got that scoreboard ticking over. They're still just holding on to that top spot, even though Howl, it feels like, is kind of hot on their heels. Like it's been a very solid day from Howl. They had that second place in game 1. They performed in game 2. Yeah, went a little bit missing in game 3, but it's Taego, these kinds of things happen. And then they're continuing to kind of go from strength to strength over the course of today. So I wouldn't necessarily be super surprised to see Howl even at the top of the standings at the end of our 6 games if they can keep this pace up. And BBL's in there, Entropic's in there, FaZe in there, Howl, Foot. I mean, these were the teams that we kind of talked about at the start of the day, and they're all delivering in some way, shape or form. Even Win or Die actually had a pretty decent game there towards the back end of that Vikendi. So they're kind of on the climb too. So actually, if you really would have picked a bunch of names out the hat, it probably would be those sort of 6 or 7, and they're all there. So congrats.
For sure. Now, obviously, Saga, Jordan mentioned Win or Die. They were our Protality winners. They got you on a wild card. They had a pretty good showing in the group stages. I was surprised by them. And now they've had a really good game as well.
Pretty good showing. 70 points in the group stages, and 39 of them came from their Vikendi matches, all 2 of them. So colour me shocked that they have a very good game this time around. But actually, do colour me a little bit shocked, because very early into this game, Leosh got picked off, didn't quite make it into his compound, and there's the Young Danes with 4 men in that position ready to pick him off. It looked kind of doomed, especially when you started seeing this kind of shift, but Entropic regrouping their split on the compound that they did gave them an opportunity to backfill, and a little bit of risky scouting forwards, maybe looking for playable areas later on in the game, and Hello My Bad managed to make it back to this compound where they did find this spot, which eventually they had to make a move in towards. And it was sketchy because no tag was in grenade range. Howl had just wiped out Young Danes. They tried to make this push over the top of the road. There was a good couple of grenades, but just third-party shots, off angles from Explicit. There's very little that they could do. And now that Howl starts to activate and starts putting shots in as well, they're running out of options. So it's just a really smart maneuver just to say, you know what, bun this, get in the vehicles. We're just going to send it across the road in towards the hill. We're going to have to keep our heads down and play for placement as long as possible. Yes, they did lose Hello My Bad as he tried to get a little bit active but got caught out in doing so, but Xtans was more than happy just to keep his head down, just stay prone in the middle, wait out for his opportunity, and when his opportunity came, he jumped on it. First sign of any weakness of the Carnivores, sends it over in the vehicle, cleans them up, gets a couple of extra points, an all-important second place for win or die, and again, continuing that hot streak on Vikendi form is really something that's good to see.
How do you think this team can take that confidence that we see from them on Vikendi over to other maps like Miramar?
Just gotta keep on rolling, don't
die
they?
less.
Oh, both of you. There we go. Die less. Keep rolling. We got it all done. We have had some daring PUBG. We've had some exciting PUBG. And we've also got 2 Miramars coming up. So it should get even better straight after this.
Hello guys, here's Chris from the Ace and PUBG team, and I want to show you guys some 1 to 3 simple tricks or tips, whatever you want to call it. We're just getting started with some keybinds. What you should instant swap, and that is fire and aiming IDS, because if you have this at the same button, there is a small, how to say it, a small delay for the ADS, right? I would say so, and change that to get better. Again, a keybind, separate your jump and wall keybinds. It's the same, like you don't want to wall over things when you only want to jump, right? Make sure to change your vehicle driver seat. For me, it's I don't know if it's personal preference, but for me it works really good, and I think the most of the pro player have it like that. For me it works better than with control 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Try it out for better drive-bys. Make sure to activate enable compass background. For me it's easier to see the compass with a black background. It's Chris, thank you for enjoying this. I hope you enjoyed it. Bye bye.
3 guys.
That's
fine.
It's fine, just let them be there.
They're coming. One guy.
I see.
Crashing you.
Nice, they're driving full around.
Nothing north. One is flipping. Yes.
Come on. Pop the tires, dude.
You're going blue. They see on blue.
That's shooting me.
Oh, close guy.
Nice. They got him. Okay, yeah, go.
Try and get on the roofs.
Yeah, park a car on this house, you can get roof.
Go.
Guy shot me. Take.
He crawled outside, by the way. He's outside on me somewhere.
Super far. We just got to kill him. I guess.
I'm running next house.
Two guys. I kill you.
I'm running back.
And against him.
Where did you knock him? That tree or?
By the tree.
Needed once. Phaser pushing closer to us again. They think we're full fight. I knocked one over there. Phaser pushing closer to us again. He's taking the old house.
I headshot him on green. One push close. Push close behind the Zima. One Zima on green. Zima stuck on green.
I can need him. Yeah, I can need him.
He's outside the wall, not on the Zima.
Outside the wall, okay.
Need to fall back, is not nice.
Yeah.
One in the close house?
Yes.
Healing.
Is gas station leaving or?
Careful on your angles.
They might be one driving now, one just running blue.
Might be baiting.
You want to go running? Nice. Last guy car.
He's free leg.
Fax any smokes?
No.
We can take the...
We just farmed him now. We're 30 seconds
One's
still.
on green mark. I'm not running in the left smoke of it.
Okay, we're healing behind the car. There's a rock in front of us, by the way.
Yeah, we have to get to that rock.
Native
from north.
Yeah, still on blow.
We're hoping he doesn't have another one.
He's going for the res now on green mark.
I mean, just playing off. That's the last guy.
That's the last guy still coming. Knocked behind the wall again. Tapped him.
Nice shot.
I'm on the tree, by the way.
Chill.
He's knocked on you. Vex is knocked.
Yeah.
All right, 2 sandy portions of the Dusty Dunes coming up here for PEC Spring, and we've had ourselves 4 bangers games, to be honest. I mean, that last circle was a bit rough for a lot of people, let's be realistic about things. But now we still have MEA on the warpath, and I would suspect MEA is also probably quite good on the desert, so maybe Miramar's theirs as well. What do you think, Toby?
I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be exactly how things are going to go down. I mean, if we look at how Howl played and pretty much claimed the win here in the previous match with the amount of kills they were able to garner, that same playstyle can, unless if we see really early kind of a city ending confirmed circles, that same playstyle can be very much put to full use on Miramar. Get a high ground, spread out, and just start peppering the teams fighting down below. If they can get a similar position in a somewhat similar scenario or circle scenario here, that could be back-to-back very strong games for Howl.
And there's the breakdown. All right, let's get to it. Wake up, Garrett, guys. It is game number 5 as we have our plane well on the way and good to go. Foot good dropping out very early for their backup drop. They do not have the big stretch to Porto Pariso, so they will not be going there. So boot on the ground fast to get themselves moving fast. But we know what happened last time I said that. No tag. We're very far away from the circle, so hopefully they have more luck.
We'll see if it's going to go down that way for sure. As everyone hits the ground, no big confrontations early on here. No tech are flying out east, and should be should be pretty chill there. We are seeing 2 teams going Chuma. Are they going to fight for it though? I mean, seems to me like they are. Which look south. There's so much space. There's so much space. And the thing is, Newgate is the last team to jump out of the plane. They know there was no one left in the plane, that they had Valdelmar for free. I in a situation like this where you're in the last chance qualifier with just 7 games left to play, and you're not exactly in a position where we're guaranteed to qualify, setting a 9th right now, I call not worth.
Yeah, a problem that exists for this is Newgate's backup drop is so far away, right? Like all the way up in Old Cobbers.
But again, but again, they were the last team to jump out of the plane.
Yeah, they would see it.
And no one was Valdemar. I mean, it's as straightforward as they come. Let's audible. Let's say, great, we're the only ones in the plane. Go to Valdemar, loot up, rotate in.
I think it works too as well because you're not too far off your usual rotate paths for a drop like that, right? So, and especially with the circle. I mean, with a circle like this, there's every world where you can just back off from one another. If the circle had popped north, okay, maybe there'd have been more conflict. But because they realize, okay, the circle is in our grasp, we can just go south, maybe even trash loot the compounds and then keep moving south and maybe get ourselves solidified in a central position. No reason to fight at all.
This read is phenomenal. They do this now in a situation where not only do they kind of screw over, in lack of a better word, Entropic in terms of taking a couple of the vehicles that they would have probably wanted to have, but they also move further circle center than they were. In the meantime, now Baron Peak, Spudge, a very unaware smash in the middle of a rotation, but opts not to shoot.
Yeah, whilst that's kind of stalemating on the shots, I do say as well, I want to compliment Entropic on their drop strategy, right? Yeah. Because in terms of when the parachutes come down, there was all the room in the world for them to drop north Chumacera, but instead they dropped relatively close to Newgate. They kind of almost pursued them to try and kind of cordon off their options, right? So, I mean, they're moving very fast now, or Entropic on the map, if you've got that open as well here. But it was just like, again, almost flexing. And maybe they get Smash. Didn't shoot
How
yet.
is Smash allowed to just casually drive past everyone? He is on a scenic route of, let's see how many teams I can high five before going back to the circle. That's once he watches back the one of this, he goes, wow, I should have been dead like 3 times there.
Yeah. That was flew too close to the sun scenario, but then didn't have your wings melt and just be okay. I mean, they did lose one, though, August, in the distance, because they've been trying to reposition themselves, which is odd because, again, this is BBL's kind of split drop location.
It is.
And you would have expected them maybe to have had our building somewhere to be then able to kind of stage a campaign from. So I'm under the impression they felt like, okay, we don't really have that much gear. Yeah, I'm seeing like level 1 helmets and things like that. So, yeah, maybe they wanted more.
I feel like we can call this a turkey split, because we've seen DA play this position. I mean, every single team that has ever played southwest of Picado and kind of split those compounds in the looting phase early has always been Turkish teams. I mean, in the EMEA, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
And this is no different. Issue now is that everyone is collapsing on set position. So BBL, having already lost one, as you mentioned just before, this is not exactly great because they had to move much, much earlier. Normally, they'd be sat here. They'd try and kind of, mess with teams that were rotating on past. Here's just them rushing to try and group up on a position that might not even be the best of the ones that they had available to begin with.
Well, everyone trying to stake their claim for those center spots and then make their next transitions easier, as we have well aware of for today. Hard shifts are not out of the question. So being as central as possible is going to pay some dividends later. But Newgate was even taking some warning shots around for the position that they have, so they feel quite comfortable about where they have currently. Beyond that, I mean, it's just slow rolling for the rest of these teams. Foot might even come in with e-pickup, but I mean, even if they drive in, they're going to be okay sat in the blue for a little bit. They're well capable and aware of how they will play that out, and then just play edge again.
I'd say there's a bigger chance that FaZe opts to go for an e-pickup than Foot in this position. Foot, notoriously famous for being the last team to come into Phase 1, unless if it drops on top of them. Young Dane's going to be wrapping in from the far western side. It's funny. Not funny, but because of the early game Chumacera situation, there's way less teams towards the southwest. Obviously, had Newgate been down there, they would have only now been starting to wrap up. So there's plenty of space on the western side of this circle because of that. But we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen off of it. Fairy Tail spotting Master Lake in the open. He's down to low HP, but Kron has still yet to reveal his position.
Zabiela again in the distance, being able to tag a few up here and there, and Marselek's still trying to poke on out. It's very clear to me that they're aware of, obviously, Zubila's position because he was shooting at them, but maybe not so much of Kronz,
no
who
clue.
is lurking.
Yep. And Sibilla is doing everything right. Just attract all the attention in the world towards him. Because then once, I mean, he's effectively sitting behind a rock. So once Masterlik, as we know he likes to do, tries to go out and aggressively find an off angle, Kron is sat there ready and waiting. Maybe peeks on over. Oh, doesn't even go off of it, but now he will. There's the off angle. That is Masterlik trying to spot Sibilla from the other side. This is the trap that they have set up, and they've set it up perfectly because he jumps. He's not going to see him. Wait, did he? Nope. He did. He crouched. He knows. He knows something is up. Oh, no.
Covered from the shed.
Oh, Masterlik, that is that's you playing Smash just 5 minutes ago. That is the fact that you get out of there alive. I loved the setup. I loved that Fairy Tail knew exactly how any trolls in the chat were going to play this and set up accordingly. Very good knowledge on their part. But the fact that Masterlik gets to live with that one, whew.
Yeah. There was a black mamba in the bush just waiting to strike with poisonous fangs, and then all of a sudden, wham, nothing.
Yep. It's like the Enemy at the Gates movie where the guy is lying with the sniper, but as soon as the evil guy comes out, he falls asleep.
Man, I love that film. That was a great shot. Good job, Masterlik. I love Enemy at the Gates. And then I showed it to my fiance, and she was like, this is really boring. And I'm like, I'm afraid we can't get married.
Fair. You know what? If I was to come up with reasons as to why not, then yeah, fair.
Unreal.
Yeah.
It's a great film.
Yeah. It's good, but it's not great.
Whoa, whoa,
I feel like
Are
we've
you saying
had
we
this
can't get married
discussion.
either?
I feel like we've had this discussion before.
Maybe.
Yeah, we can't. You can't back out now, James. We're practically married at this point.
Yeah. No, it's fine. we've got ourselves FaZe moving. I'm changing subject fast. We've got ourselves FaZe moving up onto a hill, and this is actually not too bad a vantage point to be able to get some intel, some reconnaissance about what's going on towards the middle of the circle a little bit. But again, we're still waiting for that first circle shift, so anything could happen.
Yeah, we sure are. Second won't be that, but and this, I mean, whenever, I don't know why it is. It could just be me putting too much, kind of conspiracy to these circle shifts. I feel like when we have circles like this, where you can pretty much with a thick pencil draw an entire inner circle around phase one and have at least 500 meter stretch where there's no players. Yes, we have one of the win or die players out there. Yes, Foot is there too, but everywhere else you have a full-on half-kilometer perimeter of nobody. These circles always hard shift. Whenever everyone is set up in the dead center, that's when you get the brutal shifts, because then you have the teams that have now somehow managed to kind of squeeze in between one another in the middle of the map, having to figure out, wait, how the heck do we untangle this mess? How do we get it back out to the edge without everyone dying? And that's commotion, like commotion galore.
Do you think Young Danes has seen anyone yet from that position?
If they
that
have,
just had?
then they at least have 8 X's, maybe 15 X's.
They are chilling.
But that's what I was saying before, because Newgate is playing as far towards Juma as they are. Young Danes, I mean, they're playing it understandably slow because they're expecting there to be more people in this area. Like, we came in so late. There should be people here, but they aren't. Now let's see if they get the circle rewarded for their position. Oh, I saw on the minimap this one went far towards some direction, and it is pretty center still, but down towards the west.
Oh, not bad. I mean, yeah, favoring the teams that have tried to go for a bit of a heavier wrap towards that south position. So good for Young Danes. At the same time, though, Newgate going to try and set themselves up in a big split here for the moment. I mean, it's totally fine right now. They're just going to be shooting in every direction, making sure that people are coming towards them. Looking for maybe the 2-2 here as Senka Pow Pow is going to move up the hill.
Foot and FaZe. We saw them square off against one another on Vikendi just before, a fight that in the end kind of spelled disaster for both of them. Let's see now if they end up tumbling into one another once more, as Gustav is still left behind, trying to get his car out of the compound up towards the north. James has gotten himself into actually a really favorable position here on the eastern side of the circle. Correction, Fex are trying to make their way over to join him, as Orglis kind of caught in their split here as well, trying to set up for rotations to come.
Yeah, say what you want. James is still one of EMEA's best scouts by far. In terms of, never mind any success, never mind any of that. Just hours played alone in terms of that role. Sending it on in, looking for an opportunity, being able to wiggle through some of these teams. Laz has already taken out Explicit down in the bottom here. And Smoke goes down, but I don't think you can get to him in time to revive.
Nope.
So a full kill.
And to go off your point, I mean, that's why we see teams, I don't say often, but sometimes die in situations where everyone's like, wait, what? Teams, why were you there? Or why did you die? That was stupid, haha. But that's because, yes, he might die once or twice doing that, but the third time, when it hits home, that rotation or that, I say, eagerness or daringness to scout usually we would never scout the position is what grants them their wins.
Can't dispute that. It is pretty much fact when it comes, especially towards the end of 2023, when I thought they were looking excellent as well. It felt like they were just in that right position. Everything was coming together. The guys that needed to frag, like Fex and Gustav, were fragging. The guys like James that were needing to scout and have like kind of like head on a swivel to be able to find themselves the right spot was good. But anyway, we have gone about that enough here as Pera still in a 2-2 themselves. We were able to take out that no tag kill. Did well for themselves. And they were still just scouting on around here. They're aware that FaZe is lurking up on them.
Yeah.
And James is still looking for an opening.
Regardless of where this game takes us in terms of the circles, this is a game that Pera needs to convert into points. Yes, they have won already, so technically they've already done that, but they need something off of it. Even if the circles don't end up going to this position, this is such a good position to scout forward from. If the next one hard shifts west, right now, Lhasa and Baron can see that entire mountain face towards the southwest. They need to right now know exactly where they're going to go, pretty much regardless of where this next circle goes. They need to have it ready, and by the time these 25 seconds have kind of gone down and out, they need to be in their cars, good to go, unless if the circle goes smack back on top of them.
I'm ready to fight as well. This next circle is going to be the crunch. It's going to be rough with the amount of players that are still alive. We've only really lost Iro, Explicit, Free Kill. That's about it, really, I think.
Yep. It's going to be brutal. Imagine a western shift here. Full hard southwest chaos ensuing. Where are we going? Okay, church ending. There was a time where I'd say, well, obviously this is boring, but it's actually been a minute since that's been the custom. If we are indeed ending all the way up towards Entropic's position in the church itself, but now is where splits have to group up. Now is where you have to make moves, and for Newgate, honestly, this might be the best time Sandstorm ever.
Yeah. Hilariously, this is the least crunchiest crunch circle that could have been. True. Right? There's so many teams already situated in this area. It's just going to be a few stragglers now here and there trying to find themselves a spot. This has been an extremely favorable circle for the majority of the teams compared to what it could have been. So a sigh of relief will wash over the lobby for a moment before the oncoming storm. No pun intended with that silly sandstorm now gone. And looks like Young Danes might try and take the high ground south of No Tag, but from there, they're going to have to do a lot of scouting and a lot of fighting.
And you brought up a perfect point, James, is that, yes, we have the stragglers that have to make their way on in, but it's going to be the stragglers that kind of set the tone of how this next circle is going to play out. Do they just take one another out, which is kind of the case right now, or will they get center enough to cause commotion there too? But look at this howl. And, Carnivores has a great nip, but not enough damage done.
Meanwhile, on the other side of this, Correx is actually putting the boot in against Augulus. So FaZe is really starting to ramp up the pressure on the teams trying to move in from that north side too. Carnivores is so vulnerable. Here's a nade, it's perfect! Senka, pow, pow!
Pow, pow! That's not just the one kill on one, but he stole 3. That is a 4-kill nade, points very much needed in the back for these guys down at the compound, Newgate. And look at the amount of space that granted them. If there's an Achilles heel position to this compound, that is it right there. Senka ran out into the open, lobbed the nade on over, and yes, 3 of them are downed already, but he placed that nade the only place he could to secure all those points. What a clutch play.
Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff here. That's exactly what they needed to be able to get themselves the move up this leaderboard. 6 on the board. That moves them into the top 8. That is going to give them so much wind in their sails now. But anyway, let's move on from that. Foot is now rocking up on the position of FaZe here. Spray's coming out from Fex. See if he can take out Beanie. Yes, he does. Now we're going to try and fortify this location. Knows that the reinforcements coming up on that left-hand side. Will finish off Beanie quickly. But here's the reinforcements through the window. Tries to go into the door. Vard's taking out Curexy. Vard's taking out Fex. That's a 2-for. Will he be able to do any more with this? Nades are going to be sent on forwards to try and shut this down.
Such a cluster of an engagement here. They lose the first one on approach, but are somehow allowed into the building regardless. I feel like there was maybe a bit too early aggression from Fex to try and come back in and claim the position for the team, but punished now with Correction down as well. It's just Gustav trying to make a wraparound play here and make something happen. They have teams in the building too, but he can't quite get the angle as long as Foot don't over-aggress. This is looking very good for Foot in a situation that I thought for a second there that FaZe had full control of.
Yeah, I thought Fex was going to be able to do a lot more with that, but unfortunately, you're going up against someone which, let's be realistic, it's not too hard for Vard. He's a great guy. He's a great player. He is able to shut you down when you feel comfortable. So, brilliant stuff here from Foot on the rock up. I mean, even when this fight is all said and done, though, I think it might end up being collateral damage on either side. Eitzi will take down James. It's only Gustav really remaining here to be able to force this away. Still, despite only losing Beanie, Gustav, I think he's going to have to tuck and run.
Yeah, he had a nice off angle. I like the idea of the flank, but you can see now that shots are being fired from Pero on the other side. And he's like, guys, come on. I'm trying to 1v3 this. Could you please, just please back off? I'm trying to do something that's already practically impossible, and you're not exactly making things any easier here. But for Foot to come in, be the aggressors on this position, pushing into a FaZe position that was actually pretty good. Yes, Gustav wasn't in the best position to help defend, but still, I mean, it's FaZe you're going up against. For them to be able to come out and only take one casualty, that is a massive win for Foot in that fight.
And this will be the big crunch circle now. We have shifted northeast, I should say here. So that's going to mean a lot of those teams from Chumacera angle, even Newgate's going to have to move on away from this. They have a little bit of a play that they can make up alongside that road, but Young Danes is still on the chase as we have Fairy Tale here, trying to hold off Win or Die, who are now encroaching on their territory. A nade does go through from Zabila. They've not been able to do too much in this game just yet, but maybe Win or Die, if they can divide and conquer with them separated a little bit, could be the first names on the draw board.
Yep, this is going to be a hard one, but a pretty important fight too, because there is a spot on that western side of the circle that is going to be playable for one of these 2.5, let's say 3, with Squincy as well, teams out here towards the west. But for Fairy Tale, they need to make something happen. They got to do it fast because the circle is already starting to close in.
James see the mortar. James is happy, but nothing used of it. I just saw it on the ground. Like, oh, hello. You know what I haven't seen today? P90. Where's that?
I saw one, but it was in the hand of Ruin, and he only uses DMR.
Yeah. Never mind. Meanwhile, Marselec popping off. Actually, Broken Bones were kind of almost in a scramble. They were trying to retreat. Squincy had gone all the way to the west, and the shots were being taken against him. And now only one remains here for Broken Bones. Win or Die now. Realizes they're going to have to come up against Fairy Tale. That ridgeline is all that separates them. He peeks over, sees 2 heads straight away, and is like, nope. Ooh! Close call.
Very close indeed. I think a lot of people might just have ducked down there just out of sheer reflex, seeing a nade pretty much hit them straight in the face. Again, this fight, I mean, I respect that the teams are trying to play safe here, but in this situation, I feel like you have to make a play. Now the circle shifts away, but where do you go from here, Win and Die? You cannot just make a move with these guys so close.
It's a huge utility commitment as well from both of these teams. They know that they have to survive, but even if they do survive, how are they going to be able to get into the later stages of this game when all of their utility is expended like this? So this is a big commitment from both of these teams, especially Win or Die, very much up against it right now here.
I mean, Fairy Tale have Win or Die exactly where they want them. The issue is they can't really make a play because now Entropic is sat here looking this direction. Before, when Entropic was looking elsewhere, yes, there was a play to be made. It should have happened then. But now the issue is, with them looking here, they have to just dip. They have to go elsewhere.
More smokes go down, block off this line of sight, try and slow down Win or Die while they try and get Kron up and good to go. More nades move forwards. Molly in as well. A little bit of a spray with the AUG across the way, but not really able to connect with too much. Still a backup and try and get in those cars and get moving. But where are you going? As they're going to now start plowing down this hill to find what? They could maybe rock up against the cliff side and maybe try and take some shots at these outlying members.
This is one set where someone just goes pull up and they all fully aggress forward. They have a ridgeline here that's just exactly inside the circle, and this is where, if you're in Tropic, you have to clean up. You have to clean it out completely. Grandy's tried to go aggressive for a second, goes down because of it. Not sure if he fell down there, what happened, but the remaining 3 are still up high.
Those teams in the distance are actually covering any trolls in chat at the moment. They got 2 knocked by Maruna, who actually from Broken Bones knocked 2 on the entrance there. But anyway, there's so much fighting going on right now. Fairy Tale trying to scramble on out of that. Win or Die actually takes down Brightside from all of this. Entropic is sitting pretty here in the compound, just waiting for these teams to finish things up and then clean them up.
Yep. Let's see now. What's going to happen? I think Grindis, he must have DC'd. I saw him die down below, and I'm like, what would you be doing down there? That's got to be it. There's no reason for a team with full church control to have one guy to say, you know, I'll casually run down the hillside. So either he fat-fingered and fell off the cliff, or he must have disconnected. I don't see any other reason why he'd be down there.
Tough circle, though, for all of the teams laying on the edge here, and it's going to be a very edge-heavy game for the moment. The rest of the open is just kind of that shallow incline. Still, Gedrox trying to find the rest of Entropic. Knows that a knock just happened right outside him. Hello, my bad, with the finish on Hawkeye as well. Will they be able to get more done here, win or die?
That's a good nade coming through. Marcel will up one more on over, but of course, every peak comes with a lot of shots fired from behind. As the teams on the other side of the road do get good angles. BBL going to be raping rewards for that one. Finds one more as well. Schiller on point, and O'Connell with the final nade lopped on over. Elsewhere on the map is able to take out the entirety of Young Danes with just one vehicle explosion.
Any trolls in chat still trying on that mission to get up one of their players or so now that we're up against the wall here. They're trying their very best to transition against it. There is the carnage that ensued. Baldanini as well now rocking up to see exactly what is going on here, but no tag in the distance. Needs to recover and get moving. The problem is that for these teams outside the circle, making a transition, you're going to be shot at from the west, from the east, as you're trying to make those transitions. So hopefully you got some smokes.
I mean, if you're no-tag right now, you're thanking BBL for their efforts. They're doing so much work to try and suppress Entropic, to try and limit their options, to really use the roof to their advantage. And for that, obviously also kind of misfortune with the DC, which I suppose it was from Grannies. They just have to play kind of compound defense mode inside this church here.
Tough stuff for all of these teams. It will be, they're all kind of locked in their own fights on the edge.
Yeah.
There's almost no room taken in the middle of this circle by these teams right now, and transitioning will be tough. Win or die. Still looking towards any trolls in chat. Entropic's playing it slow. I love this position.
How do you, one thing is that there's 19,000 angles in PUBG you have to clear, but when you have 19,001 and this is the extra one, like at what point you have like your, let me just clear that angle, this angle, that angle. Which number angle you clear is this? Well, there's a guy floating on beams above your head.
Well, the hilarious thing is that angles became even crazier now that there's assisted vault, right?
True.
In the game. So that makes it even more problematic, but Win or Die is having none of those problems. They take down Zubilla, as well as double in the distance here from any trolls in chat. Any trolls in chat, though, now just still have two. Static as well as Sparta found themselves technically what is closest to the center out of any team, but yeah, it's kind of the circle's hard, guys. It's a hard circle.
It is definitely going to be difficult. No way around that. Para will try and make the run on forward. As think Power finds kill number 5. He will fall in the end of it, but he will take down O'Connell before doing so. At least add a few more points to their race.
Steady as she goes. Let's see what Win or Die can still do. I think Win or Die has played an absolute blinder from this west side. They could have gotten absolutely smashed by Fairy Tail.
Yeah.
There goes the... this angle's too good. Too good. Dedrix. 2. Will he get 3?
What do you do against it? Ran out of ammo. That would have been another kill, but now he's marked down. Here comes Jenny with the dual barrel, and boom, says the shotgun. That's Win or Die out. Again, great effort. Hard path to have to try and transition. But Entropic would be the last stop for them.
Yeah, as I say, they played a good game to Win or Die, considering they were really up against it. But it's too much when Dedrix and the boys have got those kinds of angles. So, nice try. Not to be the case here, though. That is a mortar shot coming on in. He sees it. It's short. Oh, it's hitting for foot.
Smash just pop 80 out of the car with the bolt action? I think he did.
I did not see.
I am pretty sure he did. I saw it. I caught it in the map feed. I'm pretty sure that he was caught in the open there in a vehicle, but doesn't really matter. He will get the rest on up in the end. HC and Vard will stay alive inside the circle and hope that fights are going to take place elsewhere in the map, unless if this mortar has something to say about it.
Did they scout it? Yes, they did. Honor, will he get another follow-up?
There's one more.
AC had to have moved. Okay, it was too short.
And there. No, wait.
Well, he got the confirm on Vard here, but 80 somehow was able to kind of get out of that completely. I love the mortar kills. I do. They're just infrequent enough to be okay.
Yeah. Some circles, they're more acceptable than others. In this one, AC doesn't really have anything else he can do regardless. So we'll see. We'll see if his dodge and weave strategies will be good enough to try and dodge any more mortars coming his way. In the meantime, any trolls in chat have been sat down here below church for the longest time. They've been rewarded 3 kills forward. Lost a player in this position too as now. Glass full speed forward. Come towards him. Voldemort is able to find the first. The kill will be taken over by Static. The second shot, though. Lyron, does he get to stay alive here? Nope, down to low HP already, and there he falls.
What a performance Voldemort's put in for this team.
True.
I mean, alongside BBL, they've just been really stacking and racking them. That's another shot coming in. Schiller from the distance. Brilliant stuff here by him. BBL on the warpath, potentially a 3rd on the day. That would just, I mean, they're pre-qualified at that point.
Yeah.
They've been on a roll, man.
They have, and they're playing phenomenally. Love to see it. Again, a team that we both had our speculations about. Agreed. But they have, while circles have gone their way, they have done everything they possibly could to get as much from them as possible. And they're continuing to do just that. 3v3v2, now with just 3 teams left alive.
A little too keen to go for the box there, and not covering your entire angles, but we'll be able to escape from all of that. I will say, again, any trolls in the chat have done very well to stay alive the way they have, but now their story might be coming to an end. Can BBL finish that story? Here, as any trolls in the chat now blind, we'll have a few nades coming across the hill here, but Voldemort's got another angle. He's been able to find Static already, looking to finish off. Voldemort is a god. He's on fire at the moment alongside Schiller and Smash. 8 kills for BBL.
The quick tap with the arm there to secure the kill in the end. Great play, nice reaction from him as he realized he ran out of ammo. As now, Para, I mean, again, they needed a good game, and this one, at least in terms of placement points, has been just that. Only 4 kills to boot, though. We'll see if they can bring home a win. They do have Dragunovs. That's a one-tap headshot weapon at these ranges. But with how much on fire BBL currently are, will they let this one slip away, or will they go back-to-back in the games and seal themselves yet another win with a 3rd on the day?
It's just EMEA all over, man. Sorry, MEA all over. Because Para here, it's like we're cycling them in, you know? It's Howl's turn, it's BBL's turn all day, apparently. Now it's Para's. Let's see how they can do. As all these guys being able to play so well. Just the depth of the Turkish scene is unreal. Yeah. You just get all of these teams cycling, players cycling between the teams. We'll have a stalemate for the moment. No team wants to crest the hill and be the first one to have to take the shot, finding yourself in a precarious position.
Also, while there's a brief second of downtime here, I just want to credit Sheila. I mean, Sheila has always been a phenomenal player. Even back to his DA days in 2022, he was a phenomenal guy. He always was a player that looked to me like he wanted to play more aggressive than the team did. And I don't say aggressive as in bombing at full speed, center circle, and prone in a shack, because that might be an aggressive rotation, but it's not setting you up to play an aggressive on-foot play style. It's just proning and waiting. That doesn't really grant you a whole lot. But I've always looked at his aim and thought, this guy has more in him than just proning and, you know, kind of turtling down.
Sure.
I want to see him go out and there. He had highlight moments in DA. In 23, him on Savim. Every time there was a Savim highlight, if it wasn't with Schiller getting the kills, it was Schiller setting up a teammate to get the kills. But again, Savim also never really a team that dared to aggress. Very similar playstyle, and yes, they go aggressive on the rotations early, but don't dare to take the fights. This BBL playstyle that we're seeing, at least today, where they, I went over it in Taego, so I'm not going to go too deep into it, but where they set themselves up for success in terms of them forcing other teams to adapt to their playstyle, that allows for Schiller to go out and take full control of the situations, use his aim. Because when you have teammates that can kind of sheep herd opponents into your crosshair and then just rely on your raw mechanical skill to get the kills in, a guy like Schiller, 650 damage already in this match and 4 kills, looking for one more there, set him up for something like this and he will just thrive. And I love to see it when you have a player that might not have been rewarded with his skill because the team's playstyle hasn't evolved around utilizing his skill set. So seeing him succeed here is a great joy to watch.
And let's be real, you've got a Dragunov at 100 meters. So those two things hand in hand, they synergize for sure. A scary component of PUBG Esports is Dragunov at that distance. We will see if Pera can deal with a potential onslaught that may come their way. Right now, they are utilizing one or two of their nades. They know where Smash is, but don't exactly know if that's been able to do a whole lot. Got a blue zone that location, maybe. I was enjoying the previous stage because people were double blue zoning everywhere. And it's so good, but maybe only a little bit to hand at the moment.
I like the blue zone nade, but that should have come. That blue zone nade should have been lobbed way before the smokes bloomed. Now you don't know where he's going to be. As I say that, though, spots him. Smash is on the edge of blue now. He has to make a play, has to move on forward, but he's suppressing so hard. But there he goes. Down to the blue. He falls.
I mean, if he didn't go left on those smokes, there was only right he could have gone because the smokes were encapsulated by the double blue zone. So that was actually really impressive play there from Pera. That being said, though, Voldemort's coming around. He was able to get Lazar to get things going here. Two still alive. Blue zone actually was able to pop on him. They're going to have to go around here. This is smokes. Don't let this fool you. This is smokes. He can't see fully exactly what's going on down to the right here. Or left, I should say. There we can see it.
When you talk BBL, Iroh and Smash might be the first names that come to mind, but do not count out Voldemort and Schiller at all. They're sat together practically on top of each other, trying to make the peak. Not going to happen. The Baron peak gets around the corner and nets Pera some much-needed points. They got more kills in the end of this game. They hadn't points combined throughout the day so far, so huge for them to be able to bring home a much-needed win.
Yeah, and shut down the three-peat here, really, from BBL. That was very important, obviously, to be able to show some kind of power here. Pera on the board. This squad as well, Toby, has some firepower behind them, but another squad that has firepower behind them is the Desk. So let's head over to Sam with the boys.
Pew, 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 pew. That's about the extent of my firepower, Kai. Okay, let's just talk about how much incredible BMT we're seeing from BBL. The way they are controlling the pace of these games, the way that they are adapting and working as a team, finding themselves right at the end every single time, Jordan. But this time, Pera just being able to hold it out. So how exactly was Pera able to stop BBL from taking their third win of the day?
Well, I mean, I'll just comment on BBL first. I just want to pick up on that because that was, that was super solid again from BBL. I'm really loving watching what I'm getting from them. It feels like they can kind of make something from not a lot in a lot of cases. You kind of look at them and think, well, I wonder if they're going to really be able to have a good game here. But, they're winning their fights pretty consistently. This is a good example of it. You need to get that one done cleanly to have any kind of a chance in that engagement up against Pera. But I mean, on the back end there, as you say, obviously Pera, much needed game for them and very solid win. Like, they really controlled that final fight quite nicely. I liked how they sort of used the smokes to really kind of put BBL on the back foot, and you could really tell that it was Pera that was pretty much always going to walk away with that one. Once BBL got stuck behind the smokes, they didn't have any zone control, and they were kind of like having to play a little bit more reactively, whereas Pera were the ones that were kind of proactive, and that's always going to be a good positive sign in those end-game situations. So credit where it's due for Pera. Massive game that they did need to pick up a win in because they were dead last going into round 5, and that's going to boost them up pretty substantially.
Let's see how much it boosts them up as we move over to our leaderboard now. We have one more game left today, so the points are really important. And you can see their Pera jumping all the way to 12th. I'm going to call this now. BBL sitting on 67. I feel like if they can push past the 70 mark, Saga, they've probably guaranteed themselves a spot in the grand finals.
That was the theory behind the group stage. Ended up being 76 points was what was required, but I mean, they'll probably get that by the next game, the way things are going for BBL. But that was a bit of a strange game. It was the teams that really had the priority positions that just didn't have to fight anyone. Everyone just kind of TDM'd on the edge of the zone and did all the hard work for a lot of the teams, with one major exception being Entropic, who, holding onto the church, after avoiding the hot drop in the very early phases with Newgate, they kind of backed away from it and just took the church, held onto that position for as long as possible, but they came under the most pressure of any of the teams that had those central positions, but did well to hold on as best they could, and a lot of it came thanks to Dedrick's position up in the rafters that teams were just simply not ready for.
Jordan, I'm curious, do you think that maybe FUT Esports and FaZe fans need to be a little bit worried? I know they're currently sitting in the top 8, but I just am concerned that the points are way too close. If another team has a pop-off, one of them could drop out.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I mean, like as you say, it's easy to sort of look at where they're on the standings and say they're doing a pretty good job, they're having a pretty good day, but the reality really is that, like, one good game or a couple of good games from one of those teams down in the 9th to 10th to 12th position is going to put them up and above FaZe or Foot or potentially a couple of the other teams. It's a very kind of tight middle of the pack, right? We're really seeing BBL sponge up a lot of points. Howl's been able to sponge up quite a lot of points. And a couple of teams towards the bottom end are now actually picking up their points as well, obviously with Para picking up a big portion in that last game. So yeah, for those middle of the pack teams, it doesn't really feel like there's a whole lot to necessarily go around, and so they are still kind of skating on thin ice where look, we've still got all day tomorrow, so I don't think it's necessarily too relevant just yet, but if things kind of persist in the way that they have been, in that they don't have more than one decent game in the day, in the case of, say, for example, FaZe, who had one really big game, then you're really kind of like just putting an over-reliance on the points that you've already got. You're not necessarily doing yourself any favors.
100%. Now, BBL currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard. Obviously, you want to finish in the top 8. Whether you finish 1st or 8th doesn't really matter. But for them, they're going to be feeling really confident. And it's starting to show in their playstyle, Saga. They just seem to dominate the map time and time again.
Yes, with some exceptions. Because at the start of this game, oh man, we talk about MEA and shenanigans. It was non-stop, constantly for Smash. So it was a strange one because Entropic and Newgate hot dropping in Chumacera should have given BBL full control over whatever priority they wanted. It's just like they couldn't seem to make their mind up. They were a little bit maybe confused, maybe a little bit uncertain on what the play should be. They could have taken the church. They tried to take the position that ended up with where Para was. Baron Peak did what he could to try and troll them a little bit with the UMP, which he finally got his chance later on in the game, but it was a very active early game, kind of for the wrong reasons for BBL. But the mid game was relatively slow. They pushed back, they took the compound on the northeastern side of Church, came under very little pressure, had a little bit of chance to third party. The only real threat came from August pushing into the north, which, again, BBL, they've kind of matured as a team. They don't make any of those reckless MEA style sends, which Howl gave us a prime example of, as they just, for some reason, sent themselves into a dip and got kablammed by carnivores and dragged them down with them at the hands of Stenka Pow Pow. But BBL just tempered their aggression as much as possible, and that's a big factor in why they're having so much success today, is the fact that they're not getting over aggressive. They're timing their aggression correctly. They're waiting until the threats behind them are eliminated, and then they can push forwards, and Voldemort can just absolutely style on kids with his quickscope AWM shots. But in the very final end game, again, Baron Peak, he tried his best to pick on Smash earlier on. He got his opportunity here. Simply not peeking Smash and allowing the blue zone and the utility to do the hard yards was massive, and they simply just ran out of space to work with. And around the side, Baron Peak holding the angle was unfortunately the downfall of BBL. But it is good to see that when they're in some of those disadvantaged positions, they're not just getting reckless. They're not getting over aggressive. They're holding their nerve, and it's definitely paying off.
Definitely paying off, and we'll find out if that aggression, that confidence continues to pay off as we head to our final Miramar game.
Kill him.
Mirado?
Yeah.
Bro, there is...
I don't want to lick like a liquid hill and kill the castle. I want to. Alright, still outside.
Full team.
One more running up.
Other
Which guy
two.
knocked?
In.
Knocked.
Both knocked.
Both locked on us.
Blue 2, sorry.
Stand.
That could be free kills. That's the Germany team. That's their 3 men. They stopped.
Can you shoot it?
Knocked one.
Someone?
Knocked one.
Please.
Knocked one. Get the flush. Nice. One is driving down. Hit.
Tagged once.
Nice. One more still up.
Other one on blue.
We can kill him later. Free kill. His teammate is somewhere now.
Headshot is 1 HP. Shoot him.
Nice knock. His teammate should be below church.
I give you space. I heard car, but I don't know if they're able to do this.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know about you.
I'm watching
They're
it.
fighting the top.
I'm
They're
watching
fighting
it.
the top.
Yes.
Yeah, they're fighting the top. It's all good.
You can run and res easily.
Yeah, of course. Don't move.
What a treat it's been today, already here for 5 out of the 6 games, and we are not done just yet. And this isn't even the tippity top of the mountain, Toby. True. This is our last chance stage here, and so far, that last chance is looking excellent for BBL.
Sure is. They're coming in very, very hot. Even if they don't come out with a win here in the previous game, 40 kills across 5 games. I mean, that is, whew, that's a BBL I've never seen before.
I could not believe that they've done 8,115 damage in 5 games. That's mind-blowing damage. Yeah. I mean, admittedly, this is a lobby that, technically speaking, you would assume a team like BBL should be able to, in quotation marks, farm if they were able to be given the opportunity to do so, and they have. But they've also done it with smart moves, strong tactics coming out from them as well. So it's not just shooting, it's also those macro plays. Sorry, I can't get my words out. I'm choking up about it. That I love. Being an RTS guy, I love seeing those macro plays, and BBL have been doing it in spades.
Yep, their APM sure is through the roof on this one. And again, I mean, just the way they go about it, when you go in and look deeper into the individual players, that's both Voltman and Schiller have not only a lot of kills and damage, but 10 assists, showing that it's not just one guy farming each direction. No, they're all there helping each other constantly. It's phenomenal to watch. Their approach to these fights, to me, it just seems like at any point in a given situation, they know what the plan is and they know how to execute on it. Where in the past, the different BBL iterations we've seen, I might come off as rude when I say this, but they've seen a bit lost. They have been maybe given situations where a better team would have made more of it, and they've kind of fumbled it. But here, at least today, they have seemed like they knew exactly what they wanted to do with every situation they were put in. And because they're then able to execute on it instantly, they bring home a hell of a lot of points with it.
They've looked good for it. All right, let's get to it. Game 6, as we have ourselves the playing path. We have that potential attack in Chumacera once again, and they are dropping very close to one another. So that might become the focal point to get things rocking. But other than that, not too bad a playing path for everybody.
You might heard me sigh there, just because why? Especially for a team currently in 7th place. It's not really worth it in my opinion, but you know what? Let's see all this one. Let's see one of this one also falls. I know that chat loves to see early game aggression, so why not see who comes out victorious here?
All right, let's see what gear they can get as well. That's, I mean, an okay opportunity to have a Dragunov, once again, at this kind of range. But a lot of the times it comes down to those spray battles. Circle is not too bad once this actually unfolds. The problem is disengaging from this, because of the way the players are dispersed, is a little bit harder compared to the previous scenario. So there will be shots fired.
There will indeed. There will indeed. I like that despite me disliking this situation to begin with, at least
you're seeing Newgate kind of played pretty wisely. You sent the kind of the forefront of teams run up the hill and effectively funnel you towards your teammate who's sat waiting on the other side. Issue is, Grannies could get an angle here. His iron sight, no extended mag, Tommy gun might not be the greatest weapon for this, though. Wait, my lord, he saw him in return.
Actually, the eyes of a Hawkeye.
Yeah.
Hitting Hawkeye.
That's what I give you. That's the amount of reward you get. The good thing for Entropic in this situation, though, is that it's seeing at least 2. I think they might have caught all 3 of them wrap around that western side. Goes great. Now we can reposition. Now we can adjust. Now we can sit down below them and disengage if we want to.
Yep, true. There has been that jostle of position to the point where there is a disengage available. Gedrock somehow hit any trolls in chat. Where is that from? The road to power plant? What?
Yes.
No. Okay, well.
That's sometimes it just be like that, you know? Finds himself a kill in the open, just north of power grid, and he's gonna fall. And for Sinka and his teammates from Newgate, how much time? That's my concern here. How much time are you willing to commit to this? Because this is time that other teams will be spending looting, getting vehicles, scouting, doing all these things that you kind of think of when you think of what teams normally do in early game PUBG. Instead, you have Grannies with a... You know what? I'm not even going to fault his aim, because that gun was pretty much straight on target. The bullet spray is just all over the place once you breach, like, I don't know, 15 meters with a Tommy gun.
Well, anybody playing this game also knows the true pain of being aimed at something and hitting a window ledge, the ground in front of you. Am I right, guys? It is awful. Sometimes it happens, and sometimes you can't. You just haven't lined it up perfectly right to avoid that. So it happens.
I like Protrifnity up on that position there for a second. You know, he's scouting, trying to make sure his teammates find, just looks in there, plane, and then looks back down towards the opponents again. Because what if a crate dropped on top of him? But I know it for myself. You probably like that too, James. If you hear a helicopter, don't you just always automatically look in the air? Even the game now is telling these guys to stop hot dropping each other. That's the point we've reached.
Brown filter across this entire situation. No, I mean, what? If you're in a building, do you look up at the roof? Or you have to be outside? What are we talking about
I pretty much sprint to the balcony and go, helicopter!
Yeah. In real life or in the game?
Why not both?
Why not both? Yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah, no, I do it in both, I would say, yeah. I want to see what's going on in the game, and on the outside, I'm like, ooh, well, we have an army base close to us, so I'm like, ooh, look, a cool plane, you know? So.
Well, Grannies might spot a cool MK bullet straight towards his face. That is, of course, should Protif up to fire a bullet, which he hasn't yet. Hasn't really opted to give up his position. He's just kind of the eye in the sky, giving info to his teammates that are currently trying to wrap south of this position. But again, they're taking their time, and where before they got rewarded in early on disengaging and taking the position to the east, this time not only is the circle not there, but no tag team has also opted to push in from said east side. So I'm very interested in seeing how Newgate is going to not only rotate out of this position, but also get something done with the 40 spare bullets that at least one of their players is currently running around with.
Yeah, I think given the information he's gathering, I think eventually it will be a disengage into wrap south and then go west, right? And then come in from the west side. But
yeah,
I mean, there could be shots taken, considering, but I don't think you really get much follow-up with an MK12, considering 2 of your guys aren't even looking that way anymore, right? So
this is another great example of why hot dropping in situations like these aren't really worth it. If it's a long con thing where you want to do it for the next stage of the tournament, for all this and that, sure. I mean, I can see it, but or let me put it this way: if it's a position from where you can risk losing, I'd say worth. If it's in a group stage where at least there's a last chance for you to get something done in, fair. See if you can get it, use the first couple of games to try and claim a spot for yourself. Go for it. But now, that chance has been lost. They can't do that anymore. Now it's crunch time. And if you're only at 26 points right now, again, not worth.
Existence got himself one on Carnivores. They're all running elsewhere. There's one more down towards the south. Maybe the res can actually go off here, because Extens is going to be moving away from this. And the other 2 of Carnivores are all the way up towards the top of the little shortcut that does run through the hills. So Yeah, it's a nice knock, but nothing really to do with it.
Nope. We'll see if they can gain something of it. At least it's info fed across on the team that they now have nearby them, which is not any trolls in chat no more, because that is where they got their kill earlier in the game. So a little more info to go off of is always worthwhile. And so speaking of any trolls in the chat, Maslek caught miles out in the open. And that, my friend, is going to be a very straightforward knock and flush.
Yeah, very unfortunate, I suppose, given all of this area, which I would consider no man's land between the road, between power grid, between all of this spot. I guess he just didn't anticipate players being down there, despite hearing a grenade down there prior, etc. But anyway.
We'll see. We'll see what adjustments are going to be made as this position for Leosh. I mean, obviously, when you don't have the likes of Batulins in the server, these mountains will be free for you to claim. But a little bit of a nerf does come through as the Sandstorm tries to mitigate some of his vision. But again, for Carnivores, this is just not where you want to be in the early game, especially looking at the massive split they've currently got going.
Try and put some more shots in, maybe. We'll see. From Leosh, as you say, it's a great little vantage point to have. Extens is going to go for it again. He's come back with another nade. He went shopping, came back, and is going to be able to... Ooh. Molly? He's shooting into the smokes?
I mean, might as well see what you can get done. They know they're all both there, but now the rest has come through. I mean, obviously, Leosh is feeding the info across. Just not worth really committing to it. In the meantime, now Smash able to find O'Connell. That's happening down on the western side of Picardo. FaZe are in the nearby vicinity of that commotion as well. It's now Hell on My Bad is able to find him. And here we are down towards BBL we go with no tag team in the nearby vicinity. Screams has been knocked as well. BBL continuing their harvest that they started by the start of the day.
Will we get a last game of the day feel? Right now, kind of there. It's not
slowly
really.
Slowly approaching, yeah.
Slowly, considering the people that are being picked off in the middle of nowhere and having a rough time doing so. We've got ourselves still all of these teams trying to move on through. BBL has found themselves up against that no-tag situation. Scream alongside the guys, having a rough one.
It would only be a proper last game if we end in El Pozo.
Oof, that would be a shift, wouldn't it? Bloody hell.
Imagine though. Well, we'll know in just about 10 seconds time.
We're just like it gets to that point where you're game 6 and you're just losing one or two here and there, and it's just okay. Yeah, it's getting a bit more scrappy. It's getting a bit more, ooh, that is a hard shift.
Mm-hmm. You know what? I'll take San Martin as well. I don't need Pozo. San Martin is fine. The thing is, if you're in the southern side of this right now, A, you can't scout anything because there's a massive power grid plateau in front of you. B, trying to wrap east or west here, there are so many places you can get gate kept from. It's very dangerous to wide wrap on this, unless, of course, if you're like in Foot's position now, able to just full speed send it up the main road.
I like the idea of sending it up the main road. I mean, you are very vulnerable when you make that move.
Yeah.
So it's kind of just very hit and miss about how it's going to go. But Foot is going to be completely uncontested in their send. Fairy Tail on the west side is maybe pulling up to the win or die position. And Erangel in chat trying to hold off Orgless as they are breaching this position quickly. A great little angle, but it's not going to convert. CC Inex is able to double down on double as he takes them away. And Kurexi actually takes out Lion from the distance.
Sometimes the game just does not want you to hit a ball. There's so many small objects in front of him got hit there, and that's going to be any trolls in chat. Out in 16th. Yes, Orgless are down to 2, but they do find the 2 kills needed in order to, at least for now, maintain control of power grid.
Absolute shambles, unfortunately, for any trolls in chat there. Losing one out, Marsalek earlier, and then just not being able to hit those sprays. As you say, just it's unfortunate when the bullets go the way they go, but you've got such a cheeky angle and it doesn't work. But we have Fairy Tail really wounded by win or die.
Indeed they are in what could potentially end up becoming prime real estate. We'll see depending on the next circle tip, of course. But good that they get back to 3 alive. I believe they were down to 1 just before. But both Sibyl and April able to get back on their feet. And now with a chance to make a play here towards win or die. They're just 2 inside the building. Leosh is knocked and not going to get rest anytime soon as he is up on the mountain. Effectively the one guy they could not afford
falling down. And this is why I think Batulins has gotten so good at playing this, but because he never really risks anything. He'll go up here, he'll take a few shots at people that he knows he can take out. But if there's a risk of you getting taken out while you're up here, you just stop shooting. It's too dangerous because there's no way to get rest up there.
And there were developments whilst that was going on. Newgate has come in with an emergency pickup all the way to the north side of that circle to try and find themselves something. But Foot is already there to take some shots at them, so maybe they'll take some casualties, who knows. Broken Bones has found themselves the high ground above San Martin on that northwest side. I love that position.
Yeah.
But they're kind of 2-1-1 split, so maybe they can take a little bit more of it. That's the blue. I guess he's looking for vehicles.
That's gotta be a DC, right? Nope, he's looking around.
He's wiggling.
He is definitely alive.
He's looking for vehicles. He's got to be. Like, I feel
mean,
like the
phase 2.
3 drops.
He can chill, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. That's a car. I mean, again, vehicles are pretty darn needed, and if the entire team is further south and go, wait, there were no cars here, then you might as well full commit to blue, phase 2 damage, either first aid, and you'll be on your way.
Let's be honest, though. Senka Pow Pow has paid his dues today with that nade.
True.
Good for him.
Good for him, indeed. Well, let's see now. Again, this fight is probably going to prolong for a little while longer, especially now with the carnivores up over the hilltop. It's just not a place you want to be fighting. Now, with the circle, though, you might want to reconsider. Either take the fight here, get it done with and get going, or just don't take the fight and get going. But for a team like Broken Bones, now you mentioned the position just before, you got to group up. There's no way in which they should try and maintain this split.
Face coming in with turrets available to them, double in the car. Just going to be trying to shoot down maybe the Broken Bones move, but there's some reinforcing fire coming in from Broken Bones on that high ground, as well as Howl from the city of San Martin. But FaZe is going for an absolute full move through onto the low ground here. They want something on the high ground so they can circumnavigate some of those lines of sight from Broken Bones and set up a barrier with these cars. And they've done so.
I like the positioning. And we'll see now if Squinch can somehow maneuver south around this. He must have seen those cars coming in DTLs. He's wrapping full south of that position. No reason to try and get through. But now Fairy Tail is coming in full speed forward and towards this area as well. And they might just be running into each other. It's happening on the map, but we can see just exactly how close they are. And somehow, no casualties.
Well, they're going to be caught between a rock and a hard place soon here, though, a Fairy Tail. Broken Bones needed to galvanize their position, and they have done, with Squincy moving all the way over to this position. It's going to be a fantastic spot to try and launch a successful campaign from. They are dead last right now. They need this position here. But Fairy Tail's looking to say something about it. 2v4, though. 3v4. I don't know if it's the best play right now.
I think honestly for Broken Bones, it's kind of a good and a bad situation that Fairy Tail ended up playing here. Because yes, April might be close and somehow within nade range, but they now have FaZe nearby as well that can effectively help them out. FaZe, though, as I say, that are leaving this position for the compound down below, which makes perfect sense. They heard the vehicle from Squincy leaving, and they go, great, you know what, let's just take hard real estate. Instead of sitting on the mountain from where we can be seen up on the hard northwestern mountains. I think Yort from Young Danes shut down towards this position just before, and there's just no reason to risk anything if you're facing this position right now. Just play safe, sit up, and wait it one out. And boom. Goes Orcus.
They are done. Yeah, that's... I mean, they finished today in 8th. It's not bad. It will be a decent launching pad for them to try and get top 8 tomorrow. And, I mean, technically the names on that roster, they have the chops to be able to do it.
Yeah.
Guys like CC Next, obviously, famous knocker and killer of Toby in games.
Twice.
You know, it's just twice. He's just so good.
I would like to say that being able to kill me in a game of PUBG would show a level of skill, but yeah.
Do you find it surprising that I know about this, actually?
You are a bit of a lurker, aren't you?
I lurk everywhere. I watch everyone's streams all the time.
Yeah. Well, enough about that. We'll leave your lurky voyeurism to another conversation. In the meantime, we'll hop over towards the east to an area of the map which you would normally never see because we're pretty much centering on what would be called unplayable terrain. But haha, that's not it anymore. We're going hard towards the east, towards San Martin, towards the hills, towards a lot of open field.
Yeah, and as I was mentioning before, Broken Bones, their position is awesome. If they can hold on to it, if they can contain and make sure that they're pushing off some of the potential threats that are coming their way. That being said, sometimes, obviously, some circles shift away from it, and then you have to get off of here, and that is difficult. Xstance, though, is not hitting that spray. He's going to have to change over to the knocks for a little bit of that spot fire, and Schofield does go down.
Down to literally 1 HP. We'll see now the 5 bullets in his M4 is going to be able or enough to keep him alive here. As the rotation does come through. Hello, my bad will fall as Code Marco finds a 3-piece on... Okay. He just MG3 for the win. Takes out the entirety of Carnivores.
Where was that?
That was there.
That was there. Yeah. MG3's pretty good.
Especially when you can pretty much poke them with it.
Oh, meanwhile, BBL is actually going to be flying on over here. This is a late emergency pickup. They are going to have to make something big happen off the back of this. Already Spray's going to be coming in. Will he be able to hit Schiller? No. Iron gets taken out from the height, by Vard from the distance. Now all the other extra members are going to be able to move up here, try and put some extra bullets into this. But it's just way too late to be trying to make an emergency pickup play. I mean, I guess they were against a rock and a hard place.
But so important for Foot to be able to damage them as hard as they did here too, because look at the amount of space they now have in the circle. In the meantime, now let's take a look down towards Face and Entropic. This fight has been going on for a little while. Already casualties on the side for Entropic, but this fight is big. It's a very important one. And honestly, Pero is reacting very wisely to this, wrapping underneath all of it.
Is he blind? Yes, the cure actually gets one. James is able to get on Dedrix as well here. That's a brilliant little 2-piece for Face to get things going. Throws down the smoke, sees exactly where Grant is. The headshot! The perfect shots coming in to finish off Entropic. Beautiful stuff.
Loving the reaction play here, though, for Pero. They saw the fight happening at a distance, and instead of pulling up on it, they set themselves up inside the circle, ready for the fight to come. They get a few shots down, can't find the knock, but still trying to keep them at bay. But are they aware that young Danes have pulled up the exact same spot?
Are they indeed? Fex says no, actually. I am now. He's even found Gustav as well. Both of these sprays are not able to finish them off. Nixon. They're so low. Oh, that's got to get him.
Should be Gustav down. Yep, indeed it is. Will the Nate find him as well? Not going to happen. Baron peeks on over, finds Mixon in return. And somehow FaZe, while they might fall here, could have taken a lot more damage much earlier had Mixon hit just a few more of those bullets.
Still looking, James and Correxy. Will they be able to get much done here? Para is still on this edge as well. Broken Bones putting some shots downhill to try and keep the pressure on against all of these teams trying to encroach on their territory. I like the firing line that Broken Bones has set up here. You do not want to be inactive in a compound like this. You've got to defend your turf.
Yeah, it's effectively a 2-team hold, and even if you're FaZe, I mean, this is just too tall an order to try and pull through. Kedda will be able to get the flush onto Correxia again. Much needed points here for young Danes that are trying to breach their way into top 8 territory.
Code Marco still going
Not done
absolutely yet. Radio rental with that MG3.
Not done yet. Want to breach into the thousands again as James now trying to make a run to safety. Fex will fall. And honestly, for FaZe, even with this being a tough game, you net yourself 7 points. This could, for many other teams that hadn't taken these fights early, but just got kind of shifted away from it, as FaZe have done now, this could have been a 1-point game, 2-point game. If FaZe lives to see at least one more team eliminated, that's an 8-point game in what could easily have been a 0. So, at a good salvage game for FaZe, I should say.
It's good enough.
And there you go.
Also
That's
still on the warpath.
Yeah.
Baldanini will go down.
I strongly encourage everyone to look at the bottom right side of your screen. Look at how much control Foot has in this circle. They have effectively herded 7 other teams. They've forced 7 other teams to just kind of allow Foot to take 60 to 70% of the circle.
Yeah, a lot of the way they were doing this whilst we watched these fights go down was actually like making sure nobody was wrapping around on the backside of them. You had like T-Bone, for example, all the way up to the north, making sure nobody could wrap on the north when we saw that Newgate move or emergency pickup go down. So they were cordoning off teams and then able to spread out into the middle of the circle as soon as they knew no backstabs were going to happen, which I'm really big fan of. And Vard is still existing in those rocks over towards Broken Bones. That's going to be like a pivotal lynch point for them to be able to maybe make an assault on them later on.
The great thing for Foot right now is they're in a position to perfectly hold each other's backs. Like, their split right now is pretty much as perfect as you can draw it up. Issue could be if one player falls, that is your entire card house crumbling. So look for that as soon as one of the Foot players fall, that could be the team down and out very quickly thereafter. We'll see now, though, how things are going to fare as, once again, Broken Bones, they have 9 kills, they have been aggressive, but now, because of their earlier aggression, allowed to slow things down a little bit.
Yeah, happy to see that, again, they were just very willing to start making those peaks fast and seeing exactly what they could find. When anybody was moving up to this compound, or if anybody was kind of down in towards San Martin. Now some teams have come out from San Martin, of course. Quepa against No Tag has found them up alongside this hill. So will they be able to do too much?
We'll see. Screams, peeks on over, got a lot of damage to in the first. Marco falls down as well. They're just 2 left alive, so the more damage they can do here, the bigger their chances to be allowed to wrap on over. They could potentially go all the way east around this and just try to avoid Howl altogether. But I think with the knocks coming through now and Howl aware of them being behind him, they would want to deal with them before pushing any further forward.
You're on fire. Explicit's got himself Code Marco dead to rights. He's gone. Quepa somehow survives. But any move that you make now moving north is going to be potentially walking into the jaws of Foot. Some of these sprays are eventually taking people down. As your Wolfall
still alive? He's been out here in the blue for so long. Young Danes, it's when you haven't seen him in the kill feed die yet, it's just, you might as well just keep looking his direction, because he just found one more of you.
Found one more. Oh, and unfortunately for Young Danes, they're done for now. Not much more to be done here. Baron Peak needs to call in that 500 kg bomb, drop it on this compound, see if he can do something with it. That's downright up. I can't remember anymore. But anyway, we've got ourselves Broken Bones still holding on in this compound.
Yeah.
I would love to see them get a win from this. Again, in 16th place, they've had this compound for a long time, yes, but they've got the kills to back it up, so I'd love to see them get a win.
T-Bone trying to accelerate enough just before the gas cuts out on his bike, because it's practically down to an empty tank at this point, but enough gas was left in it for him to make the rotation. As I say that, though, he's still within vision of Hobby up towards the northern side of the circle, but thankfully for him, able to wrap around that cliffside there before he gets eyes on him.
The Foot spread, I mean, you mentioned it earlier, and it still continues to be strong. Everybody is eventually going to rendezvous with one another slowly here, because, I mean, nobody in the circle can really see 80, so he can eventually just move on up, as long as he's got some covering fire from Beamy and the boys. They are holding Newgate to right, and the rest of the teams, they're just not even focusing on them. Yeah, 80 will already drive up here and make this a full 4-man force.
In the meantime, Aruna communicating to Baron Peak in Morse code. So we'll see if that's going to bait him into looking in his direction. That's in fact, I mean, you can see the way that Squincy is holding his angle. Maruna's going, hey, I'm over here. Take the bait, peek me. And Squincy is ready for it to happen. But Baron Peak, man, well, that's the reason he has that name. He doesn't fall for that kind of stuff, James.
No, he doesn't. He's the Baron.
Of
all
the
right?
Peaks.
No, I'm not. We're not going here.
Well, you might not be, but Broken Bones might be in a second. They heard the footsteps. They know exactly where he is. And the issue right now for them is, yes, they have space to maneuver, but Freakle is kind of on a one-man island having to fend off any other threats because they're focusing 2 players on one sat behind a wall. I say let us flash on over and get it over with, unless if they haven't counted the kill feed correctly. If they think there might be 2 out there, I completely understand the hesitation.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to read a circle like this, because this cliffside that exists here with this compound on divides so many of the fights that were going on from your line of sight, from your ability to really kind of gauge some of that information. 80, though, are able to throw more nades across the way, and Newgate has no answer to this. It feels like they've just been very stagnant about their movement or any ability to be able to kind of put on some pressure against Foot, and they are paying for it.
I feel like they had angles at which they, again, I mean, going back to the BBL talk earlier, they had chances to capitalize, but when that window is only, let's say, 5-10 seconds and they can't capitalize fast enough, well, the better teams will get the better part of you. And right now, Foot seems to have them completely up against the wall.
Baron Peak gonna now look for a different angle against the Broken Bones boys, and maybe drop down a smoke to maybe take a little move on in. Unfortunately for Newgate, they're done. Baron Peak also goes down. Broken Bones, 10 on the board. Free Kill is now trying to take a spot towards the middle of the circle here. They need to start shutting down some of these angles to Broken Bones. I feel like there's a world where they could get sandwiched by some of the remaining members and Foot.
Very well could. Very well could. All depends kind of on how Foot opts to play the end of this game. I'd say with the amount of early... double headshot from Howl there. With the amount of early games they have not had things go their way, Foot, you would assume that they're going to play the edge and try and just play control and not go any over-aggression. In the meantime now, though, Maruna, AK in hand, able to find the final player from No Tag Team.
When they have the spot, they have the spot. That was a really nice hold against any potential encroaching threats that come their way. But now we're devolving down to Foot starting to control and assert some more dominance here. Vard, 80, Beamy, all moving on up alongside T-Bone to see if they can weed out the Howl position. They know that they can. They know that they're up against the circle. So try and take them out first. Deal with Broken Bones later.
Curious what Ruin was hoping to get off of those flashes, because they lob flashes on over, sit tight. The thing is, I don't think AT and Vard knew exactly where they were to begin with. So they kind of gave up their element of surprise and then didn't peek off of their utility use. T-Bone, of course, was there to defend should they try and aggress further forward, but they don't know that at the time. So either, I feel like, use the util to make a play, or don't, and then keep your element of surprise in your favor. Instead now, they kind of half did both, which ended up with them not really getting any rewards off of it. Unless, of course, if it just was to try and scare off face, which I suppose somehow actually worked.
Well, it's a full disengage for Foot, and this actually might be very smart, because now this means that they gave Howl room to get into this compound. They know Broken Bones is in this compound.
It's perfect.
There may be a world, where they just said, okay, you guys fight.
If you so desperately want to give us a third-party opportunity, you know what? Yeah. Fair enough. We'll take it. Yeah. Because we are just good guys like that.
I'll consider it.
Yeah, I think so too. Very, very kind of Foot to go out and give it to them. And for how,
trading.
A lot of discussions to be had here in terms of how to replay this. They know for a fact that there is at least 2 inside here, because, again, they can't really be anywhere else. They know Foot is pushed in from the north. They know that they're a full team. There should be no one but 2 players in the compound.
Code Marco with another 4 in this game. He has been a monster today, despite not being able to, truly rack up the same amount of points that BBL has. Howl has still looked pretty darn good. And Broken Bones, previously before this game, in 16th place. 11 kills to their name. Going to get themselves some decent placement points off this too. But if Foot's got anything to say about this, I think Foot's walking away with this. Could be premature.
Yeah.
But they know exactly where they are now in the compound as well.
Look at how they're circling, and Beamy is creeping up with the Dragunov and a Grossa full level 3 gear. I mean, it's looking like a very much a Foot win, and that's the thing. As soon as Howl tries to disengage T-Bone and Vard are there to suppress. Vard now spots Maruna as well. Headshot connected. It's going to allow for him to back off, but again, they have them exactly where they want them.
Not bad by Free Kill. Gets Beamy, shuts down one of the angles, sees 80 as well, goes for the little tap fire on him. Howl is gone. Can Free Kill and Maruna do something about this? Between them, they've got 10 kills. Between them, they have been putting in work in this game. But again, Foot is going to try now, probably to exploit as many angles as possible against people like, for example, Free Kill, who is up on that building. So it will be open from some angles, like that.
2v3, Foot has to push forward, and they have little to no utils use. As I say, they know that's a lie. 80 actually has some. That nade might be close. Bounces a bit too far. The angle had me fooled there for a second, and now the smoke's going to be lobbed on in. If Free Kill and Maruna has any nades left, any util whatsoever, you lob it down while they're in the open. Let's see now what they can get done. Smokes are pushed very far forward. They're trying to isolate Maruna with these smokes. The issue is they can't quite isolate Free Kill on the roof in the same way.
Yeah, with the... Ooh, Free Kill gets barred with those offensive smokes. 80 actually finishes off Free Kill as well. That's 1 for 1. It's only Maruna left. Do the other 2 push, or do they go for the res? I think they go for the res and then push. Free Kill did drop down to try and get the Maruna res.
Maruna, this is your chance to prove to the world that the AK is here to stay. AK main, 650 damage done so far. Will commit to the rest. There's a ton of smokes bloomed, but the blue is not doing them any favors. And I think there was a blue zone nade lopped on, and that should completely isolate them. Yes, indeed it was. First one down. Second one should fall in a second. And there he is. Down goes both. Foot out victorious.
I thought T-Bone was going to stay on that far left side because it would have been very difficult for Broken Bones to know about that angle if that had have all kind of subsided, the kind of little bit of pressure. But the blue zone, Nade, great stuff. Foot Esports, so much control throughout this game, Toby. So much presence in this game and so much patience towards the end to be able to allow those fights just to conclude before they come in to clean up.
Yeah, very dangerous when you have a team like Foot that not only plays aggressive on the edge, but also just takes every single inch of space they have a chance to. And if every team gives them the space they want, well, that's Foot sitting on 80% of the circle in phase 5.
Definitely. Well, it has been a pleasure bringing you these games today here. 6 of 12 down. We have got 6 more to go tomorrow. But before we do that, let's wrap up the day over on the desk with Sam and the boys.
Before we came into the final game of the day, I was saying, where is Foot? Where is FaZe? Their fans should be disappointed. But the truth is, FaZe got a chicken dinner. They were very aggressive here, got themselves 8 kills. And Foot Esports, they've just claimed themselves a victory as well, Jordan, which means they're going to both be sitting very pretty as we come into the top 8.
Yeah, very apt storylining, I feel, going into that game. We were sort of wondering, okay, I don't know about FaZe, don't know about Foot. They were doing okay, but they weren't necessarily doing anything above and beyond. But yeah, with that win from Foot, it does kind of once again just start to reinforce that they are one of those top teams in this lobby, which is what we expected coming into today. It was a pretty expertly played game from them as well. It never really looked like they were going to be in any position to drop that one. 4 players alive pretty much towards the end game. They end up with that 3v2 and they make it look pretty comfortable in the end as well. So 7 kill win. It's not the biggest that you're going to see, but it's an important, solid amount of points that they're going to be able to get themselves to elevate themselves at least quite comfortably into probably inside the top 4 at least for today. But there's Broken Bones as well, who we haven't talked about, and they sit there at 19 points. So 13 kills is pretty crazy.
Pretty crazy. They're going to be very happy with that. The points that they're taking into the leaderboard here, Saga, which is on your screen right now, that's going to push Broken Bones up, and it is very close. Ooh. To get into this top 8 tomorrow, you just need to consistently make sure that you're finishing in the top 4, top 5, and you'll be able to push, I think, quite a few of these teams out.
That's huge, actually, for Broken Bones. That now puts them tied on points with Para, who's holding the 8th place position. So really could go to any of these teams, even down as far as Carnivores. It's only 8 points behind the 8th place position. No one's had a disastrous day today. There was a couple of group stage days where teams were getting single digits after all 6 games. Everyone kind of hitting that minimum of about 20 points. It keeps everyone in contention for our final day of the Last Chance qualifiers.
Marcelik is one of my favorite players, and I know you can take a joke, so we are going to have a little bit of a meme here, because our team focus is specifically about the team that went out super quick fast, Saga.
Yeah, sometimes it just be like that. We pick a team to focus, and here we have team comms where Marcelik says to Sparta, okay, let's have a good game, and immediately Gedrox up on the hilltop just picks him off, double headshot on the moving vehicle as well. There's very little that he can do about that. Not really anyone's fault, just aggressive early movement out of San Martin for win or die, and it just completely caught them off guard. They weren't quite ready for it. And it's maybe a little bit similar to what we saw from BBL in the previous game. They have the phase 1 priority. They maybe just don't move quite early enough. I mean, like Baron Peak in the previous game where Para picked up the win, he was moving out of his loot spot at 1 minute and 40 seconds to make sure that this kind of thing didn't happen, and this was a bit of a heartbreaker. That angle looked so good, but Global Army around the side in combination with CCI next, just dodging out of the bullets long enough. And, you know, to be fair, we've had pretty good luck with the teams that we focused so far today. They've generally made it at least to the mid to late stages of the game, so we have to have one that shows kind of the duality of competitive PUBG, because as much as teams come out on top, sometimes there's always got to be a loser, right?
There's always got to be a loser. We're going to move right back to the top, though, because we do have Iro joining us from BBL to chat a little bit about their extraordinary day. Congratulations. You have had such a good day. You must be very happy with the team.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a really good day. I guess until this point, we've kind of messed up the chances we've had, and like going into today's first games, what we told each other Like, what we reassured each other is to just take it slow, just get kills. We're all really good. And then the zones kind of helped as well, so we got a lot of points, actually. So it's really good.
Yes, a lot of points. What sort of practice has the team done between the group stages and these last chance qualifiers?
Honestly, just ranked in scrims, that's it. And we're kind of trolly in scrims anyways, so I guess it's just go kill. And we got zones as well, we're kind of smart too. And we had Voldemon in for lowers right now. It was a sort of a team decision, and it worked out fine. So I guess it's good.
Definitely looked pretty good for you guys today. Obviously, you know, we were talking about going from last week to this week. Are you guys feeling a little bit more comfortable in this lobby with like some of the bigger names out of the picture? Does it give you guys a little bit more confidence, or is it not something that you guys really think about too much?
I mean, yeah, obviously it gives you more comfortable, but it also makes it more random because the bigger teams, like we've known them for a long time. We know those players, those teams, where they go, what they do. So it's more random. So you have the confidence, and you also have to be cautious, like more cautious, because you don't know how they're gonna play. So that extra, I guess, how do you say, like we're kind of scared of them as well in a way. But it's it's a double-edged sword, but we're kind of scared of them because we don't know what people might do. That kind of puts you in the game more, and I guess the turnout is great for today.
Yeah, it's definitely been a fantastic day for BBL and MEA in general, which is always fantastic to see. But speaking of Iro, as opposed to speaking of BBL, you made your glorious comeback to the competitive scene sort of towards the latter half of 2022 to FUT Esports. And since then, you've kind of bounced around a couple of teams. You've been on DA, a couple of MEA rosters, a bit of an attempt to come back in with the fellas. Just talk us through how that's been for you coming back and settling down and hopefully finding that home that you can stay and really find that success with BBL.
Yeah, it's been going great, even though we're a new team. Obviously, there are some stuff that we need to work on. But if we're talking about me specifically, if I stop changing settings, I'm just going to be one of the best in the world again, like in no time. So, yeah.
I have to watch the Falcons documentary. There's a lot of talk about that one on Twitter right now. You'll have to check that out.
Okay.
Don't change your settings, boys. That's what we've learned today. Ira, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck for tomorrow. I hope you have just as much success.
Thank you, guys. Good night.
Don't change your mouse. It'll end up in a documentary and your team will be flaming you. There we go. We've got halfway through the last chance qualifiers, and let's be fair, it's pretty open-ended, Jordan. It's all to play for tomorrow. 6 games will decide which 8 teams will go through to the grand final.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of this format, right? I mean, 12 games, it sounds like a lot, but it's not really a lot, right? All it takes, I think, in most cases, especially if you're one of the teams that's like, oh, we just need to make it into the top, like, 8, for example, is probably 1 or 2 decent games. Like, even if you're at the bottom of the lobby, like we were sort of looking at Broken Bones going into that last game, and even obviously having had a pretty good performance there, they're going to give themselves a little bit of an extra leg up. But they were on 8 points going into that last game. 24 points was the cutoff for 8th. Like, you could knock that over in 1 decent game. If that's the gap that you can maintain going into the very final game, into game 12, you can still knock that over in 1 good game. So, I mean, 12 games, it doesn't, give you necessarily a lot of time to find that consistency, but sometimes that can be a benefit if you're one of those teams that's towards the bottom end of the scoreboard. So, yeah, obviously, as you say, tomorrow, lots to play for, and I think everyone's still kind of in with a chance, and I'm not going to write anyone off at this point.
100%. It's open. We don't know who's going to be making the top 8, but we will find out tomorrow when we play the final 6 games of the last chance qualifiers here at PEC Spring. From all of us, thank you so much for watching. The sun is rising in Australia. We got to let Jordan get up and go for a run. We'll see you all tomorrow.